really is the best place for surfing events. It really is. It's a natural amphitheatre.
It really is a great spectacle for surfing.
What a scene up here. Can you believe it?
What a contest.
Yes. He's going to blow a hammy. He's done a hammy. Has he done it?
He's cramping. The old bones, mate.
This is one of the only events in the world where a 2-point ride can be as exciting as a 10-point ride.
It's the best one in the world and probably the sickest weekend of the year.
It's the best thing for your surfing and for your life.
A highlight of my life, too, Danny. It's been amazing.
37 seconds. Where is he?
Coming to a surf comp. This is not a surf contest.
Good morning, folks, and welcome back to the beautiful Gold Coast, Queensland, Burleigh Heads for day 2 of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. Finals presented by NRMA Insurance. Vaughan Blakey and Jess Starling here this morning to welcome the new day. And what a day it is. The swell has filled in. We are seeing some thick Burleigh bowls out there. I'm expecting big turns and maybe even a couple of those Burleigh barrels.
We are seeing barrels for sure today. This seems like it's Team Burleigh's bread and butter. May I just add, I might throw a little back-to-back repeat in there this early in the morning. It looks fun, Vaughno. Yesterday was such a great day. We had weather, but that's okay. Didn't dampen anyone's spirits.
How could it? I mean, the energy up on the hill is unlike anywhere or any other comp you ever go to. It's not just about cheering on your favourite surfer, it's about cheering on your whole community. And we really saw that yesterday. Sure, a little bit of a squall, a little bit of wind, but the waves kept pumping and the performances were incredible. There were some real highlights yesterday.
Oh my gosh, absolutely there were. To be honest, talking about that community and camaraderie, Bungan got dead last, but they brought the vibes. They were up here all afternoon cheering on every single team. That has to be a highlight, just shows what we do here, the Australian Boardriders Battle. And then, I've got to say, South Arm, although they didn't make it to finals day, their energy about how much further they came from last year, it was kind of heartwarming. I loved it.
It really is, and that's one of the greatest things about this event is you've got teams from all over Australia coming together and sharing that grassroots community, that culture that club surfing brings. It's unique to Australia. We're so lucky to have it here. You can be a grommet paddling out and surfing against a world champion. Like, that is the format we're dealing with. A couple of standout performances individually for me. Jess, James Wood from Le Bar went absolutely mad. I swear he got fractures in every single bone in his body. Just ripping in out there for his club. And Gia Lawrenson from Noosa really fought back after a pretty tough final last year where she struggled to get out. Went absolutely loony yesterday. It was so good to see that club spirit rising.
Oh, she was the absolute queen of redemption yesterday, and you could see her team getting behind her as well and wanting to see her perform like that. Yeah, there's a reason why this event is just the best event of the year, Vaughno, because everyone just loves it and gets amongst it.
What about team performances? Who did you like and who were you a little bit disappointed for? Because far out, we have seen some big names go down in this one.
It's weird coming into finals day not having teams like Narrabeen and Scarborough come into the draw. I mean, Scarborough missed out by making the finish line by 1 second. And
1 second.
Northie, a little bit of heartbreak out there for Northie.
I know. North Narrabeen, to have a finals day without them just honestly feels bizarre. It's like being at a party with no music.
Yeah,
but,
literally.
you know, they'll bring the party this afternoon, don't worry. This is going to go off. So let's take a look at some highlights from yesterday because, the surf was really, really fun and a lot of clubs really brought it. As far as the teams go, though, far out, there was no lack of top shelf surfing going on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was pretty pumping all day yesterday, Vaughno.
Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new
Outside, Sheldon. What? Did you see that?
Yeah. With an attitude, so good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh.
Jimmy Wood, look at him
Well, there you have it, some of the highlights from yesterday, and as you can see, elite level surfing. It really does bring out the best in these surfers. Let's take a look at Heat 1 this morning, because it is a ripper. Merriweather up against Lennox, Ballina, Libar, Burleigh Heads, Noosa, Yallingup and Cronulla. This is stacked.
Oh my gosh, what a way to start finals day. That is a huge first round heat this morning. Got to say, Merriweather were looking very strong yesterday, but Burleigh Heads, defending champ, Noosa, you got Gila Renston, Cronulla, they came back through the redemption heat. Libar just always so solid. And then Yallingup, I know Binzy's cheering them on from the booth this morning too.
He is, yeah. You think about the best team performances yesterday and those top three heavyweight clubs there, they really stood out. Merriweather, Libar and Burleigh Heads, of course, they're the defending champs. They're the hometown heroes. I wonder if they're going to be feeling the pressure today as, things start to ramp up towards that opening hooter.
I think everyone feels the pressure on finals day, boys.
They do, don't they? Well, we're just about to get things rolling, so we're going to have a quick break here from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle presented by NRMA Insurance. Stay with us, it's about to fire up.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M, one motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
A help company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Welcome back to finals day here, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle presented by NRMA Insurance. Warno, we went to come here on the 8th and 9th, but unfortunately Cyclone Alfred had other plans for us. But Kennard's Hire, they were here working so hard to get this whole event site up and running. It's kind of sad we didn't get to come here on the 8th and 9th, but they came back, did it all over again. Our friends at Kennard Hire, they really spoil us.
Nothing's too hard. They make your job easy. That's the entire way they roll. And so this is a massive site, and it's no small undertaking. They just breezed it. It didn't matter that we had that huge weather event, Tropical Cyclone Alfred. It caused a few headaches, but here we are again. But you know what? Tropical cyclones, they're not always frowned upon in this neck of the woods because they deliver some pretty pump and surf. And Kira just down the road was firing. Look how much energy was in the ocean on the back of this beautiful tropical low. And I spent a lot of this cyclone just getting rolled around on the sand underneath all that energy. But I did see some people get in the waves of their lives.
I think you, among with a lot of people, may have spent a lot of time on the bottom of the seabed, but I know people like Ellie Harrison, she got some crazy waves in this swell. Sheldon Simkes, he's always a standout as soon as we have some big swell on your screen.
That looks like Dakota Walters maybe. So people who were surfing for their clubs or are due to surf for their clubs didn't get the opportunity to put the rashi on, but they just went down the coast and got the vision, and that's what it's all about. Look at these pipes. Cones Deluxe all the way down that famous point. But it's all about Burleigh Heads today. I'm so frothing. The swell is really juicy, like it's thick, and the thing that separates Burleigh Point from the other points is it really loads up on the sand, so you get that classic thick Burleigh bowl.
It's so good when we come up to an event like this. The swell has come through. We're going to see barrels, like you said, and it feels like there's just more fire and energy in the surf today. I'm excited for it, Borno.
Well, you know what? It's time to talk about our Ken Oath moment.
Oh, yes.
What is your Ken Oath moment?
It's got to be Merriweather. They were such a standout yesterday. Their team is stacked with people like Morgan Siblick, Jacko Baker, Philippa Anderson. She's so reliable. And they're junior, Ocean. I mean, it has to be the Ken Oath moment for everyone down here on day one of the ABB Grand Final.
It was one of those performances that really rings the bell, isn't it? It's like, we're here, we mean business, we want to take this thing out. There was no kink in the armour, all 5 surfers completely ripping, and what an opportunity for young Ocean Lancaster to come up here. Such a powerful club, a club that has won the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle final before, and he's playing his part to bring it home again for Merewether. It's a huge one, but every single club is going to be right up for this today.
Oh, absolutely, Vorno. And I mean, the pressure is high, the stakes are high. We've got all of the first athletes kind of jittering around behind us. They're jumping around. We can feel the nerves right next to us. It's going to be a good day. Cooper's got a big smile on his face too.
I know. Well, there's the great man, Nathan Hedge. He must be freaking he's not part of finals day, but he's still got a smile on his face because no one loves the energy of team surfing more than the Hog.
We love your Hog. Everyone loves Hog. I bet a lot of people are probably drawing or in spirit today. Channel the Hog.
All right, well, we've got first heat just about ready to go right behind us. And what a stacked field this is. Wow, let's, all right, we'll come over here to the grand old champ of this opening exchange. It's Dylan Longbottom for Cronulla, mate. Cronulla finals day, business time.
Mate, we're pumped, mate. The waves are pumping. Yeah, we're fired up, mate. Just want to smash one out there.
Mate, and what about the Sharkies getting up over the Eagles last night? What a disgrace.
Yeah, mate. No, it's good for us, mate. We're winning on everything. Yeah.
Best of luck, Dylan. I know the show. I would love to bring this thing home.
Yeah, I hope so, mate. Let's do it.
Jess, who have you got?
All right. I've actually got to put my money on Merewether today. We got Morgs. He's heading out there. First surfer this morning. Your team is looking good. You got the Ken Oath moment. That's a little pep in your step this morning.
Yeah, we're stoked. Yesterday was fun. The conditions today look epic, and we're ready to pick up where we left off. So let's hope we run away with it again.
You're not shy of a couple heats with these 3 fellas here. You're going to keep an eye on them out there?
No, I'll be done before they get out there.
Bit of drama already in the morning. I love it, Morgs. What do you think of that one, Coop?
Oh, I don't know about that one, Morgs.
Mikey, big run yesterday?
Yeah, big run. Looking to hopefully do it a little bit earlier today, but yeah, ready for a big rock off. I'm not sure if Morgs ever jumped off rocks before, so we'll see how he goes.
Vorno?
Yeah, well, I think that's just about it. We're going to just say best of luck to defending champs. Burleigh, you feeling it?
No, not today. The waves are good today. We'll hopefully come through with a couple of big turns.
Best of luck, Matty. That's it from us, Jess. We're going to throw it up to the booth. Folks, please enjoy the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Finals presented by NRMA Insurance. We are in for a total ripper.
Yes, we are indeed, Vorno. Thank you, Vaughan and Jess. Well, that's quite the intro show, wasn't it?
Yeah, how do we top that, Reg?
Well, we're better looking at them, so that's the start. And yeah, my name's Reg Ellis. Thanks for joining us here for finals day of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented, of course, by NRMA Insurance. With me, Sean Doherty, and of course, we've got Chris Binns, all the way from Yallingup, to give us a bit of Western Australian flavour.
The one team not covered in the introductions just there. I want to make special mention of Ruby Berry, who's Yallingup's lead-off surfer today. Ruby absolutely rips, spends a lot of time in Hawaii, loves the big stuff, so she's going to eat it up out there and put Yallingup off to a flyer.
Yeah, well, it's looking like, how's the the first surfers? We're getting some heavy hitters straight away. So,
Dylan Longbottom straight back into the team.
Well, if a stray 20-foot left happens to come through the event site, I think Dylan will be on it. I think we can safely say that. There he is.
Had that interview with Vaughan, there was about 1.5 vocal cords between the two of them.
Yeah, I know. It's very croaky.
There we go. Quarterfinal number 1 of the ABB for 2025. Headed off down the into the Burleigh Cove. As we said, Dylan Longbottom for Cronulla.
It's just a good old-fashioned beach start, isn't it?
Yeah, beach start with a national park and some rocks in the way.
There's something about that gate. I don't know what it is. You sort yourself out in the car park, you hit the gate and you start running, no matter what's going on.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a shift in mood because, you know, if you turn around 180 degrees, you're looking at apartment buildings. Yeah. But if you're looking straight ahead, you're in National Park, you know, the Jelligull National Park there, and it's just, mate, it is a beautiful little corner of the world.
Nothing but pandanus and basalt. Do you remember the Hurley-Burley Junior a million years ago? First prize they had to get special permission was one of the basalt rocks. It weighed about 50 kilos.
Really? Yeah, good luck carrying that out. Yeah, so there we go. Of course, you know, getting off the rocks last year was a bit more of a challenge. We finals day last year was solid.
Full victory at sea.
6 to 8 foot. It's not quite as treacherous today, or even though the swell's probably twice as big as it was yesterday. It's seriously jumped up.
Yeah.
Great bit of confidence there from Mikey McDonough. Obviously, Lennox Head's just about the worst rock-off in surfing,
well,
so this is just a
it's a walk in the park,
very
mate.
easy start to the day for young Mikey.
He can do it with his eyes closed. So everyone into the water. Quarterfinal number 1, as we said, Merriweather in the red, Lennox Ballina in the white, Burleigh defending champs in the yellow, Noosa Heads in the blue, Yallingup in the green, and Cronulla in the black. First, second, third go through to the semi-finals. 4th, 5th and 6th, well, they've got Sunday afternoon on the point to themselves.
Surf looks good the next couple of days too.
Yeah, well, there might be a few delayed flights. I reckon Binzi headed home. You know, a lot of these crew obviously come from all corners of the country to get here. So you know, you don't have to rush home on a Monday. You can hang around and surf for a few days.
There might have been a few teams that got in early pre-Alfred before this got cancelled and got a whole heap of the Kira action.
And never left. They've been here for 3 weeks.
Had to stay a little longer. Yeah, so power-packed heat to get things going. Of course, Morgs has surfed on the CT. Matty Job, part of the defending champion Burleigh Heads team from right here. The Burleigh Heads club rooms are about 10 feet away from us, so it's a pretty decent advantage for the local lads to have as well.
Yeah, I just saw the sea of red shirts, mate, showing up early, of course, with Burleigh, the local team, in the first heat of the day. They're probably not used to getting up that early. A lot of these crew. I saw the champ pulling up. I haven't seen him before about 11 o'clock, ever.
I've heard him before 11 o'clock,
yeah.
Never seen him.
Yeah, well, of course, that scene, you know, last year with Burleigh winning the final. Oh, look at this up in the
Speaking of, this is Matty Job straight into the opening wave.
You kidding?
Tube, first wave of the first heat of the morning. And
what?
That is how you kick off proceedings.
Mate, there you go. Well, of course, we watched yesterday. We didn't see a wave ridden out in the cove. We didn't think there was any sand at all. But there you go. Matty Jobs paddled straight out the cove and got one. And he's going to declare and come straight on in. We've only been going, what's that, 3 minutes?
And Thomas Woods there. He's on a thruster this year. Surfed last year on a 20.
Yep. So they've got pretty much the same team that won them the final last year, Burleigh Heads. Except Bottles not here.
He's in El Salvador.
Yes. Oh, here we go. This is Dylan Longbottom. Couple of great snaps there. Another little pocket jam. Just a reminder, folks, Dylan is north of 50 years of age and still absolutely flaring.
Well, he's got that reputation for big waves. Obviously, no slouch.
How's that one? He's stoked.
Yeah, he's wrapped that up really quickly.
Mate.
And yeah, Cronulla off to a good start and an early start, as we see Merriweather. Here goes Morgan. See what he just throws it up. Oh, caught a bit of a rail there. Just kicks out that one. It wasn't going to offer him anything on the inside. So yeah, wow, flying start in this quarterfinal number 1 here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle.
So Dylan must have cut a pretty tight line around the corner from the cove into the point, because he's beached that. He's already past us and going to hit the running track. Morgs was way further out, and then we saw Matty Job basically getting tubed in the cove.
Yeah.
So big playing field this morning here at Burleigh Heads. And the oldest man in this heat is going to be the first man on the beach.
Yep, the replay of Dylan Longbottom's first wave. Great gaff into the pocket. Nice little snap here. Just a beautiful little runner. Little back foot jam. Just works it over here. This is points. This is a good start for the Sharkies. And there we go. Matty Job for Burleigh Heads. He's already in. So we've got 70-minute heats today. We've gone up from 65 yesterday. Obviously, it's a little bigger today. So an extra 5 minutes on the clock. But he's in. Like, he got his wave 3 minutes into the heat.
Oh, Mikey McDonough behind him. Who was that going upside down? So this is Mikey from Le Bar.
There might have been Cooper Davies out the back, I think. Yeah, Mikey's going to beach this. He's going to go all the way through. Some good banter with the boys there. Mikey McDonough, Morgan Siblick, Cooper Davies. Of course, those guys really flying the flag for Australia on the qualifying series and into the challenges. Of course, we saw Mikey last year win the Snapper Challenger. A huge win.
Wow.
Well, that's why he's beaching this thing.
Yeah.
That first turn and that second turn was nuts. So an easy decision there for Mikey McDonough to come in. So great start there for Lennox Ballina.
Speaking of great starts, this was Matty Job opening the morning.
Yeah, we'll put it into context. No one got barreled yesterday. There wasn't a single barrel all day.
Is that a limp?
Mikey's...
It's a limp.
He is not charging up the... yeah, that's what it is. He's gone off the side of the... that's not good. Let's hope he runs that one out. That's not...
Might need Kennard's hire to restructure the entry to the ramp there. And Mikey's just run past. He's told us. He pointed at his ankle.
Yeah. So might have to get the stretcher and get him up the hill.
All right. Well, it looks like we've got Jesse Starling down on the sideline. Take it away.
Zach, not a great start. That's a little bit scary for this time in the morning.
Yeah, well, he got such a good wave, and then to roll his ankle while running up the beach is heartbreaking, but I'm sure we'll bounce back.
Hopefully it's just one of those ones you can just jog it off, because that was a great start to your heat.
Yeah, we've got an esky full of ice. I'll give it a rub, and he'll be back out there, no problems.
Any words of advice for your next one coming up? Maybe your junior Scrappy's coming up.
Yeah, we got Woody going out next, and he was probably the standout of yesterday, so don't need to say anything to him. And the other guys did so well as well, so I think they're just going to stick to their guns and do what they do best.
Hopefully Mikey just jogs off that sprained ankle, guys.
Yeah, well, it looked, big twist as he hit that ramp. Wave just surged up the time, and he had locked in a really good score at 6.33. Out there, is that Noosa?
Yeah, it's Cooper Davies.
Yeah.
So that's his opener. I reckon he'll claim that, and he'll make his way in. I suppose the other thing to note is Mikey's the power surfer.
Yeah, sure is.
For Labar.
Can you change that mid-heat?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. We'll have to go to the technical committee for that one, Benzie.
Yeah, well, Jesse's down there with Mikey. Let's see how things are panning out for him.
What happened there, Mikey?
There's some massive rock just covered up on the hill down there. I just got my ankle caught in it. I legit thought I broke my ankle, but I ran up the hill. But yeah, it's good. All right start. Hopefully we can just keep going, keep some consistency, and there's plenty of fun waves out there. And got good trust in James, Scrap, Keenan, Nixie, so yeah, we should be right, but let's go ice my ankle now.
You can, if you can run, you can surf, right? This is the rock on screen that you hit, that big boulder right before the start of the running track. You're going to be right to get back out there. You power surf this morning?
Yeah, power surf this morning. I've got to do it for my club, yeah. Stuff the ankle.
Thanks, Mikey.
Well, there you go. Do it for the club, not the ankle. But that rock was just under the water, so he didn't see it, just slipped off the side and rolled that ankle. Hopefully not too much damage, but he did lock in that good score. 6.33 as this one motors on. We're 60 minutes remaining, so 10 minutes into this heat. And
so, yeah.
See a few second surfers out there.
Yeah, we just saw Ruby Berry's opener there for Yallingup. Of course, the crew from over in the southwest of WA. We've even brought their own commentator over here to talk them up. So what goes on over there, Binzi? Tell us a little bit about the club. Are you a member?
I am, yep. It's Powerhouse. It's a strong junior club. The last few years, the juniors have really stepped up. Guys like Otis North won the trials for Margaret's, and surfed a great heat against John last year. Duke Natsom, Jack Thomas, Maverick Wilson, all guys who've come through from the junior level. Jack's done pretty well on the QS, is thereabouts to get on the Challenger Series. Made the final in the NIAS event 2 years ago and is absolutely off its head. Last year we had Taj and Jay Davies come over and surf for the team. Guys like Paul Patterson and Jake Patterson always float around the club as well. And there's great spirit to it. They've finally introduced a Social B division, so I'm back competing.
Back competing. Good
Yeah,
on
I
you, Benzie.
get my 2 round robin heats in.
In the over 50s.
Yeah.
There's Ruby Berry there. She had a good heat yesterday, Vincy.
She's a fantastic surfer. She's won plenty of state titles. She's just started adding the air game to her repertoire. And, yeah, as I said earlier, she spends a lot of time in Hawaii and has a real dig in the solid stuff.
Well, here we go. Morgan Siblick for Merriweather. 2 good solid turns. So, yeah, he wants to probably beach this one if he can get some more points to the inside. He's been out there for 12 minutes.
Yeah, Morg's really talked himself up in the preheats. Said he was going to get away before everyone else. Everyone else has already been and gone. and he got stuck out there.
In Morg's defence, he's got a wave before every team's second surfer.
Yeah, true. That wasn't a bad wave, though, so...
No, it was worth the wait. He got a nice little one that hugged the point. So Merriweather out of the gates. He was amazing yesterday in their opening round. And the whole team looked deadly. You know, they'll send Jacko Baker out next. And they bat pretty deep, Merriweather. So the other interesting thing to note.
This looks like Cash Brown from Cronulla. He was...
Whoa, there you go.
He was a standout yesterday as well. Was there... NRMA Insurance power surfer, so they were in the redemption heat. So he did the run around 4 times yesterday, and his 4th surf for the day was probably his best one.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see because, of course, quarterfinals out in the water now, then potentially semi-finals, potentially final if you're going to go all the way. That's a lot of surfing. Some of these clubs have brought extra surfers. They've got reserves here as well. They might even tactically look at subbing in some surfers along the way just to get them to the final. Because it's going to be a long day. You got 3 heats in this stuff. Here we go, Thomas Woods, beautiful surfing here. Just didn't quite connect that last one, but he's got around it. He's going to get a bonus little gaff, and this thing might reform along the back of the rock break here. Whoa. Nice little back foot stab. Another little jam into the pocket. That is a keeper.
Great surfing.
Every day of the week. Thank you, done.
Yeah, that one just kept offering him something, like really sharp for the inside. There we go.
So I think Morgan might have overtaken Ruby on the run there. Ruby unleashes Jack Thomas, and this will be Jacko Baker in action. So the 2 Jacks getting their way into the national park for the rock-off. It was interesting yesterday in the last heat of the day, the redemption round, that was everyone who was getting their second chance. They obviously learnt a lot because 5 of the 6 teams made it back in with all their surfers through with plenty of time to spare. And before that, basically any team who got all their surfers back advanced.
Yeah, we saw, I think, about 5 clubs not get back in on time, and of course that means you get docked those 5 points. The heartbreaking one was Nick Squires there for Scarborough. 1 second they went from 3rd to 5th. So they didn't even get a chance at the second bite of the cherry with 4th, but as we see...
Yeah, didn't even give them a 4th place.
No.
That was cruel.
It was really cruel. Dropped them back 2 places.
Yeah, they really got shafted. So there he is, Thomas Woods.
The Gold Coast Dash.
Yep. Up the point, not his first lap of the point here at Burleigh. As a local, he's been one of the standout locals here for a long time.
I feel my suggestion for next year, maybe Kennard's higher. Every round adds another 50 metres of track.
I think we just, You know, what's like the Ninja Warrior thing? What's the tremolator thing where it goes backwards?
Yeah.
We can just control it.
Throw a couple of gladiators in, really Gold Coast it up.
It's like it's a knockout.
Yeah, run through some pugil sticks. And
we can break out that host. What's his name? Little short round guy.
Yeah, I think he's dead.
No, sorry.
All right, here's Morgs.
Yeah,
this
mate.
is a 5.05 for the Merriweather lad. And then this was Cash Brown, Cronulla's second.
Hey, that was sick, that last turn. So we're still waiting on that score to drop for Cash Brown. And here's, Thomas Woods. Just look at that beautiful wave. Just had to get around this section, but then once he did, it didn't look like much. It looked like it was going to shoulder out right here, but then it just hit this little bonus inside section, and off he went again.
These are the sort of days where local knowledge really comes into play, especially Burleigh. Like, no one's going to be driving to Burleigh for these days, but these boys are surfing it the whole time. They know this like back of their hand. It's unruly. There's lots of water moving around, but they're going to find the ones every time.
Yeah, they're seeing things everyone else isn't seeing. So here we are, finals day at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle for 2025, the best board riding clubs in the nation. We'll be back with more quarterfinal action after this.
Double overhead day here at 5:15. Swell line connecting all the way out the back.
Welcome back to the Hyundai ABB National Final, Series number 12, proudly presented by NRMA Insurance. And I tell you what, there's a bit more of everything today, a bit more sunshine, a bit more wind, and a bit more swell in the water. The surface this morning of having a great time out there. And thankfully enough, less paddling is the one thing we'll see less of today. The waves bringing the surface all the way around into the start of the Gold Coast Dash, and then straight up the point up Hyundai Hill up into the Oakley Exchange. So it's going to be hopefully a lot more surfing today and a little less of an Ironman.
Well, I think you should lead the way there, Stave, with the Ironman.
I've done my stint as a lifeguard. That's a past life. I'd be the worst on ground today, I reckon, Rego.
Okay. No worries, Stace. There you go. So, yeah, Stace talking about the swell. It has pushed in. We are going to see plenty of waves. Interesting point he made that the surfers at this current tide are getting finding it pretty easy to get to the sand and close to the start of the Gold Coast Dash. So there's the overview here of beautiful Burleigh Heads. We are into quarterfinal number one. A big day ahead for the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. Sean Doherty, Chris Binns, and started off with a bang already. Did you see that last wave for Cronulla? 7.58.
Oh, yeah, mate. Yeah, Cash Brown absolutely lit that thing up. And here we go. Is this James Wood here for Lenx Ballina? Woody, well, he must have done a bit of work
on the outside,
out the back. So he's declared it and coming in. Of course, Woody, he's the he's the heart and soul of the Lennox Ballina Club. Has been for a long time. Former world junior champ. Now, mate, what doesn't he do?
That's right.
Board shaper, coach, podcaster.
Family man.
Yeah, family man. Yep. Funny bugger. As he's always been. Here's Jacko Baker, meanwhile, for Merriweather.
Oh, nice snap.
And you just got this dependable team with Merriweather. You know, with Morgan and Jacko, there's minimum they're gonna find a 5 whatever happens. You know, chances are they might find a 7 as well. But they really make life easy for the rest of the team. So I think Jacko's on his way in, which will probably send Ocean Lancaster out next for Merriweather. I don't know what you reckon, Binzy, but I reckon going on yesterday's form, they look like the ones.
Oh, absolutely.
They can keep it going. Okay, well, opening up down there for Yallingup was Ruby Berry, and she's down there with Jess Starling.
Ruby, amongst a very big team of really good surfers as the first surfers, you've got Morgs, you got Mikey, we had Cooper up there, but you were there too, and you gave all the boys a run for the money.
Yeah, it was definitely kind of nerve-wracking standing on the stage and seeing them all there, because like you always watch them on TV and the Challenger and stuff. But yeah, I was happy that I got one out there.
How does it feel being the first surfer for Yelling Up? Because a lot of people do send out their males, but Yelling Up decided to send out their female surfer first. That's kind of cool, I think. What was the strategy behind that?
Yeah, I do feel very lucky that they're like, oh, she's good enough to go out as their first surfer. But yeah, I think the main strategy was just like try and get us off to a good start, and then the boys can like build on that. And yeah, hopefully we're going to do that.
513, she definitely did that. Thanks, guys.
All right, yeah, Ruby, it was a great opener for her, and yeah, and yesterday she did the same thing, so setting a good foundation for the Yelling Up crew, and yeah, she scored that wave and was back on the beach with plenty of time as well, so Ruby definitely doing the job. So at the moment, as we hit the 48-minute mark, we do have Merriweather, Cronulla and Lennox Ballina, Labar, our top 3 teams. Of course, top 3 move through, and there's no redemption round today, so if you're 4th, you're out. So crucial times here today in these quarterfinals.
Yeah, we saw that wave previously there for Jacko Baker. We thought it looked pretty good. It's coming at 7.6. Best wave of the heat so far. So already riding on the wall for Merriweather. They're already back 2 surfers in with a 5 and a 7.6. Yeah. They are picking up where they left off yesterday. There he is, Jacko Baker.
Well ahead of the clock as well.
Yeah. Yep. Just cruising, just strutting around the joint up the top.
Oh, if you don't mind.
Wow. That's the 7.6. That's why he got it. Absolutely lit that thing up.
Yeah, Merriweather's just one of those clubs that just keep churning out. You know, they've been in the #1 club realm, you know, the top realm for probably 35 years at least, you know, so since these team events really got going.
There's Timmy Bain on the inside there for Noosa. There's a big gaff here. Wants this wave to go again. Here it comes, little oncoming section. Just tags it. Timmy Bain may be appearing in the next issue of Surfing World, just quietly. Okay. Don't want to spoil the surprise, but...
Yeah, where is that issue?
Yeah.
It's still at the printers.
Is it an annual these days?
Yeah, well, it's going that way at the rate we work. But yeah, no, some great waves up the coast during Cyclone Alfred as well. There's the replay of Timmy's one. So it shouldered out just for a second, but like all these waves, they all seem to have a little bonus section today, just with the extra energy in the water.
It gave him a beautiful little run there as well. Delivered him perfectly to the Mikey Madonna foot of the Gold Coast Dash.
The Rock of Death. So Noosa, Noosa, another one of those clubs who've really stepped up, probably in the last, 4, 5, 6 years.
Definitely.
Big Dean Brady, who's going out next. He's more or less, he's the super coach up there. But geez, they've got some talent there. Look at that, Cooper Davies.
Gia Lorenzen, one of the standouts yesterday. Mitchell Peterson Jr. with a massive future. So, and then in the next heat, just from up the road, Coolum, or quarterfinal number 4. So the Sunshine Coast being really well represented.
So we got, how many Sunny Coast clubs are left? Coolum, Kawana, North Shore, Noosa, 4. Am I missing anyone? That's all of them, isn't it? That's all of the Sunshine Coast clubs. They all made it yesterday. So there you go.
So the WA teams. 3 from 3 yesterday.
3 from 3.
Just saying, Vincy. Just put it out there.
Just letting you know.
Actually,
and Trig Point.
Mate, they looked unreal. So did Margies.
Yeah. I think the wave that we've slept on yesterday was Izzy Campbell dropped an 8 as Trig Point's BC protein female surfer, and she tore that thing to pieces.
That was a sick wave, yeah.
Incredible skateboarder too.
Is she?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Well, she can bomb the hill here at Burleigh later on, back to the apartments.
She's been a stabbed ladybird in the past.
Yeah, yep. It'd be interesting. Geez, it'd be really interesting to see. Like we've seen a Sunny Coast winner before. North Shore have won the ABB before. Never seen a club from the West win at Binzie.
Nope. Yelling Up came close one year when there was some kind of skins element involved, and Taj went absolutely crazy.
Yeah, they've made a final before. So of course, coming up in the next heat, by some miracle, they've got in through the back door, Torquay. And speaking of super coaches, the super coach of Torquay is Cale Bell Warren, and we've got him down there on the deck, Stace.
Thanks, Shauno. Yeah, self-described car crash from start to finish, Kayo Warren. What a Torquay got to do to pull this together and stop being the redemption club and just be the club that we know you can be?
Every day's a new day, Stace. We're here on a Sunday morning. It's a beautiful day here in Burleigh. We love it here. New day, new us, I think.
Sounds like you're lucky to be here by that voice.
No, I'm good. I was just managing, just making sure that, just making sure Ellie wasn't sneaking out and that. So that was good.
What do you make of the conditions today? A bit more Victorian-esque, bit of wind, bit of flat face?
Mate, Manly's never looked this good, nor has Newey. So, it's really, there's a lot of good waves. You can obviously make it hard for yourself, but there's definitely opportunities for some, proper surfing, and it's pretty spread because the six-man heat out there, if it was on the Rocky or something, would be an absolute nightmare.
And what about yourself, mate? Big year coming up. Tours coming into town, and then obviously we've got the event out here. You're doing some homework?
And I'm just a bloke going to work, mind my own business. No, we're looking forward to the Ripcord Pro. The forecast sucks, but last 10 days have been firing, which should have been here yesterday.
Not here, not at Burleigh. We should have been here today, and we are. Back to you, Shauno.
Yeah, thanks, Stace. I noticed Kale's definitely put the brakes on the pre-finals day chat this year.
So the self-confessed car crash, was that Kale talking about Kale or Kale talking about Torquay?
I think it might be Torquay generally, I think. Of course, the story is Torquay didn't qualify for the final.
So they're surfing on behalf of their new brethren.
Well, they didn't even get a wild card either.
Northeast from Tasmania.
But the second Tassie club couldn't make it after we had to cancel the first event. So Torquay snuck in the back door, and they're here on finals day, mate. So maybe this is the one. Meanwhile, here we go for Burleigh.
Isla Huppets. We saw that last year on finals day.
Wow.
The queen of Burleigh, who basically won them the event last year, and she's picked up where she left off in 2024. Massive surfing. Speaking of Torquay, she was born down that way and has relocated with the family.
Yeah, yep.
The Huppets clan.
Yeah, she's from parts further south, but saw the bright lights of Burleigh and the warmer water temps. And they've been up here for quite a few years. And of course, famously last year, she basically won the, won the final.
That was nuts.
So a bit of a job here for the judges. What do they do with that?
Yeah.
That's a sick turn.
6 solid one manoeuvre.
Yeah. Quantity over quality there.
So Burleigh were going okay, but only tracking, like a pair of fives, basically. It feels like that score is the one that's going to absolutely launch them back into the frame here. You can see they're languishing in fifth. They're not languishing in fifth. They've got 2 fives. It's just that everyone's scoring at the moment. So that was a really important wave there for Isla and for Burleigh.
You feel you've got to reward that kind of commitment.
I'd say, yeah. I think she threw everything at that. So that will definitely help Burleigh's cause. We're still waiting for that number to drop.
How's the caddy in front of it? Is that a pace runner?
Yeah, it's a pace car.
Burleigh have thought of everything this year.
Yeah. So, Isla's making her way up. There we go. There's the early Burleigh crew.
Potentially some of the late Burleigh crew as well.
Geez, I'll tell you what, if they're still here at 4 o'clock this afternoon, it's going to be pretty messy up the top.
We can smell the club room from here. If it goes more offshore, we're in a bit of trouble.
Well, she locked it at 6.98.
Yeah.
So good solid score there. And yeah, that's
puts them up into the lead.
Burleigh into the lead after 3 surfers. And time, everyone's doing pretty well. We've got 40 minutes left in this. Getting their 3rd and 4th surfer out. Plenty of time ahead.
Yep. Okay, Jess, you got Isla down there?
Isla, big turns is what won this event for you guys last year. Straight back into it in the quarterfinals this morning.
I'm so pumped. I don't know what to say.
Big hammers, that's kind of your forte. I said it this morning here with Vorno, this seems like the kind of conditions that is kind of Burleigh's forte. Does it feel like you got another one coming in?
We're trying our best. It's tricky out there. I was just looking for one turners and that's what I got.
Job well done. We'll let you catch your breath and go celebrate with your team.
Thanks, see ya.
Yeah, one turn, that's all she got, and it made a big difference.
Look at that. Burleigh have gone from 5th to 1st on the back of that 7-point ride there for Isla Huppets. So They are looking good. But yeah, it's like it's pretty even across here. No one's really missed out. There's pretty much 5s across the board with everyone. So this is still wide open. A bit of work to do for your mob, Binzi, for Yals probably. Still waiting on one more score.
Yeah, yesterday, if you had a smattering of 5s and all your surfers home, you were a pretty safe bet. Right now, we're seeing everyone's got 5s, and then it's the couple of high notes. Anyone who's added in a 6 or a 7, they're looking the goods.
Oh, there we go. That was a little bit wide. Yeah, so plenty of action happening here at Burleigh Heads, and we'll be back with more action from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle right after this.
A help company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Looking good, eh?
Kayo. What do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
Well, plenty of action coming to you live from Burleigh Heads, quarterfinal number 1 of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented by NRMA Insurance. And yeah, outstanding heat happening at the moment. A bit of a chop and change. We've seen Merriweather drop down to 4th place as we're still in the first half of this heat. It's actually almost on dead half time at 35, just over 35 minutes remaining. And well, it's tightening up out there. The Noosa crew, they're waiting for their surfer to come back in. We've got the 4th surfer out for a couple of clubs. And then, I don't know, still plenty of time, but that can change pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, those 4th, 5th and 6th teams, Merriweather, Noosa, Cronulla, they're all missing a 3rd ride at the moment. So, but on the first 2 rides are great. So as soon as they get a 3rd ride, they'll be straight back up into the mix. So it is really close. Lots of 4s, 5s.
Good way.
Yeah, that is, it's Keenan Crisp there for Labar, who are also, they're well and truly in the mix. Yeah, with a 6 and a pair of 5s for their first 3 surfers. So Keenan's lit that up. Yeah. So you reckon that's that's another score in that kind of vicinity. So that keeps them well and truly alive. Currently in 2nd place. This is going to be really. This could get a bit fruity towards the end because there's some really good scoring going down here. This is super tight. Here we go. This is Ocean Lancaster from Merriweather with his big Danny Wills turn. And that was sick.
Yeah, well, Ocean had a 1-point ride prior to that, so capitalise on that wave. He'll be heading back in. Philippa Anderson will be their next surfer to head out for Merriweather. See a change. We've got Yelling up in 3rd place now.
Oh, the leaderboard is just jumping around every time someone drops in a wave.
So yeah, this is the replay of Keenan Crisp, I think, from Labar. They did really well, joined the dots there, got his last turn in.
It's a great read on his backhand.
Yeah. And here is Ocean Lancaster. Only 2 waves, but look at this last one here. Just the full gecko turn at the end, sticks it. And the Grom is coming in. So yeah, that's the 3rd turn there for Merriweather. So you watch. Yeah, all these places will shift around again.
There's a picture on the hill here at Burleigh Heads. Looking at our infographics, Reg, I can see that the last heat on the screen was the Mascot Challenge.
The Mascot Challenge, yes, it was huge.
The North Shore Swans beat the Bung and Hammer, apparently. You were running that.
Well, no, it was actually a tie. Yeah, they split the $2.5 grand, went split between 2 clubs. And, yeah, it was a battle of the rappers, Lindsay. And,
it's a rap battle.
Yeah, Kirk Pengilly, of course, famous rock star in excess. he was the head judge and he had to make the decision. He's a bit of a fence sitter, the old Kirk, you know. So
was
he
it
just
like
said equal.
Was it like 8 Mile up there last night?
Oh, mate, it was
with the
full on.
mascots.
Yeah. The mascots are going off, you know. Some mascots, Merriweather's mascot was pretty hopeless. Just tried to scull a beer and he didn't quite do it. Wasn't sure if he was 18 anyway. As we see Noosa in the morning glare, I think.
No, I think that's your mob, isn't it?
Yeah.
Binzi?
Yeah, he's green, yeah.
Yeah, that's Duke Natson making his way in.
So, yeah, Yals had just come off the boil a little bit. We're seeing there's Ocean Lancaster for Merriweather. Powering up the hill.
Come on, He's got energy to spare.
He's a good surfer, that kid. And it looks like Philsy's going out next. Philippa Anderson. She has been, the anchor for that team for a long time now.
Yeah.
Super dependable. She is out there looking to keep this rolling. So Merriweather's starting to look pretty good. 5.85 for that last wave for Ocean Lancaster. Here we go for Burleigh. Is it Rico Haybiddle?
Yeah.
Out there. Big gap into the pocket. Another one. This thing might link as well. Just leans again, waits for it to go, and a little back foot jam. And you can hear the crew up on the headland starting to build.
Another good solid wave there for Burleigh.
There they are. There's the Burleigh crew up, the early Burleigh crew. They just need to get their crew into the semis, and you watch that hill
swell
at lunchtime today, mate. It will be a sea of red. So they're looking okay at the moment. That was a sick one there for Rico, who also just quietly might be in the next edition of Surfing World.
So there's a lot of hype about this next issue.
Well, it only took me 11 months to pull together, Binzi.
The 2025 annual coming early.
Pretty much. So there is the replay of Rico's last one. A sick one, had a really nice outside section, but then did the job on the inside as well. Just tagged the finish. So there's the front on again, just off the bottom, straight up into the lip. It actually looks so nice front on.
Yeah.
Just with that, that Sowies wind on it. Yeah, and a really well-ridden wave. So that's another keeper. Like, no one's missing out here.
No, exactly.
Like, no one's blowing anything. It's like 5's minimum. And, so it's looking like, you're needing 7s and 8s are going to win this.
Well, the Burleigh crew just haven't picked a bad wave yet.
Yeah.
3 surfers back on the beach and all doing it very nicely.
Yeah, so I think Jess is down there with 2 Groms, Ocean and Keenan.
Yeah, our junior surfers for Merriweather and Lebar, we just watch Rico's wave together. Do you guys tune into each other's junior waves pretty clearly and get competitive with each other?
Yeah, for sure. I was actually a little frightened because Crispy paddled out and I was sitting out there for a while and then he got one straight on my inside and I was like, oh no, I got to get one real quick. So tried to find one, ended up putting one on the board. But yeah, it's a little bit of rivalry. You don't really no talking out in the water, but you can kind of see it with all the eye contact and everything.
I feel like this is the start of what we're going to see between Cooper and Mikey and Morgs. This is the next generation of you guys. Keeping tabs on each other early on is pretty important. Last year as a junior, you might be in the Opens next year, you might have bigger rivals. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's pretty scary, especially last year, and there's Groms still with 3s and they're going so good. Yeah, it's a good way, so.
First and second right now, your 2 clubs. Any bets on the line if anyone gets the win here today between you 2?
Nothing at the moment. I mean, I don't mind. You want to put something on?
$20.
$20.
Oh no, it's all just for the fun. All the team spirit's getting around. It's pretty magic. It's such a cool event.
You're being humble, but I know you guys both want the win.
Yeah.
These guys being humble right now.
Up the bar.
Let's go, Maz.
Right, I think Ocean was keen for the bet, but I think he was thinking $5 as soon as
the stakes got raised.
Yeah, to 20. He's got no, I'm not going to support that. I'm not a gambler.
I'd be putting $20 on Merriweather at the moment. They are looking pretty good. So just starting to see a little bit of discrepancy here. Like Cronulla and Noosa are searching for a 3rd wave here. So Jay Brown's out there for Cronulla, and the big guy Dean Brady's out there for Noosa, still looking for their waves. So the Still have half an hour to go, so there's no super time crunchy pressure right now, but it would be just starting to play in their minds. All the other teams, they're ahead on time, ahead on points. This is, the field's starting just to split a little now with and Yals is in the same boat. They've got 3 waves in, but they're just starting to drift a little in terms of points. You can see they're on 13.83, Merriweather 18.5. So G them up, Binzi. G your Yallingup mob. They've got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, it's a team of goofy footers. Zach Ograms is the master. He's the only natural footer in the squad. Club president.
There you go.
Everyone else is goofy. We've got Maverick Wilson just hit the water. He is an incredible junior. Comes over here, does a lot of Surfing Australia talent ID stuff. So spends plenty of time on the Gold Coast. Didn't look particularly thrilled with that wave as he jumps off. But yeah, half an hour to go, so there is plenty of time. Burleigh Heads, so that last wave from Rico Haybeetle came in at a 6.38.
Yeah, suddenly they're looking good. Up into first place. Burleigh Heads, and they're going to, they'll send out now. There's Storm Hoskins, so they've got their grommet in the water now, Burleigh, and Matty Job will finish it as the NRMA Insurance Power Surfer for Burleigh Heads. Here we go, here's Philippa Anderson for Merriweather, just connecting up. Just nice style as she hits that oncoming section. So she's going to declare and make her way in. We'll be interested to see what she got done out the back. Oh, she's right in the corner.
On the rocks, yeah.
She's
right behind us.
She's going to need a paddle to get out of there, out of that little zone, the boulder zone.
They sneak up on you too. Not afraid of claiming a bit of flash. Merriweather's just been, well, Philippa's just powered Merriweather for a long, long time, hasn't she?
Yeah, she rarely lets him down. She's always good, for a 5 or a 6 minimum. It wasn't a huge wave, but she got a bit of work done out the back. Connected the dots. Like you said, she's actually in a funny spot. She's right in on the rocks. She's you probably just saw them at that point. Okay, this looks like Nixie Ryan there for Labar. So she's kicking out.
Speaking of club stalwarts, when Philippa Anderson gets back to the Oakley Exchange, she's going to unleash Jesse Anderson. Speaking of Jesse Adam, and speaking of unleashed, he broke his leash yesterday, fetched his board twice, ended up swimming in, having a paddle battle alongside Lane Beachley.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be running a comp cord this time around. I think he'd be going big wave Dave cord. Yeah, that didn't look like a lot of fun having a swim around out there yesterday. So there she goes. Philippa Anderson from Merriweather. So they're cruising for time. So she'll get up there in a minute or so. As you said, Jesse Adam next. And then it'll be Morgan Siblick out for Merriweather as the NRMA Insurance Power Surfer. So they're cruising for time. There's Jay Brown. Cronulla kind of not cruising for time. They've got a bit of work to do now. Jay was out there for a while. We haven't seen a score drop for him. So that's here, Grace Gosby going out for the Sharkies.
So Jay Brown got a 2.88, so he obviously decided that saving time was more important than getting back out and trying to build on that. Why not? That's where team tactics come into play.
Yeah,
is that just some casual passing joggers?
Yeah. Mate, you got to watch yourself here walking around the footpaths.
Yeah.
You can just get absolutely mowed down by a...
Yeah, that happened to us yesterday morning.
Yeah, by a whole legion of shirtless joggers going at full clop.
Yeah.
A wide range of our bikes on display. We got our Higgs and our Izzy step through. This is for a competition to win a $1,000 voucher for a Murph bike. Come on down, try and beat the fastest time to get 200 metres. It's currently 14.83 seconds.
It's pretty quick. 14.8 seconds is super quick. Do you know any crazy times that are faster than that?
Not yet. I haven't been prepared to give it a go. It's a bit of a leg burner. So if you don't like to skip leg day, I would get on down here and get on the bike. Get in the draw.
And tell me, how many more years until we have Murph bikes as a part of the runaround circuit that we have here? It might give the athletes a bit of a rest.
Well, we tried to do it last year, but it was, I don't know, politics, let's say. No, just kidding. No, hopefully next year it'd be good. Give them a bit of a break.
We'll know for sure next year, guys. Come on down, check out the Murph bikes. They are beautiful bikes, very sleek, very clean, and they'll make your runarounds a lot easier. Thanks, Kev. Thanks, guys.
We need Murph bikes to
get back to our apartment.
Our apartment, midway up the beach there. A couple of Murph bikes would be...
Well, it takes you 45 minutes to get here, Reg, at the leisurely pace.
Well, you know, it's a morning
along,
stroll, you know. I think it's a beautiful part of the world, Shauno. I like to take in the morning ambience of Burleigh Heads and the Gold Coast. You know, breathe in that beautiful salt air. Look out in the surf and, mind surf a couple of little shore dumps. And go, if I was out there, I'd be ripping. But, of course, I have to go to work.
Yeah, well, some of us have to, unfortunately, mate.
Yes, and this is the kind of job we do, Shauno, so it's not that unfortunate.
This is Storm Hosking, the master surfer, and the only goofy in the Burleigh Heads team. Storm was ripping yesterday.
Yep. So he's subbed in for Jay Thompson from last year's team.
Good sub.
So yeah, he had a great heat yesterday, and he got another solid one there. So he's done his job.
Yahoo! Yoo-hoo, indeed.
The second sonographer that I know of in the field.
Yeah,
Chris Bennett from North End is a X-ray guy as well.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll be back very soon with more action from Burleigh Heads as the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle continues with quarterfinal number 1.
Swipe, stream, share. Boost Mobile works in more places. Now on 5G. No lock-in contracts. Bring your own number. On the full coverage of the Telstra mobile network. Switch today at boost.com.au.
All right, here we are. Well, we've got 20 minutes left in this first quarter final, and it's been a great way to start final day here at Burleigh Heads for the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented, of course, by NRMA Insurance. And that's the lay of the land at the moment. Defending champs, Burleigh Heads. Another solid display out there so far in this heat, and yeah, they're looking good, looking really good.
Yeah, we've finally opened up a bit of a gap. It was really close between all 6 teams in the initial stages of this quarter. But the big dogs have really pulled away now. So you can see there, Burleigh surged ahead. We still might be waiting for another score there for Storm Hoskins. But yeah, Labar, Lennox Ballina in second, looking good. Merriweather looking good. So you can see that 6-point gap between Merriweather and Yallingup, which means, yeah, those bottom 3 clubs, Yals, Cronulla and Noosa, are all need to get moving. They're going to need someone to blow up here.
Yeah, Storm got a 4.18 for his opener, and this is probably the first time we'll say it this weekend. There's a little bit of luxury, 20 minutes to go. He's only got one surfer after him, so he can maybe afford to paddle out and have another look.
Yeah, they've got tons of time. We just saw Jess Adam there for Merriweather. Just pull through that one. Looks
just
like
checking that his leg rope was intact today.
See if we can get another swim along the boulders. Okay, well, things are... Yeah, a bit of pressure for the defending champs early, but I'll tell you what, they're looking pretty good. Burleigh Heads. Jess, you're up there with the Burleigh crew. How's the vibe?
It's good. I'm on Burleigh property. These guys were here last year cheering on the team, and I feel like this is just the good juju zone. And actually, guys, Clubman of the Year for Burleigh Boardriders last year, wants to go back-to-back. Nervous, feeling good. I feel like Burleigh put a really good foot forward in this heat.
Oh, it looks good to be back here, Jess. And round 2, another interview, and yeah, look at it. Look at Burleigh, it's turned it on again, and we're stoked to be here just like last year. And yeah, let's do it. Let's get it on. Back-to-back would be good, but look, there's a lot of teams surfing well, and you know, it's a time thing as well. People are getting penalties, and like Hedgie yesterday, it was a bit sad, but man, I'm sure he'd be bummed. But, you know, that's the format, and, yeah, it's pretty tough.
I called it this morning. I feel like when it's like this, you really got to know this wave really well. Burleigh has so many different emotions and shades to it. I feel like that's a really good leg up for Team Burleigh, just to have surfed this wave so many times before.
Yeah, look, local knowledge helps, you know, but at the same thing, you still got to put it all on the board, don't you? You know, you got to put it together. So we're not counting all our chickens before they're hatched, and just take one heat at a time and get through this one.
And what do you reckon, Lenny? Do you reckon Burleigh's going to take the win today?
Yeah.
How long till we see you in the team?
1 year.
About 1 year. 1 year. You heard it here first. Next year's junior, guys. Thanks, guys.
All right, cheers, Jesse. That was Burleigh Heads Clubman of the Year, Matt Gleekus. They look like costume sunglasses, but I think they're actually his real shades. So.
I thought he's fully got the red tinted sunnies there.
That was Mav Wilson in and out once again. And was that someone, the Noosa surfer, Gia Lorentzen, having a swing as well? So 17 and a half minutes to go.
Yeah, it's another quick in and out there for Jess Adam. So it's starting to feel like for those bottom three clubs, they need to blow up somewhere. One of their surfers needs to blow up for a 7 or an 8, and they probably need one of the other clubs, you know, probably Merriweather, for something weird to happen.
Yeah.
A snap leg rope.
Well, at the moment, the three teams with the best scores are also the three teams with the most surfers through. So it's...
yeah, the bottom three clubs only counting 3 waves on those totals at the moment.
A real split in the field at the moment. But, as we saw yesterday with North Narrabeen, anything can happen.
Yep. So down to 16 and a half. It's starting to get really skinny for time here. There's Maverick Wilson from Yallingup, a couple of big backhand hangers. So he's going to have to get this in because they're running short of time. They've got to get Zach Ogram out, and then Jack Thomas again as their power surfer. So they've got a lot of surfing to do in not much time. So there is the Yallingup crew from WA. What's the story with the super coach there, Benzie?
Yeah, so Dane, I think, is actually the mascot. But the mascot's a coach, which is some kind of irony that I can't quite unpack, but I like it.
It's a bit of Uncle Rico vibes from Napoleon Dynamite there.
Very much so. Yesterday he was fishing with a 4X can.
Yeah, well, that's what he did in the...
He'd be catching a lot of fish up the top of the hill.
Well, he was involved in the mascot challenge.
Yep.
And he attached a beer can to a fishing rod, took over the judges' stand, and reeled in Vaughan Blakey as his act.
Yeah, just nothing but enthusiasm.
That's right.
So Gia Lawrence in there with a sick one, but just fell on that last turn. You just see her lit that first turn up. Look at this thing bowl out, goes up and over, and a little foam climb, but then can't squeeze another turn in. So
she just ran past us, by the way.
Yeah, so she's in.
And then this is Maverick on his backhand, vertical, straight up past 12 o'clock. Cracks it twice, releases the fin, so 2 strong turns. A little bit of downtime. This is kind of travel work as much as anything else, but did get another little half a squirt in there before hitting the Gold Coast dash.
Yep, well, there he is, Jess Adam, finally connected, and it's actually a pretty sick one. Oh, nice. There you go for the old boy. Throwing it around out there, that feels better. He got a bit lost out there for the first 5 minutes, but geez, mate, he really made up for it. Yeah. So Merriweather suddenly looking really good. He's going to come in, and Morgan Siblick's going to have, you know, he's probably going to have 10 minutes out there to find one last wave. Here's the replay. It actually went flat here for Jess. We thought it might have run out of juice, but then it went again. Great roundhouse. Of course, Merriweather, probably not too dissimilar a wave, you know, the point at Merriweather to what we're seeing here at Burleigh today.
Oh, how is that rail work?
Yeah, nice.
Matthew Hoy would be watching on at home.
So there's
Heart swelling with pride.
Grace Gosby for the Sharkies. So they're starting to run really short of time. They've still got, well, Grace has got to come in. They've still got to get Hayden Blair out. And then they've still got Cash Brown as their power surfer. So again, a lot of surfing to do and not much time to do it in. 14 minutes.
Nixie Ryan from Lebar just dropped a 6.8 as well. So that's going to... they're releasing their power surfer as well now. So the top 3 teams are really sitting pretty right now with Yallingup, Cronulla and Noosa some work to do.
Yeah, I can't see Cronulla getting their waves in time. And I reckon, actually, your mates from Yallingup, Binzi,
they're in a bit of trouble too.
They're in a bit of trouble, yeah. Even Noosa might be in a bit of trouble in terms of time. So there's the wide shot, as you can see. There's plenty of activity out there. The swell's jumped up a couple of foot overnight.
So Maverick Wilson's last wave came in at a 5.08. They're still in 5th.
Does Morgan simply have like instant dry hair? He came in and he looked like that.
It's a great wig, isn't it?
It's
the frosted tips.
It is a tremendous wig.
I'd imagine they're natural too. Like, I couldn't see him running in to get a rinse.
You get the frosties. Yeah. He's got classic surf hair, Morgs.
Kind of looks like one of those AI dolls that people have been whipping up for themselves lately, except he's the real deal.
Yeah, just tap into
Colgate
AI.
teeth.
Make me the Merriweather Power Surfer. And Morgs would come out.
Big grin, a little bit of ink.
Yeah, look at that. They're cruising. They're just they're mucking around now.
Perma-dry hair, fluoro surfboard. It's all good.
Yeah, he's got the full teeth that will blind you. But they're cruising, Merriweather. 12.5 minutes. Of course, the NRMA Insurance Power Surfer, they have to go out and just get one wave. They're only allowed one wave though, so they can't have two shots at it. No. They've got to pick a wave, and whatever wave they pick.
Everyone would know that though.
Yeah, well, even, you know,
you're not going to go out and get a second wave.
Geez, I wonder how
is Mikey McDonough out there already? I wonder how his ankle's going to fare.
You wonder how you know,
some witches' hats in place now.
Have appeared as you know, as heartbreaking as it was for North Narrabeen to lose yesterday in a shock loss in the first round. Mate, it's great news for every other club. If you're the other big dogs like Merriweather or, you know, Lennox Ballina, Burleigh, not having North Narrabeen in the draw is a very, very good thing.
Yeah, they would have been freaking out too much.
Torquay, the Bradburys of the 2025 Hyundai Australian Boardriders.
I like that, Binzi. They are the Bradburys. Let's see if they can do it. Here we go on the inside. Here is the big fella, Mikey McDonough.
Ankle looks all right to me.
Yeah, just cruising here. Not taking any chances. Just 3 nice turns. He could do that in his sleep.
Yep, so that's going to lock in their wave quota. Plenty of time left.
So it looks like...
So he doesn't have to run, he can just walk up.
Well, we were saying yesterday, perhaps if you get injured, you're allowed to runner, cricket style.
Yeah,
maybe.
And I think fair enough for Mike. He hurt himself on the facilities.
Yeah, just get one of those grommets. You can run 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Oh, the mascot.
Yeah. Yep, and the drone replay for Mikey's one. Just cruising, mate. He's such a smooth surfer.
Look at the crowd on the headland just in that top corner as well.
Really didn't have to push himself too hard there. He knew that wave. That's a 5. That's all they need. He'll cruise in with plenty of time. So you reckon Labar looking pretty good for the semi-finals.
So when Mikey McDonough won the event down at Snapper, there was momentum building through the day. Eventually there were a couple of buses that left Lennox to get up to Coolangatta in time for that. Will there be that kind of enthusiasm today, or are they already here?
Yeah, good question. I reckon they might be just watching the...
No chances taken this time.
Yeah.
They've been home watching, making sure this quarter-final... he's still there. He might be putting it on, maybe.
A Grom needs to carry his board. And him. Just cheer him up.
Geez, I'd be glad they don't have to, they're not down to 1 minute. He's got to do the sprint up the hill.
Well, the tough chair up last night, Geordie Smith over the Punta Rocket cobblestones.
Who got that job?
I saw Cole Houshman and some big rigs.
They had to call in the heavy artillery to get him up the rocks. So there we go. That's Zach Ogram there for Yals.
So he's done it as quick as he possibly could.
He did well. So he hasn't been out long.
The problem is that the 3 teams above them are not worried about the clock anymore, so it's going to need Jack Thomas to really manufacture something huge. Speaking of, here is Burleigh Heads.
Yeah.
This is Matty Job.
Oh,
I beg your pardon, Morgan Sidwick.
Yeah. For Merriweather.
Jeez.
Solid turns on the outside.
They are home.
And, Morgs will just cruise his way into the sand and take a leisurely stroll to the Oakley Exchange. About 8.5 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal number 1. So what a way to kick off the day, finals day here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, and that turn from Morgan on the outside. So in that one, there's that patented tight arc turn out of the top. Pretty sharp as it is.
Noosa, Yelling Up and Cronulla are now hoping that Morgs just jumps to his feet on the way in.
Yeah, those bottom 3 clubs kind of needing a bit of a miracle now. See Mikey McDonough just cruising up, nursing that rolled ankle. So we'll see how he goes for the semi-final. So they are well and truly through. Merriweather just jumped to first on the back of that last one there for Morgs.
So Zach Ogram's just dropped in a 4.25 for Yallinga. Unfortunately, there's still a score to come for Burleigh.
Yeah, that's going for a while.
Okay, well, yeah, Jess Starling there with Mikey McDonough. Take it away, Jess.
Ankle update, Mikey.
Yeah, pretty sore, but feels really nice to walk this hill. Yeah, be under that sort of last 30-second pressure. It's quite relaxing.
Tell me about this part. This part feels like it could be the hardest part of the hill. It gets a little bit slippery with the mud here, hey?
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a few things you got to dodge. Yeah, it's like this last little bit. It's like you got to get over this hump and a couple little landmine obstacles. Get yourself to the box. No, but happy to finish off that way. We'll see what happens, but I feel like we've put ourselves in a good position to get there, and yeah.
You're the NRMA Insurance power surfer. You hurt your ankle on your very first wave, but you still powered on through. That's got to be pretty cool for Lebar and yourself to know that no matter what, you're just going to keep trotting on.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel like it's one of those events where you never want to give up on your teammates, and it's got that team feeling to it, so yeah, I'll do whatever I can to keep going.
Well, we'll let you hobble across the finish line, and we'll see you guys hopefully in the next one.
Thanks, Jess. All right, we just saw Morgan Siblick trot past in the background to seal the deal for Merriweather. Noosa Grom, Mitchell Peterson.
Yeah, got a 6-1.
Slammed a wave just then. We'll wait for that score to drop in.
Yeah, and I think Matty Job for Burleigh, the NRMA Insurance power surfer, I think he got his one as well. Here it is. Just a smaller one right in tight on the boulders on the inside rocky, but he's, yeah, Burleigh are looking pretty comfortable. There's that wave you're talking about, Binzi.
So this is Mitchell Peterson.
Wow. Oh, hang on. Now, what do we got?
Well, time is in short supply. There's, what, 6 minutes to go? Where's the clock? 5:40 remaining.
Yeah, well, he's just gone past us. So take away probably 3 minutes. Yeah, they're going to struggle. But geez, they absolutely lit that thing up.
Yeah, 7.15.
Wow.
So yeah, it's put him in striking distance.
Well, there's the last score that's just dropped in for Matty Job. So
that's
the
5-point buffer.
Yeah. So Morgan Siblick dropped to 6.93. Merriweather will finish on 35.06. Mikey McDonough went at 5.03, so Lebar finish on 34.24. Burleigh Heads, Matty Job's last wave was a 4.13, 31.9. So Noosa's needing a 5.26, Yallingup's needing an 8.74, and Cronulla are comboed. They need 2 waves. They do have 2 surfers in the water. They're just going to have to do a 2-minute lap each.
Yeah, well, look at Cooper Davies is absolutely banging down the hill.
This is like video game POV stuff right now.
Watch him. I'm going to watch him get across these rocks. He's just going to just tiptoe across all 3 and try and just land himself.
Yeah, well, 4.5 minutes. That's a big ask to get across the rocks, out in the water, catch a wave, and do the Gold Coast run back to the top of the Hyundai Hill.
It's probably the best way to do the rock off, actually, just to do it so quickly you don't have to think about it.
Oh, sounds good in theory.
Yeah.
What could go wrong? So there he goes, in the water, but with 4 minutes to go, if he can pull this off, I'd be pleasantly surprised.
Theoretically possible, but probably impossible.
You wish that the score was less than a 5.
Yeah,
exactly. If it was a 4.5,
needed a 2.
Because he's effectively comboed if you take out the 5-point penalty at the moment.
Yeah.
Because if you knew you had that, you just sit and wait. You don't worry about the paddle. Plus, you clear your head a little bit knowing you don't have the Ironman to come.
It's nice. There's Hayden Blair. For the Sharkies. The beautiful wave. Shame it didn't come about 15 minutes earlier, because they are well and truly out of time.
So by the time he gets back to Cash Brown, he's going to have to run out, knowing that he's paddling through the cove, doing the rock dance, getting smashed. Just to hit the lineup as the time runs out.
So will you bother? You have
to. It depends how badly you want one wave of Burleigh.
You just,
the whole of Burleigh to yourself.
You can't not.
You can't not do it. No.
You can't just...
Even though you're not going to get 1 point, you got to go.
There is...
It's like conceding the putt on, the 18th or something.
Yeah, exactly. You can't do that.
So Matty job there for Burleigh. Brought the local team home, so they're looking...
This is Jack Thomas. He needs an 8.74 and to make it back in 2 minutes 40. So this wave's going to have to offer him something spectacular on the inside. He's going to need been never before seen.
Need a 5-second barrel on the inside.
But he moves up into, yelling up in the fourth. They might take home a little bit of extra prize money.
Yeah, maybe.
You got to take that into account too. So
it only leaves now Cooper Davies from Noosa out there is the only one with any chance of upsetting those top three, and he is a very, very long shot at this point. I think that's him out there, you can see.
Yeah, he has to catch this way.
Anything over a 10.26 will give a bit of breathing room.
You can see there's the Noosa crew there. He's got one.
Yeah, there he goes. Straight into it.
Oh, it's got a great long wall on it too.
He needs this one to stand up on the inside. So one good solid turn on the outside, just linking. Oh, a bit of a stumble there, and so...
That doesn't matter. He's just trying to get as close as he can to the Gold Coast dash. Well, this whitewater's going to buff him up right the way through to the corner, so he's going past us, and then the pavilion.
Is it a 90-second run, though?
So he's he really only needs...
Oh, he's putting in the Trevor Hendy's right now. He's still sticking with that bit of whitewater.
Well, he only needs a 4.5, but look where he is. He's no chance of getting back in.
He's not going to get from where he is now to the Oakley Exchange in 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Well, this is the opposite of Cash Brown going out knowing it's hopeless. He has to sprint, knowing he's not going to make it.
That's even worse.
Mate, I reckon Gout would struggle. I reckon to get up that hill in under a minute at the moment.
He's going to get to the sand, and that's going to be about it, I'd say.
The worst part is there's a strong chance the score will flip up, and they'll temporarily be sitting in third.
He'll jump to third for about 10 seconds. There we go. He's got 45 seconds. He would have to break the Hyundai Hill record if he's going to do this.
Gold Coast Suns were top of the ladder in the AFL for the first time yesterday for about 2 hours.
Stranger things have happened, mate. He's got a good hustle.
Oh, he's got 30 seconds. There he goes. He's on his way behind us.
Well,
put him in, Cooper.
Look at this fastest times.
25 seconds. Let's hope for nothing at the crosswalk.
20 seconds.
This is where civilians come into play. The lollipop men need to be on their game at the exit.
Get the kids off there.
He's on the 6th.
Well, he's made it through to the chute. He's got 10. Oh, this is heartbreaking. This is going to be the fastest lap, hands down, that anyone's pulled.
3. Is he going to...
2, 1. Oh, there you just see it at the top there. Well, there you go.
Cooper Davies, you legend. That was such an incredible effort.
Wow, Cooper. He's sucking them in, but wow, great effort there.
Mate.
That was so quick. That was a night. 2 minutes.
Tell you, old Dino Brady's must have been doing some sprint coaching with these guys.
Look at the score pre-losing the 5 points. He's only 31.9 for Burleigh, 31.02 for Noosa. They almost got there.
Yeah, so he would have, if he had made it, he still would have missed out anyway. But
yeah, he gave it a seriously good dig.
4 points.
Isla Huppets with the 6.38 for that big one turn.
Yeah.
Maybe the difference between the two teams.
Once again. Yeah.
Yeah, that was as close as it gets.
So, well, a valiant effort there for Noosa. Jess, you got Cooper Davies. How's he feeling?
Oh, so close, Coop.
Oh, well, we gave it our all. It's all that matters.
Right close to the finish line. I got the sand 2 seconds earlier. Everyone was going, you're the fastest runner on the team.
on. Give me a bit more energy on that inside to get me up past that gutter, but it is what it is, and what an event. So thanks everyone. Good luck to all the rest of the Boardriders clubs.
Awesome. Cheers, Coop.
Yeah, legendary performance there for Coop Davies. Mate, we wrote him off.
We did. We thought there's no chance, and he came within just a few seconds. Of course, we'll be back very soon with quarter-final number 2 as all the action continues live from Burleigh Heads for the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented by NRMA Insurance.
Swipe, stream, share. Boost Mobile works in more places. Now on 5G. No lock-in contracts. Bring your own number. On the full coverage of the Telstra mobile network. Switch today at boost.com.au. Boost Mobile.
Welcome back to the Hyundai ABB National Final, Series number 12, proudly presented by NRMA Insurance, and it has been a cracker morning already. If there wasn't enough heartbreak yesterday to fill up your sadistic cup, there definitely was this morning. Straight off the bat, Cooper Davies probably set or would have set the fastest run home of the morning, but did not make it, painstakingly close to getting up the hill, but I think his total would have just fallen short anyway. Nevertheless, the theatre was there, and it's a great start of the morning, and we're about to bring another classic heat. Stace Galbraith alongside Vaughan Dead.
Morning, Stace.
In the booth, good morning.
Whew.
What are you
Feeling
drinking?
good, mate. I'm drinking a big, fat soy latte at the moment.
Beautiful.
In honour of my good friends from NASA Boardriders who aren't in this heat. But, mate,
your club, NASA.
It's not mine, actually. It's Ronnie's. But I do have a soft spot. I've got a soft spot for so many clubs, hey, because, like, there's just... I guess when you get to know each and every club, when you get around the contest site, you get a bit of a feel for who they are, what their culture is, and, mate, there are some mad dogs at this comp.
There are.
None better than... I think it's between Werry Beach and Bungan for the Team Spirit Award at the moment. They're going that loony. They're cheering on any club that runs past the bar up there.
Well, they are after midday.
Yeah.
There's just absolute silence up there now.
No, it's dead quiet. And after the, shindigs that were going on last night, I think that there's going to be silence for a few more hours yet, Stace. But, mate...
my dark horse is in this.
Who is your dark horse? Because
I thought Trig yesterday was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Really
good.
Sort of, they got outshone by a few bigger names and a few bigger clubs. And it's no different here. They're in a huge heat. North Shelley, Culburra, Peninsula, Coffs Harbour and Torquay taking on little old Trig.
Oh, okay. So I've got like 6 favourite pet clubs in this heat.
You're completely done.
I love them. Here's Trig points. Team list, mate. Fletcher, Lanwan, Jack Mickle, Izzy Campbell, Jake Scott, Luke Campbell. And Fletcher's going to paddle out again as the NRMA Insurance Power Surfer. They're one of those stories that come out of this event every year where people look at the team's list and they go, okay, Narrabeen, Snapper, Merriweather, Avoca, sure, North Shelley. But, Trig Point, Peninsula, and let's add Port Macquarie to that yesterday, getting it done as well. Really starting to say, cop this, look at us. And Culburra is the ultimate example of a club that came from absolutely nowhere to win this thing, so it can be done.
Absolutely. And you wouldn't be surprised with a team list like that. The Wright brothers back in action here for Culburra. Lani can't cross, Ben Warren, and Lani's going to go out on a limb here and say, brother,
yep.
Is this a double sibling heat?
Yeah,
I mean, do some research.
Can you imagine if Tyler was surfing for Culburra, how many comps they'd probably win for the next 10 years?
Yeah.
Dynasty.
Full dynasty. This is Peninsula, Willem Watson, Lucas Hickson, Lockie McDonald, Lucas's sister, Sarah, Tarby Woods, and then Lucas will paddle back out as the power surfer. And they're stoked today. The Victorian clubs love a bit more energy in the water. It's looking like a a real nice summer version of a few of their waves down that way, so they'll be stoked.
Okay, this is another pet favourite of me. The Banana Coast represented here, Coffs Harbour Boardriders Club. There he is, the big banana. And he's pumped. Brino, not here, but a shout out to all the crew back home in Coffs. This is a club that bring the team spirit every single year, and they've finished runner-up, I think, back in 2019. So they've almost tasted the victory. It's a great team, mate. It's a great surfing region.
It is.
And I thought, we watched Lee Winkler do a lap yesterday, and I don't know, mate. For my generation, we had this sort of era of just nuggety, stocky, low centre of gravity power mongers, and they all came from the same space pretty much. But let's get into the action here with Trig Point. Nice up and over to get things going. Stace, you're a Gold Coast aficionado. Man, what separates Burleigh from the other points? Because it is so much thicker, the way that the waves refract around this headland and load up on these inside banks.
Tricky chook for Torquay. He doesn't muck around. Yeah, he got off to a great start yesterday. That's the kind of wave where he might be kind of second-guessing himself here. Does he call it, or does he...
Oh, gets a nice finish. I just think
He's called that he's going to paddle in.
You've got to still play the smart game ahead of the ego game in a way. Like, you've got to think team first when you're the first surfer. It's probably going to land at a 4.
Yeah.
And that's enough at this point.
It is, though, but then you do get a surfer like Troy who's able to score in that higher bracket quite easily. Let's be honest. He's been on fire. And then the grommets, I'd say, have got a bit more to give. Tully yesterday and a few of the others, like, not quite there. So sometimes, Troy's called it early and gone a point or a half under what he's averaging. It does put that pressure down on the team list, but that's a good chance for the grommets to step up.
Yeah, and I think, considering the talent in that team, you've got a couple of Challenger Series competitors on there, maybe 3 or 4. Oh, here's Huey Vaughan. And crack into the lip goes Huey. Wow. What a sensation this young man is. And look at that. He's able to just pull things from nowhere. I mean, I know that was a bit of a bobble. The wave flattened out on him. He's not happy. He's going to paddle back out, I believe. Jeez,
you saw that happen a few times yesterday where you could get out and maybe wait for your team to hear the score.
So he's around the point a bit, maybe. Towards the cove.
Into him, Chook.
So Huey on the replay here. It's a nice opening carve. And then this setup is just as crispy as anything. Deep bottom turn into the pocket. Kablamo, and okay. Well, that one, whatever.
Outside, is this Peninsula? Will and Watson, maybe?
Oh, bummer. Good combo there. Points gone begging. Torquay, okay, a 3.88, so slightly under what I thought Brooko might get. And that will apply a little bit of pressure to the rest of the Torquay team, but not enough to worry them. And what they do have on their side is a little time advantage here, which can be really crucial, as we've seen so many near misses.
Did your soy latte just hit the deck then?
No, it was my phone. I dropped my phone.
That's fine.
It has no cover, of course. So it's brand new. I literally dropped my last one. I was cutting a fish down by a rock pool, had the phone in the top pocket, and it just fell straight out down a crevice. And I got it out, but the battery fried. So anyway.
It's so blokey of you.
Oh, look, yeah. Mate, live and never learn is my motto. Here's
is this Coffs Harbour?
I think it might be. It's Coffs.
Young Will Martin. Oh no!
So yeah, you were going to say.
Oh,
what makes Burleigh different to the rest of the Queensland points?
Barbed wire tattoos on your arm. Oh, sorry.
Barbed wire tattoos, filthy little ratty.
Well, I've got to be careful what we say here because we've got a lot of the Burleigh crew just hovering outside. We're just next to their clubhouse just here. Dwayno, Handsome James, Ernie Byrne, Coach Hanada, Jet Dennison, the treasurer, who's been cooking the books for years. What makes Burleigh different though? But I guess you're going to see it when the tour event comes here in a month or so's time. It's like snapper's pretty easy to surf. Like you paddle out snapper, oh my board works good. Well, if it doesn't, you're in trouble. Whereas Burleigh has got so many different emotions to it, or opportunities in different parts of the point. And obviously, it can have its day where it's like you said, like thicker and heavier and crazier, and it can handle a bigger swell here quite often. Kira's washing through and Burleigh's still good, but yeah, it's a pretty cool part of the world. It kind of reminds me of Lennox a little bit. Like when you paddle out, you kind of know where you sit, and that's like nowhere near the top.
Okay, well, let's throw it. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. I really do appreciate that, because I love the Queensland points, mate. But this point in particular has so many good memories. But let's chuck it down to Jess Starling, who is with Team North Shelley, who have hit the front.
Great timing, because Huey's up and riding Russ. What are you thinking?
Oh, he's surfing really, really good. He stepped it up from being the little board boy. So, we're stoked in him. And that first stall was really good wave, so pretty happy.
Yeah, so you guys trying to wave him in before maybe a bit of frantic energy?
No, not frantic. I don't think he realised how good that wave was. And, time's such a big thing, so the more time we can give someone else, the better.
Beautiful. 675. We'll start it off for North Shelley. Good luck when you get out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jess. If that's Russ frantic, what does he look like when he's chilling?
Yeah, that's right. Horizontal.
Oh, this is
beautiful
nice.
Snap there.
Yeah, beautiful combo. This is a really well put together wave and a nice little punch on the end section. Peninsula will be frothing on that. Check the body talk here on Trig Point, Stace.
Trig Point are doing well in this event. Obviously, we spoke about their heroics yesterday. And they've already got one score on the board, but I still think that's their first surfer.
Oh,
huge turn out the back.
Big
Will
section.
Martin, 4 coughs. He'll be stoked with that.
This is the advantage of having a little bit more grunt in the swell today. We turned up, it's just a bit more size, but it's got a bit more power underneath it. And we're going to see the big turns unleashed. There's no question. And we might even see a few little cones out there, dare I say it.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see if that can come about a little later. I'm a bit worried that maybe the bank's not exactly tuned up for that at the minute, but stranger things have happened.
You never know, mate. Someone's going to paddle out with a full nose for it. And here's a replay of Surfer.
This is Willem Watson from Peninsula.
Yeah, mate, this is beautiful. This is such a great wave.
That's a Vico combo if I've ever seen it.
You love that, don't you?
Big finish. That was sick. That's Fletcher for Trig there. So he already had a 3 in his scoreline. And I wonder if that will better it, and if by how much. And then out the back, Will Martin, one big turn. He'll be stoked with that because he had a fall on his earlier wave. And very recognisable paddle in there from the big O.
Oh, so tight. Mate, this guy can spin on the head of a pin. He is that nimble, and he does it with such power. And I mean, that is not even by any stretch a good wave. And you love that, Stace. You know, if you only get the one shot, you may as well make it count. He threw the kitchen sink at it. And here's Tully.
Wow.
And Torquay, they need him to step up. Oh, have a go at the wind. I mean, he throws buckets anyway.
That's right. There's a few surfers in this draw that didn't need any extra help with their spray throwing, and that's going to help the course today. And Tully's done really well there with the time.
Just to point out, though, I thought Brooko might have banked a 4. He got a 3.88. So just a touch underdone for Brooko. Not in terms of the scores, but what they would have liked from him.
I agree. And when you just put into comparison about how the other surfers started, Owen Wright 6.55, Huey 6.75, Will Martin 6.03, Fletcher 4.65, which is kind of, so you can still kind of be happy with that and get in on time. Whereas a 3.88, particularly with how good Troy's surfing, that is, you know, a bit under there for Troy. But Owen will be stoked with that.
Mate, Owen used to be a little bit of a string bean, a long, skinny string bean. And how's the bulk on the dude these days?
Look at that.
And look at it, straight off, tagging off to another completely muscled out little unit. Formula 8 little V8 Charger.
There's not 1% body fat between those two.
You're dead right. You couldn't pinch him.
Thanks, bro.
I mean, that shows you how much pain the Hyundai Hill can generate when you've got an Olympian bronze medalist, multiple CT winner, a guy who's been absolutely flogged at the biggest wave zones in the world, just gassed out of his mind.
And it's pushing through that many turns and then riding it the whole way in definitely takes it out of you. We're going to need Chris Marta down here again to wrap us up, I think. It's, yeah, beautiful one day, perfect the next here at Burleigh Heads in southeast Queensland. And as goes with most places around the world, with a bit of weather comes the swell, and we're all waiting for these next surfers to hit the lineup. We're going to take a break here at the Hyundai ABB National Final presented by NRMA Insurance. Massive action in the water. Don't go anywhere. Mikey Wright has just entered for Culburra.
Ever been hooked from the first wave? Or given a pathway to shine? Have you ever found your tribe amongst the noise? Or sacrificed to stand out amongst your peers? Ever felt support that gives you the strength to keep going? Or paddled into the unimaginable? Ever met a generation that knows no bounds? Now you can.
A help company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Ever been hooked from the first wave? Stand out amongst your peers. Ever felt support that gives you the strength to keep going? Or paddle
some tubes, and Ethan, he kind of rode through the curl there a little bit.
Almost got the
Mikey
fish.
up and riding.
Oh, Larry. Drop that wallet, Mikey. It just, that wave backed off on him. It was interesting hearing, you know, that little chat between Huey Vaughan before.
And Mikey?
And Mikey. He was saying that he didn't come in because he felt like he was having to push through the wave. And like Russ was like, he didn't know how good it was. Clearly, you know, he got out there and he went, there was just no juice in that thing, so I paddled back out. But the judges just loved it. 6.75 for the first, and I don't know, my gut feeling when we first watched it, Stace, was like, yeah, get on in. Job done, Huey.
It's job done, for sure. But yeah, so like as an individual, which all of these competitors are, except for these events during the year, it's sort of like you're so hard on yourself, and you're always going to give yourself an uppercut no matter what, unless it's like a straight out 10, which in their mind is probably a 15.
Yeah.
You know, like unless it's such a clear cut wave, you're always going to probably give yourself 2 points under what it is going to be, which is. Yeah, understandable, but in conditions like this and circumstances like today, you kind of got to give yourself a bit more room.
I wonder how much more honesty it brings to your self-scoring, being in a team environment, because you're out there going, oh, maybe that's not enough, whereas in a normal heat, if you're just surfing for yourself, you're probably like, I'm getting cooked, they're ripping me off. You start splashing the water, giving it to the judges. You know what I mean? Like with 100%. The team element, you know that you're getting judged by your peers just as heavily as you are by the judges. So
it's a really good point you make, because there's about a minute or so before you actually hear the score. So you're relying on maybe a board being shown or a wave in or something like that. So yeah, you're exactly right. It's the 5 people in your heat that have given you the score, not the judges. But then, like what happened to Huey then, that score does get read out. Mongrel there living up to his name, getting underneath and just getting caught behind.
Mongrel. Great name, isn't it?
Great name.
I was thinking of calling my kid Mongrel, but I couldn't get it through.
Couldn't get it through.
No, I had 3 names.
Yep.
Mongrel, Geezer, and Buster.
This is for your human child?
Yeah, for my human kids.
Okay.
No,
not an animal.
Couldn't get any of them through.
Okay.
None of them.
Good name for a guinea pig, maybe.
Mongrel.
Mongrel.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, good name for a poodle. Actually, my grandma and my granddad called their poodle Carl. Carl the poodle.
I love dogs with human names.
Well, this guy is no poodle.
No, not at all.
He's more like a pit bull. Mikey Wright, he's a little out of sync. That's two waves where he's had a fall.
His like paddling ability is off the charts.
It's off the charts.
He's just got 3 waves in like 45 seconds. it's ridiculous.
Big shout out to some of our viewers from all over the globe, Stace. I believe you've been getting messages from a few of the crew in El Salvador, and also big congratulations to Geordie Smith.
Yeah.
But he wrote it to you, obviously, and said,
he's
mate,
tuned
I just
in.
came in.
Yeah, he actually
big
didn't
win."
want to surf the final. He wanted to come in and watch this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, anyone else?
Oh yeah, I learnt that Kalohe and Dino enjoys a soy latte like you as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so you're in good company there. And no, it's cool to see like the rest of the world tuning in, and obviously get the team spirit is alive and well throughout the globe. But it's growing. It's got a lot of room to grow, I think.
Yeah, and the board riders culture really is starting to just manifest in all areas. I know the US scene is really starting to gather a lot of momentum. Santa Cruz, Space Coast, San Clemente. There's a whole bunch of clubs over there that are really starting to bring it.
Yep.
And we've seen other clubs in, I think Hawaii has something like 6 or 7 clubs
Yeah,
now.
like Seabass and his wife, Chrissy, they've started up the Kauai Boardriders, and yeah, it's super cool.
So this is an unbelievable float. Massive float from Trig Point. Just loses the balance, comes down on the outside rail. Those ones can hurt. That's whiplash.
Big time. But also get you real fired up too.
They do, don't
You
they?
kind of get a bit belted, and you're serving for your club. I reckon like a stack like that's completely sweet.
Jack Mackey.
Out behind now. This looks like Lucas Hickson for Peninsula. Unfortunately, just getting caught on a bit of foam on that ride.
Well, Jack Mickle, sorry. Let's have a look at this. Big float. Oh, inspired by the Miggy Poopo float. Bringing him back. Bring back the float. I was actually talking to one of the North Shelley boys. He snapped his shin bone in a heat.
Oh, horrible.
Doing a float. You got to watch those floats, man.
Yeah, big time. Yeah,
Remember
Ethan Ewing
Floatergate?
did that when he was like 16.
Remember Floatergate?
I do.
Do you remember
Owen
that?
was in that heat,
Yeah.
right?
Owen Wright and Adriano de
Adriano,
Silva in a final in Brazil.
Yep.
Okay. Macy, what's she going to bring to the table? Look at that face.
Oh, nice. Macy Callahan really known for her wipeouts. That was fantastic.
Well played.
Yep.
She's like, Mickle throw down a big wipeout, we'll cop this.
Yeah. Not to be one-upped in the wipeout department, Macy Callahan. So we see a bit of kerfuffle up the top here. This is maybe Ethan Stocks just in and out for Coffs Harbour.
Wow, these second surfers are really finding it hard to lock away scores. Wonder what's changed. Wind's up a little bit.
Sort of yesterday, like that tide just running out. I'm a bit scared about the low tide today. Like there's just not a lot of vertical face.
Oh, here we go.
Here.
That bottom turn. Oh man, just good, solid foundation surfing. Will never get old, Stace.
Nah, particularly on a day like today. It's an interesting one. Team waving him in. Mikey will know he's got plenty more to give, but he was he was kind of running the shocker loop a little bit, and so just to get that score on the board now, he's also the power surfer for Culburra.
So that's lovely, but look at this.
Wow, the bottom turn was insane. Board looks amazing.
I would pause that bottom turn and whack it on my wall and just be like, that's what I want to do one day. Beautiful swooping arc. Coffs Harbour. Stocksy. And this looks like Mickle again, and this time he stays on his feet. So a good exchange. I feel like the surfers here have just felt like the need to get busy. Wow. Love that.
When you're on the rock. Xavier had a turn before that though.
When you're on, you're on though.
Yeah, but did Tully's score only come in at a 4.88? Which is not a bad score. That was a really good wave for Tully, but just with Troy's start, I'm a little worried that if Xavier didn't have a second turn, he should probably be back out there, I would say. But he's coming in. We've seen him come through the inside, so we'll catch up on that in a minute.
Okay, well, it looks to me like Torquay are just running a clock game so far in this heat. They're not too concerned about the big scores, but at some point, they're going to have to, really make the effort to whack a couple of excellent ones into their heat total.
Yeah.
Because they're at third at the moment. They've got the personnel. And Ethan Stocks. Yeah, I remember watching Stocksy when he was just a little brom, mate. Fun fact, we got our ears pierced together.
Oh, cool. You guys did that Surf World trip, eh?
Yeah, years ago.
Do you keep it?
I did keep it. Yeah.
Stocksy keep it?
I don't think so.
Does he still give you like a wink?
From memory, his got infected, and it was just that gross, like
heavy.
Hectic. So there's Zave. He's calling it. So
he goes Macy out behind.
All right,
fourth wave, North Shelley. Right off to it. This is a good start for Huey, and a couple of nice turns here for Macy.
And just adds a little bit of sting to that second turn. It didn't click the section like perfectly, but it definitely had a bit more aggression. And the judges are going to love that from Macy. She's so smooth.
Yeah.
Tag off there. For Culburra. And that's Lani Cancross. What happened?
It's just so good. Jono, our lovely cameraman, is just not scared to just put a camera just in front of hurting blokes, and it's so real and raw. Very rare to get to see, you know, these superstars of our sport just absolutely caning.
Oh, well, mate, there's the Gold Coast Dash, and they're going through it. It is not relaxing at all, but one place where it is very relaxing is the NRMA Insurance relaxation station. We're going to throw it down to Jess, who's enjoying a bit of peacetime right now.
Welcome on in, guys, to the NRMA Insurance Relaxation Station. Come down, have a seat, grab a drink of water, just chill out a little bit, get your face painted if that's what you're into. These guys are also doing hourly giveaways. You can win something like this MR board, VIP passes, or even just some fun bucket hats and things to win from around the event site. These guys are an amazing new sponsor we have here at the Australian Boardriders Battle. They are the presenting partner, so a big thank you to NRMA Insurance. So come on down, guys. We're located at the bottom of the hill. Just come out and chill out.
Thanks very much, Jess. NRMA Relaxation Station. See you there, Stace.
I'll get my face painted.
I mean, I'm getting pretty exhausted just watching other people run up Hyundai Hill. Macy will hand it over to the one and only. Holmesy.
Macy's got a good bit of clubby history in the blood. She's not scared of a run, swim, paddle. And I believe you might be able to help me out here. Lani from Culburra can't cross. Her dad, I think, was a former Ironman champion.
Is that right?
I think so. Yeah. She absolutely rips too. Like, if you haven't seen much of her, get a hold of her Instagram. She absolutely tears. So I'm excited to see her get a few waves here this morning out at Burleigh. The Wright brothers have put the team in a pretty good spot here. Two scores only locked in, but they are in second. Oh, excuse me, my bad. Third. It's North Shelley that have only got 2 scores in. They're 2 real good ones. 6.75 for Huey and a 6.5 for Macy.
Now Holmesy coming up next. It's incredible what a victory in this event can do for your club.
Oh yeah.
Culburra came from nowhere. Like I can't even remember how long they'd been a club for. I think they might have reformed with the Wrights, the Wattos, etc. But when they came through and won, all of a sudden they were a powerhouse.
Yeah.
But that was it. There was no more like this is a minnow, this is a tiny club.
And
it was
heaps
like
of swagger.
Out. Yeah.
So much like energy walking down the comp site. I think they were at Cronulla. Was that the first year they were in it? And they were just chest out. They knew they had the superstar team, and they absolutely delivered.
Yeah.
Like, it was pretty cool.
Incredible. I remember Tyler getting washed off the rocks into the pool.
Just, you know, the boys are tough, and so is Tyler. She's tough as nails.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely. Yeah, that was actually really hectic.
But North Shelley, North Shore, 2 other clubs that have won the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle finals. And again, it lifts the entire mood of that club to another place. And I think that for clubs who haven't quite done it yet, who have been around for 60 years, it just oh, it just drives you mad. They just want that next level of respect from everyone else.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and then nothing worse when you see a club, maybe go, get a couple of wins in over a couple of seasons, or one, 2 in 5 years, or something like that. You just go, give us a go. Yeah, Merriweather looking really, really good this year. They've already got a title or 2, perhaps. And to think we're up to series number 12.
But who do you think, in your opinion, who are the clubs that should have had an ABB finals win by now?
If they haven't,
just give us 2.
Torquay.
For sure.
Yeah, I don't know if they've got one. I don't think they have.
No.
They, in my mind, they should, for sure. Great club, heaps of history, great surfers, well coached. It's all there.
Yeah, I think Coffs too. They're celebrating 60 years as a club. When you've been around that long, when you've played such an important role in the community, when you've bred champions, you just want that last little trophy.
Yes. Yes, you do. Well, we get a bit of a lull in the action here. We're going to take a break at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle National Final presented by NRMA Insurance. Don't go anywhere. More action coming right up. Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle 2025. This is series number 12, presented by NRMA Insurance, and it's a cracking second day of competition down here, quarter-final action in the water. This is heat number 2. A lot more sunshine today, Vorno, a lot more swell.
Yeah.
A little less paddling for the
juicy.
surfers. The waves are bringing them right into shore, but nevertheless, that Gold Coast dash up Hyundai Hill is still looking perilous.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. Day 2 is when even the cocky units, who yesterday were like kind of flexing a bit on it, saying, oh, that's easy. There were a couple.
Yeah.
Huey Vaughan, not naming names. But you wait, by your 4th go around, you're going to be feeling in the glutes. The lactic acid is going to be pumping.
The power surfer, just having to do it twice a heat.
I know you have. Have you felt the burn of lactic acid when it builds up?
Oh, it usually goes straight into my stomach and then out through my mouth.
Rega's like, no, I've never felt that.
I heard a running joke, and I believe it's probably not true, but it's a funny one. Like, I think you can wear it out.
Is that right?
Probably not, but it's a nice placebo.
What about this? Beautiful opening slice.
Why not? It's a nice thing to think about. It's got to get rid of it somehow.
There's Lockie McDonald there for the Peninsula Club. Just a one turn. What a bummer there wasn't a combo on that thing, because that was just a full
outside.
Whoa! Attack mode here. Trig point.
So Izzy Campbell, that was a sick turn. She'd just be hoping for one more.
Oh, that was really strong ride.
Really well done.
Izzy Campbell, such a strong surfer, but it's not a whole...
Here we go.
You don't see that sort of aggression.
Oh, wow. These are 2 clubs. It's sort of, you see that happen in heats, like 2nd and 3rd here. They're already doing well on the scoreboard, and now they're doing well with the timing. This is really well done for those 2 clubs.
Let's doff the cap to Xavier Huxtable. His team needed a big score. He dropped a 7.55.
Well done, Xavier. He did need that big number, and he's great call there. He definitely did it.
Okay, so we've had a bit of action during the break, and let's have a look here. This is Culburra. And this is a great ride. Beautiful swoops through that whitewash. Not easy to do. Gets a big, powerful finish.
Well done. And this is Izzy Campbell's wave. Wow. Oh, she got a couple of turns. This is going to be a huge score.
And that's it.
Oh, excuse me. This was a different wave. Okay, so she kicked out of that one and then got another one. And this is the Peninsula wave that you mentioned.
Yeah, we came back to this one.
Oh, it's such a bummer. Just one more turn on this wave would have been real handy.
Lockie just getting caught behind.
And he got another wave here, Borno. He's looking good on his equipment. Lovely swoop out of the top there.
Oh, a little frustrating.
No. And this is Lani's other wave. Oh, excuse me, Izzy Campbell. Oh, wow, that slash was sick.
I think if I'm Trig Point, I'm calling in. It's get to the beach. There's so many points in that first turn.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, Holmesy. Woof.
Thank you.
Thanks for
very,
coming.
very much for that display of perfect power rail engagement.
Yep.
Oh, well, we saw Nick Squires, similar physique, running up that Gold Coast dash yesterday, and it just gets so tough. He missed it by 1 second, Stace. It was so hard to watch.
I wonder how many footsteps it is, and just if he could have had the rate of step up by a millisecond each one, he would have got there.
This is a big wave.
Wow, Ellie Harrison from Torquay. Oh, well done, Ellie. Great turn. This is a surfer who's been practicing the run. She's been up and down the Torquay Winky Pop stairs and getting well prepped.
And a surfer who just continues to improve almost every single time she paddles out. Like a few years ago, she was amazing. She had a great run as a CT wildcard at Bells.
Yeah, she did.
And now on the Challenger Series and just ripping. You know when surfers are on because they're free surf, something special happens. She got a barrel during that Kira swell.
Oh, that's right, yes.
It was unbelievable. Look how lively she is. So powerful. And she just lines that section up so well. That was perfectly timed. And Torquay are starting to feel it here, Stace.
This is Rosie Smart for Coffs Harbour here. She's found herself a nice wave. Nice second turn. She can hang on.
Yes.
She's stoked with that.
Yeah, Coffs have got a little bit of work to do. They're
well done by Rosie to get that finish done.
They've got good scores, though. Good scores on the
They do
board.
have good scores. They're just sort of fighting the clock a little bit here. I think they've only got 2 locked in. So Rose will be stoked to get that one in and maybe even tag her brother Creed to get out there.
No, she's going to be tagging with Ewok Winkler.
The wink. This is the full ride here, Borno.
Yeah, this is nice. A really patient style, Rosie. She's got one of those, the ability to never look too busy or rushed on a wave. It's got that sort of Machado quality about it where you can just stand there but you're going fast. And this is Ellie. I mean, this is the kind of surfing that is screaming, I'm ready for the tour.
Yeah, big time. Yep.
So a little slow start from Torquay, but you've got to give them credit. It feels like they might have had a plan, if there's low scores at the front, don't panic, come in, let's manage this clock. We've got the team, we can get big numbers.
Speaking of which, Jessie Starling for the local Bricky Concreter. Take it away, Jess.
Couple of Holmesy staple money carves on that one, getting you guys a good score, back in the lead.
Yeah, I kind of tapped that first section and then I didn't really know what to do next bit, just sort of carved and I was like, do I go back out or come in? I was like, no, I'm not paddling back out. Sort of running a bit slower on the clock than I like, but let Russ get out there and get a bomb, so yeah.
If that's you surfing, not knowing what you're doing, I'm a little bit nervous for when you do know what you're doing. You just said to me that run never gets easier. You got to do it hopefully a couple more times today.
Well, let's hope so. Only 2 more times, maybe.
Come on, Holmesy, you get excited.
I'm fucking rooted.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, swear you are, Holmesy. No, fair call. Fair call. I mean, you've got to run it.
Yeah.
To earn that sort of response.
100%. Here's his wave again.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
The second turn, as he said, Borno is insane. Just the patience of waiting for the wave to get a little bit steeper. And then, obviously just unloaded. He's done that before.
How good's Australia?
Oh,
the vernacular.
So good. Unfortunately there, just surfing real good. He just can't put the two turns together. He'll be a little bit disappointed because it's nothing worse than knowing that you're feeling good on your board and you've been able to get some good stuff done, but you just can't link it up in a big combination for your team. So he's going to have to sort of wave the white flag there and come in and tag in the next surfer.
It's crazy. He's had so many good waves. He's had so many good moments on waves that didn't really offer a whole lot. Like, you put together a little clip of his 3 best turns and it looks like he's absolutely on fire. That's Lockie McDonald for Peninsula. It's a little bit unfortunate with wave selection, but he's got a couple of scores locked in there. We'll see how it pans out once he hits that Oakley exchange.
Huge score in there for Ellie Harrison. 7+ ride. She'll be stoked with that. And that's put her club well and truly in the lead there. Torquay, they'll be really stoked with that. I caught up with Uncle Bell Warren this morning and he was...
how's Uncle Belly?
He's hurting. Yeah, he's hurting. But kind of always had a bit of a theory that you sort of do some of your best work when you're a bit dusty.
Mate, we were having a giggle last night. I saw him up there in the premium bar on the Hyundai Hill and I was like, how was the chirp on you, like, leading into this? Because he's going, we're in, we're coming, we mean business, we've got the team, let's go.
Oh, Russ!
Oh, love that. Kind of a little delayed little roof ride.
Rock and roll.
But yeah, and then they paddled out and had probably one of the worst heats they've ever had in any sort of team format. It was close to their biggest shocker, but they did enough to get into the redemption round. And then, they looked really serious after that. Yeah. No more mucking about.
No.
Here's Russ for Dorse Shelley. What is happening? Have these guys had a little team meeting and said, let's just get the rail fully wet this morning?
Fully doused. And real good time in there for Russ. Like, he can get in and get out and give their Grom a good time on the clock because there's 28 minutes remaining. And they are well and truly doing well on the time front. And because his team's been able to get a bunch of good scores, Russ just there with the 4.43, that still sees them in the lead because everyone else has been dropping sixes, so they're doing really well.
Jackson Cohen,
let's hear Coach Vaughan.
Yeah, let's have a listen.
I've got time. You got heaps of time. Perfect. I reckon
you need like 2 minutes.
If you're out there and there's 12 minutes. No. If you're out there and there's 12 minutes, if there's 12 minutes to go, wrap it up.
You don't need it. You got to paddle out and luck into like a little double up anyway. Do a couple of turns. If it doesn't feel good or whatever, then you fucking shoot back out over there like you did.
Oi, Huey.
Heaps of time.
When are you going to wrap it up, mate?
Wrap it up soon.
How long do you give yourself? 12 minutes.
8.
Not even? Yeah, not even. I don't know. Just as quick as I can.
How's the glutes feeling? You got any?
The what?
The glutes. They humming yet?
Oh, the glutes are feeling good. It's more my Achilles.
Be careful. They take a long time to come back from, bro.
Yeah. Wouldn't want to do your Achilles.
Russ is looking good across the Gold Coast Dash.
He's been training.
He's been training. He's been running. Him and Holmesy have been, I don't know, doing like 10K sprints.
What have you been eating?
Watch out.
What have you been eating, Huey?
I've been healthy this morning. I had an apple this morning.
Yogurt.
Yeah, YOMG.
YOMG.
Yeah, heaps of YOMG yesterday, not today.
All right,
maybe
mate. We're gonna wrap you up, son. Good luck. Your team's in a pretty good spot down there.
Cheers, legend.
And yeah, good on you, legend, champion.
Mate.
Broadcast first.
Just an apple. Get on the Zoom energy gun, mate.
Interviewing through the TV.
I love that. Is that a first?
I think so.
Loudspeaker interview.
That worked way better than I thought.
I'm really enjoying
I think we
this.
should just leave up there, Huey up there all day.
I was just kicking back, enjoying every word. What about the Grom coach and the Grom though? That's got to be a first. Yeah, mate. Look, if you got 12 minutes, just wrap it up, all right? It's so funny. He was the Grom last year, and he's already schooling him.
Still a Grom, but
on you, Jackson. Get out there, brother. Let's see it.
I was talking to Huey, obviously coming into this event, and just just beaming with pride over his brother, you know, like just him last year, Joel surfed this event and he surfed so well.
Yeah.
And he got a bit unlucky in the final with obviously how huge it was and everything, and now he's on the tour killing it, like 12 or 13 in the world, and Huey's got to fill those shoes, and Huey knows that. And he's doing such a good job so far. I know Joel and Vaughnie will no doubt be tuning in as you can on the Surf Network if you're watching from across the globe. So thanks for tuning in as we see Russ there tagging Jackson. And like North Shelley, they haven't skipped a beat so far.
Worth pointing out and reminding our audience as well, Stace, that the YouTube feed's going to go down. Semi-finals onwards, we're going straight to Kayo Freebies, bruh. Exclusively to Kayo Freebies. So if you're watching on the YouTube, get on there right now, actually. Sign up so you can just go click and watch all the action from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle finals presented by NRMA Insurance.
Beautiful. And that's right. Internationally, you can tune in on the Surf Network, which there's, been a bit of viewership.
Oh, there has been, mate.
Judging by how much your phone's blowing up.
My phone's going bonkers. Okay, 24 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. It's been an odd heat, really. It's been stop-start. It felt like right at the... all the first surfers seemed to get it done pretty quickly. Second surfers took a little bit of time. And just lately, Stace, it seems like some of the waves that have stood up have been really punchy. Like more punchy than what we've seen this morning.
Yeah, we've seen some like big one-term opportunities for a team comp. You know, one big hit, no matter where you are in the world, that's always 5 points. It's like the easiest 5 you can ever give. And it's pretty, for these level of talent and what's in the water, it's pretty easy for them to do.
Yeah.
So if you can just find that one huge big section.
And you're letting no one down by locking a 5 away.
Not at all. Not at all. Particularly if it's quick and you can give the next person a bit more time. You know, we've kind of seen that with Torquay. They've kind of got like that, variety of scores. But if your superstars can stand up, which they have, you can, like what Brooko did, he got in and out pretty quick and only got a 388, but it sort of gave, Zave and Ellie and Tully a bit more time to lock in those bigger scores, which they did.
Trig point, big swoop.
The Subway Surfer. Young Jake Scott whacking it there to finish. Had a good catch up with him there this morning.
Well, that's a cool little wave for Jakey. Really cool, actually. There's nothing better than seeing a grommet commit to the full roundy.
Yeah,
I love it when it's not just a sort of a carve down. It's the full over the shoulder, looking for the rebound.
Yeah, not giving one hoot about the rest of the wave and just staying on your line the whole way
because
around.
I don't know about you, Stace, but I used to just waste section after section looking for something to do a chop hop on.
I actually was thinking about it the other day. I don't think I've ever done one.
A choppy?
Nah.
Come on.
I'm going to go practice
during
one.
the joy rides or anything?
No. The fins stay in the water.
No, I just commit to rail.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Look at this, see, I love that.
That's sick.
You just know that you're looking at a guy who's going to do some really good surfing in his life. That was so
cool.
well put together.
Sick.
Yes. Well done, Jakey.
The pressure on the kids to do well is just so immense, and when you get a wave like that for your club and for your team, like such a long way to travel for all the WA teams and Tassie and South Oz and the rest of them, like it's so cool.
Station, and then I think we've got basketball over there, which should be pretty fun.
You've been on these machines much today?
Yeah, quite a bit, to be honest.
In between surfing heats, you'll find her here, actually. It's going to be pretty cool. You won this event last year, and now to have one of your major sponsors here supporting it too, that's going to be just like kind of pinch yourself moment, hey?
Yeah, it's so sick. The boost crew is so sick, so yeah, it's fun.
Well, guys, like Isla mentioned, there's a lot to get amongst today. There's also a QR code over here you can come over and scan, and you can win a meet and train with Jack Robertson for you and 3 friends. Also like to point out the lunch for 4 voucher at the Pearly Pav. I will be signing up for that one. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
On your Jess, and big thanks to Boost. Great supporters.
Meet and train, or was that meet tray with Jack Robbo? I reckon a meet tray with Jack Robbo could be the call as well.
Yeah, just like
with a few snags. It's pretty club round related. Like as much as like we talk about the surfing and how much everyone's well coached and filmed and trained and all the rest of it. That's all great. But the unsung hero of board riding culture across this beautiful country is the one who's flipping the snags.
Oh, no doubt.
And it's a thankless task.
Oh, well, Trace at she's the absolute queen of the sizzle.
Yep, Daryl Parkinson kept me fed through my childhood.
I reckon you did right there, but a meat tray with Jack Robbo, you guilty. Sign me up. I'm going to head down there and try and win a lanyard as well. There's nothing better than walking around the comp with a lanyard on, just Wayne's World style.
Yeah.
VIP. No, that's classic. I was going to say, meet, train. Do you get over surf with Jack Robbo as well? Because that could be terrifying.
Yeah, that would be terrifying.
Yeah, we're just going to go for a leisurely
stroll
out.
12-foot sunset.
12-foot box.
Yeah. You would. You love big, scary waves landing on your head.
I have made almost an art form out of getting caught inside stays. It happened to Kira, happened to Cloudy. Happens everywhere, mate. It's a 1-foot Crescent Head. Shout out to the crew at Crescent Head Boardriders. They've just reformed. They could be here in a couple of years.
That'd be cool.
That's an exciting time for a beautiful little surf town to be back. Pretty famous for a lot of log events, throughout the year. It's that sort of wave, but
and Swedish backpacker.
It's so cool that they've got the Crezo Boardriders back in action. Stoked. And
good spot for a roundie.
It's a great spot for a roundie. Yeah, I was watching the Shane Holmes and Russ Maloney calves just then. I was like, oh yeah. It's just a beautiful little open face point. Very playful. Good stuff.
Speaking of playful, there's some fun little waves rolling down the line. The lower tide definitely creating a few more little opportunities out there.
Torquay, another surfer in. I think that's Jarvie Barrow. He's done the job. And those big scores from Xavier and Ellie have just allowed Jarvis, if you get in trouble out there, the luxury of having a couple of sevens is just huge.
It's so good.
And this is Culburra. And I believe that's Warney. And they're calling him in.
Kind of time's ticking down here for the Borough.
You've got to be careful, Stace. 1 minute you're just cruising, locking away a couple of big numbers. Next minute you're just fretting. And how hard is it? I mean, you know, having been an elite level coach, how hard is it for the athlete to stay composed when the clock becomes the enemy? Like, can you?
Yeah.
Some surfers love it, but a lot don't.
It's in one breath, it kind of makes the equation a bit more simple. Like, you've got to kind of, with these next two surfers, just get in and get the first wave that breaks, you're essentially going. Which, in that sense, it's a good thing. But if a bomb pops up in front of you and you know this is your only chance, that's where the capitulation can start to happen.
For sure. Well, let's throw it down to Jess, who's with Tarvey Woods from Peninsula Boardriders.
Actually commonly known as the Shoe down in Peninsula. Time's ticking away right now. Drama is building for Peninsula.
Yeah. I'm just going to go out there and belt it and be quick.
It's the game plan. It's the game plan from coach. You get nervous, we're just talking. It kind of feels like you black out when you're out there.
Yeah, well, when you're paddling out, you feel a bit numb and just feels weird, and it's very quick.
I've been told he's called the Shoe because he surfs like someone called the Boot down home at Peninsula. So you reckon the Boot's watching on?
Maybe, but hopefully I surf like him and just do good, I guess.
The Shoe, everyone.
Get him, Shoe.
I love the Shoe.
Oh, that's
what a character.
Great progression of the nickname. Oof.
That was sick. Who was that?
That was Sarah Hickson. I feel like Peninsula in a similar position to Culburra. They got a couple of surfers they need to get through here.
Stace, it's almost like...
There goes the Cops banana.
It's almost like Peninsula just took a leaf out of your book. Simplify. We just heard Tarvey say, I'm just going to get out there, whack it, and hopefully not take up too much time.
Yeah, well, that's the dream scenario. But, yeah, it's sort of...
What's Sarah Hickson looking at here, do you think, in way of a score? Because that was such a good turn.
Yeah, it was well done.
Aggressive, committed.
We've seen some pretty big numbers for Izzy and Ellie so far in this heat. I don't know if it'll go that high, but I think it'll be very respectable. And I think she'll be pretty proud of that effort, particularly given the time on the clock and knowing that she's got to get her surfers sort of in the water. And
well, let's rip the Shoe into him, shall we?
Unleash the Shoe.
Unleash the Shoe.
We playing Monopoly?
Is he a steel cap Shoe?
Yes.
Yeah. Mate, what happens when you get the Shoe and the Boot together?
Oh, I could only imagine it's just belting of lips.
The Shoe, the Boot, and the toe.
Stop talking about Paul Brizzo's sermon like that.
Oh, Brizzo. What an absolute Burleigh icon.
I haven't seen him this
Yeah,
weekend.
I saw him.
Did you?
I saw him last night.
At the Pav, or?
He's going good. At the Pav, of course.
Get him, Ewok.
All right, so Culburra sending out their next surfer, and that is going to be Daxi.
So this is dangerous.
Well, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. They're in third. Good scores on the board. Like, no worries there. It's time.
Coffs have... Lee Winkler just ran up, and so did... Oh, Warney only just ran up. Okay, so Coffs are a bit behind the time as well.
Yeah, it is really... It's getting tight here for these teams.
Yeah.
If you cop a 5-point penalty, you are gone. You're not getting through these heats.
So
here's Wink. Let's have a look at the replay of Lee Winkler, former CT competitor from Coffs Harbour. And that style is as timeless as sand through the hourglass, my friend.
That's great. And then it's North Shelley, Grom on the outside. Is it Jackson? And so they're doing pretty well, as per Coach Huey Vaughan said. They're going to get him out there with plenty of time. And Sarah here, nice turn on the outside for Peninsula. And a beautiful turn to finish.
So cool. The bottom to top.
She got a 6.608 for that wave, so she'll be stoked on that. And this is North Shelley here. They're doing really well for time.
Yeah, I think that might be.
As are Torquay. So number 1 and 2. Oh, Louis Campbell might have just done a real number there for his club. He pretty much has no choice except to get in. Although I'm not actually sure that was Louis. Yeah, it was. Okay, so now he's going to send out Fletcher, which is not
Let's
too
look
bad.
at the replay.
Not too bad for time either.
Oh, it's a 1-2 squeezing.
Love that.
2 turns into a 1-turn space.
So this battle for third is really heating up. Culburra got the points advantage, but they're not so far ahead that a 5-point deduction couldn't just absolutely rattle their whole setup.
Yeah, and look at this, Trick Point moving up into third as we take a break here from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle presented by NRMA Insurance. Don't go anywhere, a massive climax, this one coming up.
Double overhead day here at 5:15. All the way out the back.
Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, series number 12, presented by NRMA Insurance. This is the Torquay Club looking pretty smiley down there. Here's the Trig lads. How you doing, lads?
Underdogs.
Backing themselves in. They went mad yesterday to get through to this round. And
they're into third.
They're in. They're in with a real chance here.
This is good timing for Culburra. Oh, the Grom. Wow. He did so well to get up and into that section.
Daxi. He's looking towards the beach.
I can hear some whistles there.
So,
I sort of can understand what Culburra are thinking, because they've got Mikey Wright in the Oakley Exchange, which is sort of would be having like a caged animal up there at the minute. They really want to set him loose.
Yeah.
And although young Grom here didn't quite get what he was chasing, it's just a time thing, and unfortunately, when you're the Grom, sometimes you've just got.
Oh, look out! He's
Here we
got
go.
a bonus one on the inside.
Nice.
Well, that'll do.
Oh,
that'll do.
He kind of has to come in now.
Well, you've got to give your power surfer, the NRMA Insurance power surfer, a crack.
That's right. Even for the point of the time and the rest. And then when it is a surfer like Mikey, you're odds on to bank a score and not lose 5 points, which can mean a lot.
Well, think about this, Stace. That 2 could be a 7 in the big scheme of things if they don't get penalised for the time.
Yep.
Yeah, Mikey is just straining on the leash. He's got his tongue out the side of his mouth. There's foam everywhere. And he just wants the Grom to get in so he can get out there and do the job for Culburra. Back up into third. Culburra on the back of that score. So, job done. You know, all he has to do is keep them in the hunt.
So, are we now down to power for just about everyone?
I think so, mate. Yeah,
we are
sure.
for Trig, not in the water yet. Creed Smart's in the water for Coffs, which is
so Coffs still
kind of
have
dangerous.
2 surfers. That's, he's going to have to get moving.
How you feeling, Mike?
Start paddling.
How you feeling, Mike?
Huh?
How you feeling?
Oh, yeah, no, not too bad. Feeling good after, 30-minute rest after that run at the start there, but, wait and see how we go anyway.
7.5 should be enough to do the job, eh?
What, points or
time?
Time. Yeah, fun. We need at least 4 minutes to get in, so should be right, mate.
That's awesome, mate. And little Dax, a couple of falls, but he got the job done.
Yeah, that's it. We're all getting the job done. Just got to put the nail on the coffin and make it back before that buzzer.
That's it, mate. Well, best of luck. Go, Culburra.
Cheers, lads. Cheers.
Go, Dax.
Nah, mate.
Look at those fresh legs.
Mate, the most important thing that Dax could contribute was the clock. Like, a couple of scores, a couple of moves. He gets that little bonus squiz. And Culburra moved from 4th up into 3rd. So job done. He's going past us right now. And this could be the quickest wave we've seen in this heat. Oh, cool. There's the live heats, quickest time. So we got the quickest surfers up the chute. The Gold Coast Dash, then Hyundai Hill. Look at that. 51 seconds is the best time we've seen. So
it's a pretty popular walk around here. Not a lot of room in that track.
And he'll just scoot over these boulders like they're not even there.
That's right. Yeah, hop, skip and a jump. Wow.
Oh, can we get a timer on the quickest over the rocks? That is deadly, that sport.
That was ridiculous.
Wow.
That was stupid.
Best I've seen. Best I've seen. Mikey Wright. The animal.
There you go, the jet ski arms. Doesn't even have his leggy on. Does he? Or is that just a... yeah, he does. Sorry, I thought he was just like, didn't even chuck his leggy on. It was just straight
Right, that would be taking the animal to the next level.
That would be taking the piss.
So good. Torquay out in front. Here's Stace. North Shelley in second. 2 heavyweight clubs. Coffs moves into 3rd. And now we are with Huey Vaughan. And this kid is the power surfer. Oh! He bashes it. Somehow rides out of a critical bowl.
Ridiculous. Then he got tubed in like the after spray.
This is amazing. This is exactly what we want to see in the quarterfinals. 6 minutes 30 to go. The NRMA Insurance power surfer Huey Vaughan
outside. Here we go. Trig
gets
point.
out and delivers. Trig point now.
Really important way for Trig.
Well, they were in 3rd just moments ago, and they've slipped down to 6th.
Yeah, but I feel like with the clock, so they're done.
That's it.
So they will, with that score, get up into 3rd. Coffs, they're going to need a miracle to get in on time. Now, Culburra Peninsula have to score and get in to make this heat. Because Huey's put a really good score on the board here.
This turn, Stace. Tell me about it.
Oh, I'll let the turn do the talking. You feel those ones.
I felt that one.
You feel those ones. That was.
You know what's crazy? He finishes the turn and he's in the most critical, scooped out dumper.
Yeah.
Wow. I love that.
Barreled in the whitewash?
Yes.
Sick. Yeah, that's the kind of turn that you probably didn't need to go that hard at it just to get the score you needed to get that far in front. But if you undersurf that wave, you would have fallen off in that kind of ejection, you know.
It speaks a lot to go hard.
You just got to just surf what's in front of you. As we see Tully Wiley here coming in, we have to assume he got some sort of score on the board. We'll wait to get clarification on that, but he will definitely get in with enough time. So will North Shelley with Huey Vaughan. Hugh Vaughan takes his team to the lead there.
Yeah, there's a chance that Tully went right wide, so we may not even have the footage, but we'll see what the score is. Mikey right now, Culburra. The first turn was a big stab right into a steep section. Bonus bit on the end. There's the hammer. He unleashes and Culburra go up like they've just won the GF.
Wow. That's the kind of wave that can kind of give your team the energy it needs to do something pretty special.
Isn't it? That's a full foundation for great things.
Wow.
And we said he was going to run into that bottom paddock and just rip the livestock to pieces. Well, he's done that.
I think Grom had a lot to do with that there. I know he didn't get the score that he wanted, but the fact that he just got in and got the time and realised the team's position, real big team play there. And then, Mikey owes a lot to Dax there to give him that time to get out and get it done. The Grom, if Culburra do get through this one, which is looking likely, he can step up in the next one.
Claim that 5-point penalty that they're not going to get.
That's right.
And chuck it on Dax's score for a 7, because that's how important his performance was.
So now it's really up to Peninsula now to convert, and I think their power will be Lucas Hickson. What a beautiful bottom turn.
I mean, how's the power just in that stab? He really goes through the lip, and then And you talk about waves that make you feel something. I mean, you don't even have to be a fan of surfing to know something special went down on this one.
Same again, he didn't need to go this hard. Wow. Thank you. There's only one gear with Mike.
And there they are, Team Culburra. Watto, O-Dog, the family.
I was giving him a bit of grief yesterday.
Is that the entire population of Culburra?
So I was like, how's Mikey not in the heat round 1? And I got a spray for even questioning team selection.
Be careful what you say.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Up here, the clubs are passionate. The Bungrel's on the trot. No worries. Gets it done. And feeling it as he goes up the Gold Coast Dash. And we've got a tag, have we? No, this is just coming up into the opening exchange.
Tully's belted one down there because they got a huge score.
Yeah, sorry about that. There's the odd little section way down the point.
Shout out to Pratamo and Pratamo's Angels up there. They don't miss a beat.
Miss nothing.
Yeah.
His eyes are so glued to the action, they're practically stuck to the leggy.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hats are looking sick.
And Mikey Wright will run up Hyundai Hill into the Oakley Exchange. Job done for Culburra.
How good's this? High fives on the way up. Nothing better than doing a few club.
2 minutes. What a contest. You just don't get this sense of action anywhere else. The team atmosphere is huge.
That way, far out.
High five, Uncle. Salute. High five. How's that, mate? Yeah. Almost too much time, hey?
Fucking walk in the park, mate.
What do you reckon, Owen? Did you dig deep?
Exactly what we needed. It's what we ordered.
And big question, where were you yesterday?
Nah, but we got such a good team. We kind of just taking turns and don't want to burn each other out. So save the best for last, I suppose.
There you go. And so through to the semis, how does that make you feel?
I don't know. Who'd have gone? Not yet, eh? But got the job done, I suppose. But that's what I knew we didn't really have much of a choice. Had to just go one. So anyway.
Talk us through this replay. You're looking pretty good.
The boys were revving us up. The boys were revving us up, get out there and get it done, son. So, trying to do it while we could, but
Does it get much better than doing this for your friends, family and hometown?
Oh, nothing better than doing it for your hometown. So, with all the boys around and all the lads, all the kids now too, we all got Grom, so it's pretty sick.
Awesome, mate. You've done the beach proud and good luck in the rest of the rounds. Yeah, cheers. Mikey, right, back to you guys.
Oh, good stuff. I'm feeling it up here, Stace. Feeling it deluxe. 23 seconds. Is there any chance of a ball over here? Could anyone put a pin in the balloon?
Yeah, we'd need to see a replay here from Lucas Hickson, although he's not actually going to get in time. So unfortunately for the young fella there from Peninsula, that looks like it, unless, I don't think Coffs Harbour were able to pull a miracle. And Peninsula are going to cop the -5 as Coffs Harbour, I believe.
What a bummer. Cox
That's
was
a bummer.
so within reach too.
They were, big time.
And again, you know, time management just is so crucial. But what a heat. North, Shelley, Torquay Boardriders, Culburra, they get it done. We'll see you in the semi-finals. Bad luck there for Trig, Coffs and Peninsula. But I think Trig Point and Peninsula in particular will really go home going, okay, we can do this. We belong here. Like, let's get it done next year.
I was like, yeah, 6 minutes.
Yeah,
When I was almost down there, I'm like, oh yeah, 4:30.
Yeah.
Second run was easy in the first one.
Yeah, I know.
Righto, well, very happy Mikey Wright and Culburra as we take a quick break here from the Australian Boardriders Battle. Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, proudly presented by NRMA Insurance. Next heat coming soon.
A help company would get people back on their feet after things go wrong. And it would make complicated stuff simple. A help company would cover you no matter who's driving your car. Or if you forgot to lock your front door, Kevin. It would hire climate scientists and try to predict the unpredictable. It will do all those things. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
I think when you're outside and you're just with friends and you're connecting over a fire and there's just no other distractions, the big picture becomes really simple. You just look at life as this thing that is just there to be enjoyed. I think that's a really crucial thing when you go camping. You kind of just, all just gets stripped away, and what matters is the moment and connecting with other people, with nature. Too easy.
Well, here we are back at Burleigh Heads as the finals continue here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented by our very good friends at NRMA Insurance and Sean Doherty. Well, a lot going down with that last heat, and there's a lot going on in this one.
What is going on there? Sheldon Simkus.
Looking
the
good.
Eye of the tiger, mate, getting ready for Snapper Rocks. He's facing the wrong direction. That way, mate.
Yes.
Down the hill.
So there you go. Look at this. This is, what are we up to? Quarterfinal number 3.
Yep. There we go. And the lads with the leisurely jog.
Yeah.
It won't be so leisurely towards the end of this. Towards the end of this 70-minute quarter-final. But here they go. That's Dakota Walters surfing for Byron Bay there in the green. So the lineup, as you can see, North Stain in the red from Manly Beach in Sydney. The big dog, Snapper Rocks, from about a 15-minute drive, depending on traffic. Could be about 45 on the way home this afternoon.
Yeah.
Just here on the Gold Coast, Maroubra United from the south side of Sydney. Avoca from the Central Coast, previous winners. Byron Bay, as we said, previous winners as well. And, well, new kids on the block. Port Mac from down there on the mid-north coast. Great to have them in the mix here in the quarters.
Yeah, well, there you go. There's the North Stain list, of course. We've got Sol Grudling, first surfer. Axel Rose Carrotta, Saxon Reba. Down Neve, who was their star performer yesterday. And, yeah, looking really solid there. The North Stain Snapper Rocks. Well, this one, Sheldon Simkus, Josh Kerr, Raya Campbell.
Yep. So it's good to see Wilco here. He was part of their team when they won the ABB final a few years ago. So Avoca looking for another run at it. They were looking pretty good yesterday. Speak of Devil, there he is.
Yeah, good looking rooster, isn't he?
Willie's, yeah, ready to paddle out and dominate on his backhand.
Yeah.
Tear Burleigh a new one, as he'd probably say.
And Byron Bay, well, look at that. Dakota Walters, of course, been a star performer at the Hyundai Boardriders Battle many, many times. Matt Brindley, Duke Rencher, Lahani Zorek, Kieran Perro. KP, of course, is their master. And we've got Dakota will be their power surfer. So there's the overview here at Burleigh. And the Port Macquarie, as you said, new kids on the block for this event. Mitchell Vanderveer, Joey Silk, Imogen Enfield, Archie Branch and Kelly Mills. So be interesting to see how Port go out here this afternoon, or this morning I should say. Feels like the afternoon, it's only 10:30.
We were just commenting that. It seriously felt like 4 o'clock. and we realise we've only done 2 heats.
That's right.
Here we go, straight up into it. This is Sol Grundling from North Stain. Zing bottoms out, just attacks the lip, sticks it, gets around it again for another one. We can see as...
doesn't ride out of that.
Yeah. You can see as the tide's dropping.
He went hard, though.
That bank around the corner of the rock break here at Burleigh getting a little below sea level.
Look at this, looked good off the bottom, just drove into that lip. Really nice snap. We're setting up this last one, and yeah, that one just sort of crunched down, and he just couldn't ride out of it. But yeah, who we got here?
There's be Blake Thornton there for Maroubra in the yellow.
Yeah, and if you're out on the beach, on the crowd, we've got the big O, Owen Wright, doing a signing at the Dometic tent. If you want to go up and get Owen Wright's autograph, you can do that in around about 2 minutes at 10:30, as we see Blake Thornton there, just finishing off there for Maroubra. Whoa.
Yeah, throwing a bit of heat. That was Sandon Whittaker, I think, on his backhand for Avoca. So yeah, dropping tide here, as we saw this morning. Plenty of swell arrived overnight. A couple of foot bigger than yesterday, which, yeah, it's actually made, yeah, look, you know, we were throwing 5s around yesterday, Reg. Today it's, you know, 5s, 6s, 7s, or bust, really.
You'll see some good scores go through. And yeah, solid teams out there. We're going to cross to Jesse Starling, who's with Caleb Tankred from Avoca.
A nervous Caleb Tankred, that is. How you going, mate?
Yeah, good. Actually looks really fun, so I'm excited to get out there.
Who's out there now?
Sandy.
Oh, Sandy. So we switched up the team today.
Yep, stuck with a goofy foot and we got Sandy today.
How come we've got the switch up?
You'd have to ask the coach that. It's not up to me. Just stoked to be a part of it.
How are you feeling in your team? A lot of trust in it?
Yeah, we've caught in Matt Wilco today, the big gun, so that should be helpful.
I saw you almost didn't make it across the finish line yesterday. I cut to be like, you got to make it across this, mate.
First time doing it at Burleigh, so it's good to know the rules. Yeah.
Beautiful. Good luck. We'll let you shake off those nerves. Get ready. Surfer 2. Good luck.
Thanks, Jesse.
Pretty chilled, Reg.
Yeah, very chilled.
Couldn't tell you the strategy.
No, as coaches, I just do as I'm told. Good team player.
Avoca keeping their heads down, mate, and just quietly working their way through the draw.
I think that was the Avoca surfer there, wasn't it?
No, that's Mitch Vanderveer from Port Mac. So I think they qualified last year, Port Macquarie, for the first time, so their second year round, and they're into the quarters. This is Sol Grundling here for your old mates North Stain from Manly. Whoa, what's going on here, Reg?
I know, we could see.
That's, well, not exactly cricket. 2 serves on 1 wave.
Yeah, well, whether or not there'll be an interference called, we'll have to wait and see. I didn't see the start of it.
So it's Port Mac on the outside. And on the inside there, that was Sheldon Simpkins for snapper. So, you know, judges will probably have a very, very good look at that, Reg. It's potential interference if it, you know, our eyes don't deceive us.
Well, Mitch Vanderveer didn't seem that concerned when he saw.
No,
Sheldon.
well,
He's looked at him and he just kept surfing. Yeah. That's the way they do it down at Port.
At Port, well, mate, that's how it happens at Lighthouse.
Yeah, Lighthouse.
Do that at Lighthouse, mate. Just they don't look back.
No. Yeah, well, we'll just have to wait and see if there's any call made by the judges.
Repercussions.
Yes. What is the penalty?
What's that?
Standard? You'd lose your best player.
You'd lose, well, you'd lose your scoring wave, wouldn't you?
That's right.
Or do they halve it? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, well, the snapper crew, they've already called the interference themselves.
Yeah.
Because it was on them.
That's right. So
for Avoca, for ABC. Yeah, so they have pinged Port Macquarie with the interference. Which, yeah, isn't good news if you're one of the Port Mac crew.
Oh, no, Joey.
No.
Yeah, it's little Joey Silk there. I thought I recognised him. So there's the replay of the interference. Sheldon Simkus on the inside. So he had right away. And I don't know if Mitch just hasn't seen him. Yeah. So, yeah, not a great start for Port Mac. Probably not the end of the road. They could... Okay, well, I think Jesse's down there with the Port Mac crew. What's the take on that, Jess?
Yeah, Mitch, what happened?
I actually did see Shelley on the inside, but I thought he was like 2 sections deep, and so I just decided to go. Obviously, he's made some ground up and they caught it, yeah.
Spewing. I mean, we saw something similar with Hogg yesterday, but you have an amazing team and can definitely still come back from this.
Yeah, totally.
Got trust in Port Mac?
Yeah, we're getting a little run at it now, and silly mistake, I guess. Probably the adrenaline running through us a little bit. But, yeah, we're stoked to be this far in the event, and good that there's ways for it.
Come on, Port Mac.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Thanks, Jess. Yeah, well, there you go. So
Yeah.
2 sections in.
Mate,
You kind of see how that happened, because there is a sort of wedgie section between it, but it's rolling the dice.
Well, mate, it's the golden rule of the Gold Coast, Reg.
Just drop in.
Well, it's drop in and sort it out later.
Yeah.
But, those guys, guys like Sheldon, and that's what they do for breakfast, mate, is they just make sections that shouldn't be made.
Yeah.
That's what they do behind the rocket snapper.
Right, it's amazing the number of times you see a drop in there and you go, this surfer's going to make it for sure.
Yeah.
And someone just thinks, hey.
It pops out the end. So...
Happens to me all the time when I'm a surfer.
Well, I know. Well, that's... Oh, here we go.
Look at that.
Is that Coda Claw there for...
No.
Yeah, it is, yep. Or is it still Blake?
I think it's Blake.
Still Blake.
Yeah.
No, I thought Blake had come in earlier. There he is.
So, Blake...
So the old boy still throwing a bit of heat there.
Yeah.
Really gave it to that last section.
Yeah, have a look at this. Yeah. Great surfer, Blake. Yeah.
Pop the fins.
Yeah.
So he was probably already sitting on a score as well. Well, here we go for Byron. It's Coda Walters. Ton of speed. He's got the old fast twitch muscle fibres. He moves 1,000 miles an hour.
Oh, okay.
Trying to get a little cheeky reverse in at the end, not quite. So there's a lot happening out here. There's another wave. There's someone going down here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if that was that score for Dakota, or he was already sitting on a 7.0. But he lit this thing up anyway, Reg.
He did.
Little speed turn. Yeah, another little float. I don't think that's the 7, so maybe he actually had a 7 already.
And he went back out.
He went back out. Mate, well, when you're Dakota Walters, mate, that's,
it's what you
sevens, that's not what you're out there for. You're out there for 8, 5s and 9s. And we've seen the replay here. Going down. Now, was that still Sheldon out there? The snapper rocks in the white. Dakota's on his way in for Byron, of course. Well, Dakota, not technically from Byron. Surfs the Byron Boardriders these days. Lives a little further down the coast, although he lives up the coast these days as well. He's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, we'll just...
Yeah, so coming up next, then Mac Brindley for Byron there, second surfer in the green. He's coming up. There's Coda Clawn for the bra in the yellow. He had a good day yesterday. Righto. So Dakota Waltz. This is the 7 we missed.
Right.
Oh, this is why. Look at that. Bottom turn, top turn combo.
So he already had this wave locked in and he went back out.
Yeah, well, I think
probably because it was short.
Yeah.
He's just thinking, I'll go back out and
get a second one to get to the beach.
Yeah, well...
Well, that's Joey Silk from Port Mac. Great little surfer, and he just lit that inside up, out the back. That was second surfer for Northstone. That's Axel Carrotta there, I think.
Yeah, Axel just smacked that with too. So,
and that is still Sheldon there for Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, nice finish there for Sheldon. He'll call it on that one.
Yeah, Joey Silk actually lives a bit further north of Port. He lives on the back Plummer Road.
Okay.
Yeah. Great little surfer.
Yeah. Oh, he's lived near Kim Sundell.
He does, indeed.
Yeah. Yep. Hang out with the big kahuna.
Yeah, well.
That'd turn you really weird.
The guy, as we call him. in Surfing World.
That's right. So we've got some scores drifting in. Yeah, Sand and Whittaker for Avoca. 3.33. Caleb next is out there, of course. Then Maruba Blake locked in at 4.33. Sol Grundling with a 5 down for North Stain. And Dakota, we had that 7, then his second wave was a 5.28. So kept a 7.
You wouldn't mind handballing that onto someone else in the team if you could.
Yeah. So you got just a little bit under 57 minutes remaining in this third quarter final. Of course, we've given the teams 70 minutes today as opposed to 65 minutes yesterday. So
Yes.
that extra 5 minutes does make a difference.
Yeah, so here's Joey Silk, the junior surfer for Port Mac. Great little bowling inside wave. He's got great style. Just whipped it around in the pocket and finished it with a big blast. So that is a keeper every day of the week. Thanks, Grom.
Yeah, really good surfing. Look how fast he is.
This one
out
here,
of the
look
lip
at
here.
it.
Bang. It's really good.
And just that bottom turn, great style, and that forehand whip. So, yeah, of course, Port Mac already pinged with an interference. So they're going to need, if they're going to get through this heat, they need their other 5 surfers to basically just do what the Grommet did then. Okay, well, there's Axel Carrotta heading up for North Stain. Yeah. So QBC went down yesterday, Reg, your club?
Yeah, they did. They didn't.
Queenscliff?
Yeah, it wasn't a great showing by the old Queensland Boardriders Club.
They needed you back to coach, mate.
Well, yeah, I think they made a few tactical blunders. But no, it was just one of those things, you know. You see, like Winter Vincent, who's probably the star performer, Australian qualifying surfer at the moment, but he just didn't do it, you know.
Yep, so there's Sheldo,
who was further down the line from Axel Carrotta. So a lot of ground out there. That was a big different section.
Well, Sheldon's been out there since the start, so he's probably, as a result of the current, there's a bit of current moving, so he's probably moved a bit further down the point.
Yep.
So
As
Axel
you see-
Carrotta.
Well, here's a changeover there. You can see Josh Kerr there, and Josh heading out. So yeah, Kersey taking it over from Sheldon. Sheldon locked in at 5.4. So there's a nice little hook. And again, Coda Killorn from Maroubra. Didn't see the start of that wave. But Coda looks like he's happy with it, so he's going to come in.
Yeah, it's the for the Maroubra crew, it's got a bit of the, we've seen a replay of his wave, a bit of the Dunny Bowl vibes from home. Of course, the famous break up towards the north end.
Yep.
Where the rip runs out. A bit of crazy water, just how they like it down there in Maroubra. So look at this thing, out wide. And this is Caleb Tancred. Whoa! Goes down.
Yep, so
I think the culprit there maybe got to wax his board up, Reg.
Yep, maybe he did, yeah. So which is going to cost down to Jesse, who's with Sheldon Simkus, to get the inside run on that interference.
Yeah, we've spoken to Mitch on the interference. What's your take?
Nothing new, really. Come to Burleigh, someone drops in on you, so it's just another day here.
Yeah, it's just a lineup rule out here. Drop in.
No, the waves are really fun. I slipped on the rocks on my way out and I got dropped in on, but I think I managed a mid-range score, so had to kind of come in. I was chewing up a bit of time.
And we talked to you yesterday. You're the NRMA Insurance power surfer. You might have to do that run 6 times today. Nightmare or dream come true?
Both. Dream come true if we win, but you know, it's really fun. It's a little bit slipperier today, but we'll make it work.
Might see him slipping up the hill too today, guys. Thanks, Shelley.
Yeah. Right. Well, it is funny, you know, Reg, for the snapper crew, they never come to Burleigh.
No.
Why would you?
Yeah, that's
seriously.
right.
Well, you're probably coming at the moment because snapper's not there.
Yeah, there's no Sanders
way.
snapper.
But,
They might come here.
But no, seriously, those guys never come up here.
No.
And
The Burleigh guys ever go down there?
Probably. Oh, mate.
Maybe not.
Well, it's a Cyclone Alfred a couple of weeks ago.
There was a few out of
Full
Kira.
of Burleigh guys.
Yeah.
Mind you, it was full of every pro surfer.
Who has right away
Australia.
at Kira? Burleigh or the snapper guys claim local at
Oh, they still.
Kira?
Yeah, well, yes.
Yeah, I suppose if your postcode's cool, you got it.
Anyone with the ski. Anyone with the ski.
Yeah, anyone with the ski.
So, well, Caleb Tancred redeemed himself after slipping off in that first one.
Oh, that was nice.
And absolutely nailed. He is such a good surfer.
Isn't he? How's the timing?
Remember him as a Grom?
Yeah, I do.
He was this little tiny snowy Grom.
Yeah, I remember when
and
he was there.
Hang around with like Wilco and
Ace
and Joel as well. Like he was doing, when Joel was out there winning.
Doing little junior series stuff.
He's not little anymore, mate. He's a big lump of a lad, and he is absolutely flaring here for Evoca. So you're watching finals day here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. More quarter-final action right after this.
Having all of the girls in one spot together, spending 2 full days at the HPC, learning so much about nutrition, sponsorships, doing gym, Pilates, activation. It was just a good way for all of us to connect and just learn more about ourselves and what we can do to become both better surfers and better people. It shone a light on just how important it is to inspire and empower more girls to do whatever it is they want to do.
A help company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Well, here we are, Burleigh Heads, the quarterfinal number 3 of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle out there right now. Of course, the event presented by NRMA Insurance and Shauno. Well, this has been another great heat. Seen flurry of action out there. Had an interference. Seen some big scores. It's just non-stop.
There's a bit going on out there, Reg. Here we go. This is Mac Brindley for Byron. And nice little finish here. Probably imagine he's back home surfing Clarks on the big swell. But yeah, he looks like he's going to go fishing for something bigger. Out there with a bit of time, 50 minutes on the clock there. Well, someone went the boogie board takeoff there. Don't know who that was. They just hit the eject button. So as you can see, tons of swell.
Yeah, it's just pushing through.
Definitely picked up as the overnight, and there's a fair pulse in it. Tide dropping, so it's starting to bowl out in places, but it's also getting a bit harder to read because it's moving. You've got a wide peak, you've got a peak on the rock break. So a bit of strategy coming into play. Well, speaking of snapper crew, here he is, one of the top dogs down there, Josh Kerr. Great float on the twin. Oh! Just goes the full stylish float.
Looking good. Loves his 20s, of course. That's all he rides.
That thing just had so much speed. You can see, you can see it riding the twin. Twins exclusive these days for Kersey.
Yeah.
He's ditched the
tails he got on that.
The need for 3 fins. He's going to have a crack at the challenges. You know,
I know.
Young up and comer like Kersey.
That was a fun. I remember turning up at Wreck Bay with 10 grommets.
Oh, you would have been popular.
Well, we had permission.
What happened to your hire car?
Steve Carter said we could come in. So
you got the official.
Yeah, we had official. I had Johnny Frank with me. Kirby Brown, Josh Kerr. They were pretty happy to see us there. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good crew.
Yeah, we got yelled at potholes, though, down at Ulladulla.
Well, that'll happen. You turn up at potholes with a car full of grommets.
Yeah.
You turn up at potholes any time.
Yeah.
Probably get yelled at.
That's right. I was down there a couple of weeks ago, actually. Anyway, at the moment, you see Josh Kerr there, back from his little jog up the beach. But Snapper Rocks looking solid after their first 2 surfers. And here we see for North Stain. Is that Saxon Reba?
Yep.
It was, yeah. So Saxon, he'll head back out there. Great surfer. And here's some action that happened during the break.
Little backhand blast. Yeah, came into 3.33 there for Saxon. This is Mac Brindley for Byron. That's that wave we saw before the break. A couple of turns. He's going to look for something better, though.
Yeah. Not a keeper there for him.
Yeah, Byron have got they've got the ace, obviously. I think that's Duke Rencher going down there for Byron next. They've got the ace of having Dakota Walters there.
Yeah.
But, you know, the middle of the team really need to, you know, chip in with some 5s as, now, ideally some 6s and 7s.
Yeah.
Really keep Byron in the game because they don't have, usually they've got Solly Bailey here. He's probably off chasing 30-second tubes somewhere else in the world. So he's not here at the moment. He's generally their go-to guy.
That was Avoca just missing that wave. So Noah Hartney's out there now for Avoca. So we've got the third surfer out for
that's
Byron Avoca. Yeah. Is Coda Killorn back in? Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's Imogen Enfield for Port Mac.
Port Mac, just
there on a backhand. And on the inside, oh, here we go. Here's Saxon Reba. Solid backhand. Just winding that thing up.
Yeah.
So there you go. That was nice for North Stain.
Yeah.
44
yeah, so that was
and a
on the
half
inside. That was the
minutes
grom for
remaining.
Avoca, Noah
44
Hartney.
and a half minutes remaining.
Who we saw yesterday. There is not much of him.
Nah.
He is in the micro grom category. But they've been pretty comfortable out here in this big Burleigh lineup.
Dead water for our surfers contend with.
Do you, Reg, seeing that your club, Queenscliff from Manly, has been knocked out, do you go for North Stain now? Because, of course, they're the neighbouring club.
Yeah, no, I go.
They're a joining club. You do?
Yeah.
Cheering
you know, the QBC North Stain rivalries, you know, it's a fun thing. They have, they've got a little interclub thing happening called the Battle of the Pipe these days. So,
that's right, yeah.
And it's just a fun day.
There's Imogen Enfield here from Port. This has been a sick one, actually.
Yeah, this is going to bring her all the way through, so she'll make up some valuable time. Was Port trying to make up for that initial interference.
She's done really well on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Port really need these middle surfers to get going to make up for that, at the start of the heat. So here is the replay. It's big first speed turn on a backhand. Lines it up again. And the wave just stands up. It's great wave choice. And it's got another bonus section here.
Yeah.
Imogen works this over.
Yeah, that one just kept pushing all the way through, so
that
definitely
was a gem.
Took advantage of it. We saw Joey Silk, of course, put down at 6.13, so
yeah.
Prior to this, so these would be another decent score back-to-back for Port.
Yeah, it's not over for Port. So the second and third surfers here are going to bank decent scores, so it keeps them in the mix despite the interference. So go Port Mac.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, no.
Yeah, back live. There's a little, you can see the, that kind of east-southeast wind.
Yeah, it's getting into it a little bit.
Ripping in. There's the Saxon Reba in for North Stain. We saw Maddie Wilco in the blue there for getting ready to go out for Avoca. Called in the big guns off the bench. We were talking yesterday, Reg, about the year Avoca won it, remember?
Yeah.
Remember their finals team?
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. It was so stacked. Obviously, to have Wilco as part of it.
Yeah, it had
Ace, Wade Carmichael.
Wade, that's right, yeah.
I think Kirabelle Olsen was their female surfer.
Yep.
Lenny Chell and Sam Chell. I think.
Lenny was
the Grom.
Well, Caleb wasn't the Grom. No, he was still too young.
Yeah. I think it was Lenny Chell and Sam Chell.
Yeah, super strong team.
Yeah, so that was the year that Avoca won it, which the year escapes me.
Yeah, well, so there's the cove, the static camera. So that's what our surfers are dealing with when they jump off the rocks. It gets marginally easier as the tide runs out. At least you can sort of see where the rocks are and what's in between them. Well, we've got just on 41 minutes left in this heat. So North Stain in the lead at the moment. They've had 3 waves locked in. Saxon Reba tagged Dayan Neve. Saxon Locked in at 5.53, so nice solid score there for him. Dayan, of course, a master, over 35 surfer, and he was probably the form surfer for North Stain yesterday. And he'll be looking to emulate that today.
Yeah,
So-
North Stain, mate, have a go at that.
Yeah.
Leading and doing it pretty well at the moment. So that's on 3 waves.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's...
All right, we're just going to... the Murph Bikes, Vaughan is down there. He's going to try and get one.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Well, I'm at the Murph Electric Bikes Challenge down here, the activation on the hill at Burleigh, where basically you just got to try and get the fastest time over 200 metres. I think it's currently at about 15 seconds. I'm about to take it on, so get ready. Hold this for a sec. Let's go.
Yeah, you went 500 metres.
I went 500 metres in 15 seconds. Booyah! Anyway, if you can beat me, it's a $1,000 Murph Bikes voucher up for grabs with an esky and a cooler, or a cooler and a stubby holder or something. But come down here, have a crack at it. And if you can, do the world's most longest invisible skid as well.
Yeah, Vorno might need
Sick.
a couple of
Back to you
sports
guys.
drinks after exerting himself there.
I'm impressed, though. I'm impressed. He could actually talk after doing it, so...
Really silly.
Maybe he's fitter than we think, Sean.
Mate, Vorno can talk underwater at 12-foot cloud break, mate.
That's true, which he tries to do every time he goes to Fiji.
So there's, Mac Brindley, he actually got a sick one, but then fell on an inside cutback, so he's going to have to come in anyway. He's been out there a while. Okay. This is, yeah, it's Raya Campbell from Snapper. We see Captain Coach, Spirit Animal there for Snapper Rocks, Jay Phillips on the right, just directing traffic. Left, right. Miles Harrison, get ready. He's out next. So Snapper, of course, one of the favourites always at this event. No surprise to see them into the quarters. Yeah, probably down a little bit on firepower. Generally, with Snapper Rocks, you could field 3 or 4 teams that could win this. But they still have some.
I was going to say, still
heavy,
pretty solid.
Some heavy hitters. They're going to send out Mars Harrison next. There's a replay of Raya Campbell's wave on a backhand, straight in to a little backhand whip, wait for this thing to stand up on the inside. It's a little soupy, but tags that section. Yeah. Another little snap, so she got the work done.
Yeah, totally. So, and she locked in, good solid mid-range score, 5.13, so that's going to hold in nicely for Snapper. Marlon Harrison, of course, will be chomping at the bit to get out there as we see Raya head towards the Gold Coast dash in front of the pad. Looking for build up some time. We got 12 still in the first half of this heat, so Snapper looking to get their 4th surfer out in plenty of time. We've still got 3rd surfer out there for Byron Bay. North Stain have their 4th surfer out. Avoca, no, Wilco is still waiting to get out there, I think.
Yeah, I think Wilco must be out there, surely. Oh, just, okay. Well, it didn't look like hold out there. That was from Port. Sorry, bear with us. That's Archie Branch. Just skidded out on his bottom turn, but somehow pulled it. So, yeah, Port still hanging in. Imogen Enfield a 4.6. Joey Silk a 6.13. So they're still just hanging in. But every surfer needs to score, basically, and score big.
Yep.
If Port Macquarie are going to have a shot at this. See Ray Campbell heading up the hill.
She's doing it.
Not easy in that last 100 yards.
Doing a good job, though. putting in the big ones. And right there she goes, tags Marlon, and he gets out there. So, Jesse, you're with Ray. How's she feeling now after that?
Razzle dazzle, how you feeling after that one?
Really good. Really great.
Mid-range score, but lost her breath. You got to do this again, though.
Yeah. It'll be fun.
God, I love getting surfers when they just cross the line. It's just like, just deep breaths.
Do it come up with me next time.
I'll start running up with them next time. Do it a couple more times, they ran. You might get that trophy. Put Snapper back in the lead. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, good. Good to get a wave and do some turns. Stoked.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. Yep, well, she's stoked and she seems to be holding it together pretty well after that sprint. As we see Maroubra there. Is that Ty Coulis?
Yeah, it is. Yep, he's been out there a little while, so he's finally found something. So Maroubra just starting to drift a little bit. They're in 6th place at the moment with a pair of 4s and whatever the judges are going to give this here for Ty. One turn his backhand. Around again, that's a better snap. Off the bottom, into the pocket again. So you're probably seeing another 4 or 5, maybe a little, maybe a 5-ish.
Yeah.
For that last one.
Solid turns.
But yeah, they're in 6th at the moment, so they've got to get a wriggle on. They need someone to bust this open.
Yeah. So Ty locking in their 3rd wave there. So yeah, Maroubra moved up the board there, courtesy. Well, he got a 4.98, so just under that 5-point ride. So Ty Coulis there, keeping Maroubra in touch. Now Avoca drifting a little bit now as well.
Yeah, we saw Willie in the lineup there. We just saw it. It looked like he caught a wave there. Yeah, he's got there is a 0.63. So he's had a quick in and out. But, you know, you don't bring Wilco into the team, mate, for 0.63s, Reg.
No, you do not.
You bring him off the bench for 8s. Yep, so this is a replay of Archie Branch here for Port Mac.
Man, he pulled that off.
Just overjuiced that turn. Here goes Willie's up. Yeah, 0.63.
Yeah.
Not quite happening there.
Yeah, non-event there for Wilco. But yeah, wow. Oh. So it looks like the Port surfer. Archie Branch is he's called it after that last one. It would have been like an incredible score if he'd managed to pull that off. He's only currently got the 2.98. I think that will be scoring wave. So going to make things a little tough for Kelly Mills and Mitch Vanderveer. They're going to have to really pull something out for Port Macquarie. Just under 33 minutes. So in the back half of this heat now, Snapper, Byron and North Stain pulling away from the other 3.
Yeah, it's where it starts to get a little skinny on time.
Yep.
So heading out for Maroubra now, that is, yeah, it's Armani Barber. Who actually she surfed a great heat yesterday.
She did, yeah. She had a really solid time out there. So looking to pull Maroubra back in. There's not much, look, 14.56 in second. Maroubra sitting on 13.96. So half a point between first and fourth. Second and fourth. Anything can happen in the second half of this heat.
Yeah, it's still kind of there for the taking. Yeah, looks like Snapper's kind of got a bit of a hold on it. Here goes Marlon Harrison. It's a sick, clean inside wave and absolutely nails the finish.
Yeah.
Come in, dude. That's good. Yeah. The Snapper crew feeling it. That was, you know, we've seen a lot of white water, a lot of crazy ocean out there today. That was just a beautiful little inside green runner. He absolutely nailed it. So Kelly Mills going out next for Port in the black. Marlon Harrison, as we predicted, coming straight in for Snapper Rocks. This replay, Reg, will look pretty good.
Yeah, as you said, nice smooth face, and that turn there, beautiful. And bang, and really extends it. Wafts those fins and that closeout turn. So yeah, very tidy surfing there from Marlon Harrison.
Yeah, so it's going to be Jai Neild, the Grom, going out next for Snapper. We just saw him in frame early. So 30 minutes This is when things start to get a bit weird, Reg. Because pretty much all the teams are still sitting with 3 waves each. They still need 3 waves. If you average it out now, that's 10 minutes a wave. So it's starting to get a little skinny. You can't really sit around out there and wait for something. You need to get a wriggle on.
Where Byron's sitting at the moment there.
Yep.
All right, as we see Marlon going for the run. All the action is coming fast and furious here at Burleigh Heads, and we'll be back with more from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle right after this break.
Double overhead day here at 5:15. Trail line detectors all the way out the back.
All right, we've got just under 30 minutes left as we see Matty Wilco emerging from the surf. And here's a replay of his wave that he had during that break. Nice slicing turn out the back. Wilco looking for something big on the inside, and there it is.
Seen that turn before.
Yeah, classic Wilco, just busting those fins out. And he's got a little bit more on the inside, so wow. Great surfing there from the former CT pro surfer when he was #1 all that way through, man.
Jeez,
What a burn he was on that year, wasn't he?
Yeah. Remember when Wilco got incredibly fit?
Yeah.
Because he wasn't incredibly not fit, but he just wasn't a trainer.
No, he wasn't.
And then he just went
training.
gnarly and he was probably one of the fittest guys on tour.
Yeah.
I might be taking a bit of license there.
Well, I think Ryan Fletcher just sparked him up when he got fit.
Yeah, or cracked the whips.
That's right.
But then he went on the maddest tear on tour. Like he was unbeatable for a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean,
you know.
At Bells that year, you kind of felt that he was going to win it, even from the first heat.
Yep, totally. Yep, then won Fiji, of course.
Yep.
That looks like the mini sharkers there. Leonie Zoric just going down for Byron. We won't miss her with that spray on the board. She's always rocking some kind of colourful spray because she's kind of quite a colourful little character.
Yeah.
She's full of life. She's good value. So she's got a job to do out here for Byron, though. Okay, well, we've just seen Marzi light up a clean one. Vorno, you got him there, mate?
Marzi, who's hungry?
I'm hungry.
Who's hungry, bro?
Ross is hungry.
Who's hungry?
I want it.
That's right, bro. You came up to shoot. You were absolutely flaring. You're the first person who's come up here, not gassed, but actually given it some. Dude. How good did it feel to do that for Snapper?
It's the dream team. We got Ray, we got Shelley, we got Kurz, we got Jai, we got Shelley again and me. And it's like, probably not me, but like the whole team's just A+. And the vibes are high. We've got the whole team down there supporting. I'm feeling the good juju. I just feel it, like, so it's exciting and just let's keep it going.
Mate, you punched that hammer on the end section. That must have felt so good. It just puts that much more adrenaline into your legs for the run up the hill.
Oh, it feels so good putting a wave together like in this event. It's just like, it's next level the pressure to anything I've ever surfed in, and just this is what it's all about. It's a challenge. You're just going to embrace it and dig hard. So yeah.
Well, go and get a feed, mate. If you're hungry, go get a feed. Come over here, Semi. We're going to talk to the mighty Wilco. Throwing big old tail blows like it's 2011. Mate, how you going?
Yeah, I'm bugging. That was tricky. Now I'm bugging.
I saw you struggling to find your wave, but when you got the one, you made it count, mate.
Yeah, I'd had a plan to go get those big wide ones. When I got out there, I kept looking at the first wave and then getting the big wide one that I wanted on the head, which was annoying. A little extra paddling before the run. Genius.
And how do those tail blows feel these days, mate? Do the hammies feel like they're just about to explode when you release the tail like that?
I don't know if the fins went out the back out there.
I'm just going to keep talking until you fall over, basically.
No.
How's Avoca looking, mate? You guys are in third at the moment. It's a little bit of a nervous time, but, I mean, on the back of that, you'd think there'd be some good score there.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, Caleb's amazing, and our young girl's been ripping, so hopefully we can finish this one strong and, yeah, make it through. I don't want to do this too many more times, though, to be honest.
Only 2 more, mate. 2 more, and you could be standing on top of the stage with the trophy held above your head for Avoca.
Yeah, that'd be nice. This is probably the first comp my little girl's ever seen me surf, so if I could bring her home a trophy, I'd be proud.
All right.
You got me. Oh, you got me.
Is there sparkling?
Oh, dear.
Are you crying, Reg?
Yeah, I'm cheering up, mate. You know, that's just the sincerity of Wilco then just sort of burnt me.
Something got in your eye.
That's right.
You know what I want to see later? I want to see Culburra drawn against Avoca in the semis.
Yep.
So you get Owen against Wilco. It really will be 2016 again.
Exactly.
Here it is, the mini shuckers. Love is such a sick one.
Isn't it?
Look at this green face. Hit it. Oh, go. Yes. Oh, no.
Oh, she was staring at a big score. You still get a decent score at that one.
That's still a number, I think, regardless.
Yeah, I think she came in after that too. Yep, she did. Wow. Looking good through there.
So we saw Armani Barber coming in from Maroubra as well in the yellow. So it's really, things are getting moving out there with 25 minutes to go. It's starting to get a bit of a time crunch to it.
Yeah.
Snapper seem to be cruising. Here is the replay of Armani Barber's wave.
Yeah, someone's on the inside in white, and out the back we've got Port Macquarie, I think, in the black. So all happening on this set. So pretty punchy conditions out there, but consistent. There's the short period swells delivering a lot of action here at Burleigh Heads. And yeah, the 23, just under 24 minutes we got there. Leaderboard, top 3, Snapper, Byron and Avoca. North Stain currently sitting in 4th. And
yep, well, here is the Grom, Joy Neild for Snapper. Just clipped that turn and then hammered.
Oh, that was nice.
Section. Keep it, Grom. He's looking up. What do you reckon, boys?
He didn't keep it?
I'd be banking that every day of the week.
Yeah.
There it is. He's coming in. Jay Phillips would be losing it. They are starting to cruise a little bit here.
Oh, nice.
Oh, here we go. This is Talia Temp. We saw her yesterday, Reg. There's not much of her. She's pretty diminutive, but
that was a cool snap.
Mate,
Great little surfer.
She's found some good waves out there the last couple of days. You know, she reminds me of? She's got a bit of prototype Caitlin Simmers.
Oh.
She's got a bit of Katie Simmers vibe around her, just the way she kind of just moves in and around the pocket. A bit of a secret weapon there for Avoca. So it looks like she was heading back out. I don't know what the plan is there. So there's the wide shot. So that's Port Mac. That's Kelly Mills still out there for Port Mac.
I think Talia's got time. You know, she's their 4th surfer. Caleb Tancred, the power surfer for Avoca. So, you know, we're still looking at least 22 minutes. So she she can give him 15 minutes easy.
Yeah, he doesn't muck around, Caleb.
Yeah.
He doesn't need a lot. Mars is really playing it up here.
That's right.
BC Sport Bar there, Rich.
That's right.
Just loading up, carb loading up. Oh, Dayan Neve. Did we miss Dayan's waves altogether, Reg?
Looks like we did, yeah. So we got Dayan down there. The doof, he's with Vorno.
Dayan, how you feeling, brother? That looked like a long, punishing, painful run up Hyundai Hill.
Mate, I'm glad you gave me a little shoulder rub and gave me a minute to collect myself. It's harder today than yesterday. I don't know why, but maybe because I did it yesterday.
Yeah, that's probably why, mate. North Stain in the picture here, currently sitting in 4th. Right there with Avoca, right there with Port, right there with Byron, really. What's going to take to get over the line in this one?
Mate, Izzy and Axel are going to have to lift because we've kind of all had a shocker. Oh, the biggest shocker just I've probably got a 2 or something, so Yeah, they're going to have to lift and just go hard.
Yeah, there's your wave on the replay on national TV.
I'm glad you can't hear what I'm saying right at the end of that wave.
Mate, Rego didn't even see you on the wave, which is saying something. Although, yeah, he does have eyes only for Queenie surfers. So
he's probably watching the boys on the rocks at Queenie.
Mate, good luck, best of luck, and great to see you back in the ratty.
Yeah, Ledge. Ball.
Yeah, Duffy.
Dad.
Well, he gets an 8.0 for sense of humour.
Oh, yeah.
But he did pick his score. It was a 2.
Yeah.
So they are in a bit of strife, North Stain. As he said, they need Izzy Higgs and Axel Carrotta to really go mad.
Yeah, well, Izzy had a great wave yesterday, so she can bring it back in. It is pretty tight. You know, like, we're talking like 2 points between second and fourth is...
KP.
Yeah, KP, speaking of Byron Bay in fourth.
Geez, is that a keeper?
I don't know. Let's see.
What do they got? Still got 20 minutes. No, probably go. They probably need. Well, they're in fourth.
Yeah. Well, given how fast he's paddling back out, he's not giving them the option of telling him to come in.
But you know what? KP's got the superpower out there. Is he will find some crazy way.
Yeah, he always does.
In some crazy spot where no one else has found one all day, it'll just magically appear.
He's renowned for that, finding waves, and always the best ones.
Yeah, little inside drainer here for KP. Just got moving. Great little swoop there. But probably not the wave Byron was looking for. That's Talia Teb there for Avoca. So, yeah, imagine she's probably got a couple of turns in out the back. Yeah, looks like she's going to ride this all the way through. Little bonus section. You can hear the ABC crew lighting up on the headland. They're pretty happy with it.
They are indeed. Speaking of happy, Joe Neal, 8-point ride.
What?
For snapper.
The Grommet.
The Grommet locked in an 8.
The best wave of the heat.
Yep.
I love the way he wasn't even sure whether to claim it or not.
Yeah, I know. So if you look at Snappy, you go 5.4 for Sheldon, 6.93 for Josh, Ray with a 5.3, then Marlon a 7.73, then that 8. And look at this.
What? Kelly Mills for Port.
Well,
what?
this could make a difference as well.
Mate, he's done about 50 turns on that. He knew it by the end.
Yeah, he's pretty happy.
I think he was surprised after the first two that it kept going, and then he added about another 5 turns after that.
Yeah. Well,
so, you know, crazier things have happened. That keeps Port Macquarie in the mix. Here's the replay. Look at that bottom turn. That's a 6 over the bottom turn alone, mate. And then just sets it up. He goes a touch flat here, but then it squares up again. He gets caught behind for a section, but it puts him in a good spot here. And he gets another one there to finish. Mate, that is a score there for Port. They are not out of this. And this is the replay of Talia for Avoca. So some nice work out the back. Some great smooth surfing through the inside. So she was already sitting on a 4.43. I think she's bettered that. This came in at a 5.73. So, and I tell you, Avoca kind of needed it as well. And KP again, is this his loony wave? Look at this thing starting to bowl out. The big section coming, and the big Larry drop wallet closeout turn. And look, KP thinks he's back on the QS. He's even doing foam climbs. It's a QS from 2001.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. And that's easy for Sheldo. So, yeah, this is the snapper juggernaut at work, mate.
Yeah, well,
he was there, NRMA Insurance power surfer. He's finished. He's got 17 minutes to go.
Yeah. So snapper.
And they're way ahead.
Yep.
It's classic snapper.
Man,
doing what they do.
Put together an awesome heat. Just so solid. And you were talking, Sean, earlier about how the middle of the heat, the basically third and fourth surfer have to maintain the momentum. Well, they certainly did it for snapper and actually pulled them even further ahead. So a great team effort, well balanced, well coached, well drilled team. Who is their coach? Jay?
Well, they've got about 12 of them, mate, depending on what day of the week it is.
Yeah, but awesome surfer. But we're going to cross down to Vorno, who's with the crew from Maroubra United, currently in 4th spot.
Thanks, Rego. Yeah, Amani. Wow, this is a psycho heat. You guys have gone from 3rd to 6th up to 4th. It's so tight. How nerve-wracking was it for you out there, and what a great performance you put in?
Oh, I was so nervous before the heat. Just standing up here, so nerve-wracking. But once I got into the water, the nerves sort of settled down a bit. And then, yeah, managed to get one, which was great. Got 2 turns, and then the run, and then down here.
Can Maroubra United pull this out? I mean, you guys are in a real fist fight at the moment, but I guess the bra's not too bad in fist fights.
No, we definitely can pull it off. We've got such a strong team, and yeah, a bunch of great surfers. We've got it.
Great stuff. Well, hopefully you can shake off those nerves and Maroubra can get it done.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for talking to us. We're just going to come over here and talk to Kelly for a sec. Kel for Port Macquarie. Mate, you just absolutely got the gem and teed off. Well done.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, the first time went flat on me. I was like, come on. Just sat up and just went, bro. I was like, no. But we had a bit of time, so got lucky. Got one more.
That's it, mate. And but I mean, you know, you're sitting down in 5th. That score that you've got is going to help a lot. Still believe?
I don't know. I hope so. What do we get?
Let's have a look at this wave, mate, because this thing just kept on giving you so much to work with.
We'll take it.
Yeah, let us know what's going on here.
We'll take it. Oh, I grew up at Noosa. I grew up in the right point break, so I was like kind of comfortable out there. It's good. Such a fun wave. I haven't surfed up here that much, but instead of sitting a bit wider than normal, it's hard to get a landmark from up here. You're so high. It's such a different perspective, and once you get out there, you look back, it's just, yeah, it's like a stadium. It's pretty sick.
What's it mean for Port Mac to be here on finals day, mate?
Oh, man, like we just scratched in to get here, and we were so stoked. Been training a little bit and a bit of camaraderie. It's, yeah, good team, great club.
Good stuff, mate. Good stuff.
Yeah, hope we're back here next year.
For sure. Best of luck.
Cheers,
Still a bit of time to go.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, they're hanging in there. Definitely.
Yeah.
But don't ride them off yet.
Now, Port Mac's staying in there with a chance. Okay, well, you're watching quarterfinal action here on Finals Day. The Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle for 2025. The best board riding clubs in the nation, duking it out. Plenty more after this.
A help company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Looking good, eh?
Kano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenoth feeling. Kenoth.
Kenoths make your job easy.
All right, well, we're coming down the wire in this one. 12.5 minutes remaining. Of course, we've seen Snapper Rocks wrap up their campaign in this. And look at their total, 37.74. Of course, Sheldon Simka's got a, I think it was 4.73 for his power wave, but he was back up the top and they were wrapped up with 15 minutes to go. That's a pretty outstanding performance for the mighty club from down the coast. But there's still plenty of action happening out here for the other position, second and third. We've currently got Byron in second spot. Maroubra have moved up into third. Avoca just behind them in fourth position with another wave to get locked in. So Port Macquarie and North Stain, well, North Stain has sort of dropped right back and have a lot of work to do in these final 10 minutes if they're going to. Yeah, Isabel Higgs hasn't caught her wave yet, so they've got at least one wave behind the other teams.
Yeah, so what we're saying is Snapper are home. They're locked. They're into the semis. It's a battle for those second and third spots. Yeah, Byron down to their last surfer, Dakota Walters, out there at the moment. Maroubra down to, well, they've got, Dakota Colourne's out there now. And here we go for North Stain.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's a great wave here for Isabella Higgs.
Oh.
Nice finish.
To finish.
Yeah, she looked good yesterday too.
She did, yeah. Good solid surfing, yeah.
So, yeah.
She's only a grommet too.
Yeah, Norstein really needed to get a move on that. It's going to help.
Yeah.
Definitely. That puts them within range at least. Yeah, beautiful speed turn and great style as well. Just another one. Yeah, another big figure 8. And gets the finish here on the inside. Just smashes that little oncoming section. So, yeah, Norstein was just with that. Look at on the back of that. They've jumped up into 3rd.
Well, there you go.
Meanwhile, this is Georgie Messiter here for the Bra. Maroubra United went the big fade back cutback, and he sticks that one. He fell on his last turn on his previous wave, but he stuck that one. So that keeps Maroubra in the mix. And, well, on easy street at the moment, Snapper Rocks, mate, they're in there just, you know, just cruising. Vorno, what is going on there, mate?
Yeah, thanks, guys. We're just having a leisurely walk, leisurely Sunday walk up the Burleigh Hyundai Hill. Me and Sheldon, what a luxury, mate, when your team gets it done so quickly and you can just enjoy the company of a good friend and the scenery and all the atmosphere here at Burleigh.
Yeah, it's definitely a new one for me, walking up the hill, holding hands with the male on Burleigh Hill. But, you know, I'll take it today. We've got a bit of time up our sleeve. And, yeah, it's beautiful to have a brisk walk coming in the quarterfinals.
Snapper Rocks, mate. I mean, you guys are ruthless. You get it done so easily sometimes. I guess you've had a few scares in these events over the past couple of years. Nice to just cruise into those semis.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most nerve-wracking event you can compete in. And we've had a few close seconds in the Newcastle event. Last year we didn't do too well, so we're definitely excited to put up a good campaign this year. Hopefully take some good home back to Snapper.
Well, best luck, mate. Absolutely lovely to share such a wonderful day with you.
Thanks for giving me a helping hand. Appreciate it.
No worries,
that
mate.
was a long handhold there, but it probably made a bit more awkward by Vorno's hands are probably pretty clammy.
That's right. I think it'd be quite sweaty. Sheldon's going, okay, how long is this gag going to last for? Okay.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Here goes Dakota Walters for Byron, going big. Or is he going to go again here? He is. He's around it.
Wow.
You can hear the Byron crew on the hill.
This is what you want.
Big finish.
Oh.
Whoa. And again. Mate, he has absolutely destroyed it. You can see KP feeling it.
Yeah, Dakota Walters, what a power wave that was. The
Mate.
NRMA Insurance power surfer there for Byron Bay, and he's going to cruise in with, you know, back to the Oakville Exchange with plenty of time to go. So that is going to push them back up into second spot, I would say.
What a weapon having Dakota Walters in your team. He, of course, was the first surfer.
Yeah.
He's already banked a 7. He threw away a 5.28. And then he paddled out as the power surfer. And look at this. Just a big swoop to open up off the bottom. Just fizzes that turn up through the lip again. More critical this time. I think the wave backs off, but it's got a cheeky little double up in it. And just tags it.
Yeah.
And still not done. So, mate, that is the form that saw Dakota Walters up the top of the Challenger Series last year. He really lifted last year, and he's just, mate, he's dialing this stuff up at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking so good out there.
So that's, you know, I reckon Byron was starting to really look over their shoulders a bit at the other clubs, but you can see KP, team captain there,
yes.
Feeling a bit of relief, mate, because that, I reckon, has just about booked them a spot.
In the semis.
In the semis.
Yeah, so that score yet to get locked in. So Maroubra currently sitting in second. Norstein have moved up in the third. Their power surfer out there at the moment. As we've got, we're down to 7 minutes now. So Caleb Tancred's out there, the NRMA Insurance power surfer. He just got this wave. So what's this going to do for Avoca? Nice slice out the back. Flattens through this section, keeps his speed going. Roundhouse into the rebound off the whitewater. Got a bit of room to move here, and he just slices it open. And whoa, nice.
Mate.
Well, saved the best for last with that second turn, or second last turn, I should say. So they were sitting in 5th place.
They really needed that then.
Yeah, they really did need it. So Byron have 9-1-3 there for Dakota on their power wave. And look, jumped all the way up on the 32.7 points. But yeah, Byron looking pretty safe at the moment.
Yeah, so you reckon that wave for Caleb Tankard is going to get Avoca up into third. It's just a matter of how safe they are in third place. So Maroubra, I think, they're going to send Coda Kalorn out as their power surfer. North Stain. Okay, well, speaking of Maroubra, Vaughan's down there with the Bra crew. What's going on, mate?
Yeah, thanks, Shauno, George, mate. It's nervous times down here. This is a full-blown Donnybrook. You guys are in third. There's scores to drop. Do you reckon Coda can bring it home?
Yeah, for sure. Coda's a weapon. We just give him as much time as we can. And it's tricky out there, but I reckon easily he can do it, yeah.
There's some heats, mate, that, teams get a big run on and they kick off, kick free. This one's not so much like that. You guys are right up for this.
Yeah, it's neck on neck, but, yeah, we can do it easily. We put in the work and, we got a good team, boys and girls, and, yeah, so excited to see the end of it.
Oh, man, it's going to be a real climax here. Best of luck. We'll hear you guys cheering for Coda when he takes off on his next wave.
Yeah, thanks, Vaughan.
On you, Georgie. See you, brother.
Yeah, right, there you go. So you can see Maroubra. So Avoca have locked in, so it's
6.58 for Avoca.
Well, righty, and then we've got about a 6-point spread between Avoca and Maroubra. So Coda Kalorn's going to need to, he locks in a 7 or above there and gets back in. They can do it. So Coda Kalorn.
Yeah, he's got to go big here.
Oh, yeah.
It's looking like probably Dunskies for North Stain and Port Mac. There's Caleb, mate. That was clutch. He did that really well for Avoca. They needed a wave. And meanwhile, Dakota Walters, mate.
Oh, this is it. So this is Coda. This is his wave. This is the one that counts. Oh, cracks it up.
Hang on.
Oh, no! Oh, that was the one. I thought, as he hit that lip, I thought, this is it.
That was it. Yeah,
that was it. That was it.
That was
it. 2 good solid turns. And he was only hunting a 6. Yeah, 6.3 would have, I think he was heading that way.
Yeah, it started to look like it. Nailed that last turn, and it really would have given the judges something to think about.
But he had to go for it. It's a shame he fell off. There's no nursing in this.
It was the wave, for sure. Squares off the bottom.
That beautiful turn.
That combo, bottom turn, top turn. And then
he just foot just slipped off.
Just got caught short on that last one.
Wow. Unlucky. What a bummer.
Okay, well, better news for Avoca and for Byron and Vorno. You're down there with Codes and Caleb.
A couple of old sparring partners from way back in the day doing it for their clubs here at the Hyundai ABB Finals presented by NRMA Insurance. Mate, it's hard enough surfing your own heat. It's hard enough getting up this hill, but how hard was it watching that last wave from Maroubra for Coda Kalorn?
Yeah, that was stressful. I actually didn't know where we were sitting until I got up here and seen the score. So, yeah, it's tough to watch, but I'm grateful we get another opportunity, hopefully. I don't know.
Well, you are the NRMA Insurance power surfer, mate. This is your wave. Walk us through it.
Just nervous as hell. Waiting for it to wall up. Oh, that was a little carve. Yeah, I'm glad I got... Oh, that was not bad.
Jeez, you're harsh on yourself. That was incredible.
He's generous, but you'd probably rather watch his wave. I think he got a 9. I seen it from behind, so I was like, oh, I've got to do something.
All right, well, let's get to this. Codes, this wave was an absolute gem. One of the highest scores of the comp.
Yeah, I don't know. Wave just kind of stood up and ran. I reckon it could be the tail pads that are both running here, maybe. Oh, we're just plugging the pads, but that might be it, eh?
Love it, mate. Byron on a mad roll. I mean, there's a lot of similarities between the way you guys are doing this and the last time you won the event.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like so much luck in this, in those events. But yeah, it just comes down to whoever's in the spot when waves come. I feel like I went over a few then, and then kind of thought I took off on a burger, but it ran, so happy.
And mate, you two were dead set at each other when you were Grimes. You came through at the same time. What's it like to be out there with Rashies on, seeing each other in the lineup? Is it just like a couple little French Bulldogs going at it?
Running back the clock a bit, but it's good fun. Yeah, stoked to be back doing it.
Good on you, lads. Well, congratulations. It's looking pretty good with 1:30 to go.
Fingers crossed.
Well, it is now. because I think that was North Stain, Axel Rose Carrota. He only needed a 6.5, and North Stain were in a shot of knocking out Avoca, but I think that was him who just fell on his first turn. So, yeah, there you go. So, North Stain, outside chance there. There's only 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. As you'll see, this wave had to be a 6, and Axel just getting hung up the top. So, wave just flattened out. Like, looked like it was going to be pretty punchy, but wasn't going to be a 6.5, I don't think, any. Regardless.
No, well, Coda Cologne coming up from Maroubra. Well done, mate.
Yeah.
He fell one turn short of getting Maroubra into the semis. But again...
Yeah, look at the heart. It's not even...
Again, these guys, mate, they are... they're all heart from Maroubra.
Yeah.
You know what you're going to get with when they show up.
Yeah.
So, so bad luck for Maroubra, and I think we've settled our 3 teams through to the semi-finals. It's going to be Snapper, Byron and Avoca. So three previous winners all into the semi-finals. Reg, you're watching Finals Day here live at Burleigh Heads. The Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. Back with more after this.
Ever been hooked from the first wave? Or given a pathway to shine? Have you ever found your tribe amongst the noise? Or sacrificed to stand out amongst your peers? Ever felt support that gives you the strength to keep going? Or paddled into the unimaginable? Ever met a generation that knows no bounds? Now you can.
All right, welcome back to Burleigh Heads as the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle continues here. We are into quarterfinal number 4, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, which it does occasionally. And joining me here in the booth is none other than Chris Binns and Chris Marta, the CEO of Surfing Australia, as we see just heading into this one. Who we got out there at the moment, Binnsy?
Well, this is Coolum in the blue, heading on down through the gates. Margaret River are in red, North Avalon white, North Shore in yellow. Disproportionate amount of teams with North in their name at this event. Go elsewhere there. Coolum in blue, Kawana in green, and North End, the team in black, and they're from just up the road, north end of the Gold Coast, and this is kind of their second home. They spend a lot of time down here surfing at the point. Big rivalry between North End and Burleigh.
Yep.
And yeah, so that's the Margaret River team on the screen right now. Andrew Sheridan, the Fonz, the Sheriff, the stalwart of Margaret River surfing, has been part of this event forever, and he's going to be joined by Macklin Flynn, Willow Hardy, Ben Spence and Oki Fraser. North Avalon, Arch Whiteman, Fraser DeVell, Cedar Lee Jones, Isaiah Vicali, Shane Carroll and Fraser DeVell will be their NRMA Insurance Power Surfer. There's North Shore, Alistair Reginado, the heavy hitter, Sophie McCulloch, of course she's qualified for the Championship Tour in the past, Landon Smales, Blake Wilson, Luke Brumby, and Reggie will be surfing as their NRMA Insurance Power Surfer. I feel like I'm calling the roll here. Jimmy Wallace, Gabriel Ribeiro, Taylor Green, Jai Pegg, Hayden Danswan, Jimmy Wallace, again the NRMA Insurance Power Surfer for Coolum. 2 to go. Taj Stokes, Braxton Holston, Charlie Stokes, Dane Bird, Xanax Holstrom and Taj Stokes will be the NRMA Insurance Power Surfer.
But wait, there's more.
There's still more. North End, give it to us. Who have we got? Their lead-off surfer was Chris Bennett's the Ibis, plenty of his kind lurking around in the rocks behind us. Chris Zaffis from Mangary to North End. Coral Durant from Northwest WA, now surfing for North End. Ryder Lucy, the one and only Louis Hind. Chris Zaffis is there, NRMA Insurance Power Surfer and our NRMA Insurance Power commentator for this heat. Chris Mader, welcome back to the booth.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's a fantastic day. Great to see the sun out, and so many people coming down to watch such an incredible event.
Yeah, it's all happening out there, Chris. There's plenty of activity going on. You've got sponsor activations looking pretty solid. It looks like we might be safe from any random squalls like yesterday, but glad we got you in the booth, so, you know, because you did save the day yesterday. We nearly saw the whole host set get blown out the front door from the back, and there's great imagery of Chris just going, okay, how do you tie this tent together?
Yeah, like at one point we had pieces of rope and we were kind of threading them through, and then we looked at each other and had no clue what our next step was. We just waited for the cavalry to arrive and bail us out.
That's right.
Yeah, well, it was full on. It's been a pretty amazing day so far. Seen some incredible heats in these quarterfinals, of course. This is the final one. 3 of these teams will make it through to the semis. And, yeah, some great waves, big crowd and great weather for making for a successful event, Chris. And Chris.
Yeah, I mean, there's still good quality waves there. I think they're not easy to find, but they're definitely out there. And, you know, I think you know, like you're saying, we've got a few teams here with North in their titles, so in there in the south end of the coast here.
That's right. Well, here we go, first surfer up, and looks like for North Ab would be, that's Arch Whiteman. So quick one there for him, North Avalon in the white, and there's the overview there. Yeah, the wind out of the east-southeast, but there's some punchy waves coming through. And for Kawana,
it's Taj Stokes.
Yeah, he was a good performer yesterday, looking sharp on this wave. Oh,
pushed it a little bit too much action there. Goes for the wheelie on the end section, and he is out of there. So 5 more minutes today, and it's definitely made a bit of a change to how the teams have gone about their tactics. We're not seeing as many teams not quite make all their surfers get back to the box in time, but gives you that little bit more time to play with to try and pick a better wave, but more swell, bigger waves, probably having to do a bit more distance in the water to get around, so it all evens out.
Yeah, we need the replay here for Arch Whiteman and NASA. Just dealt with his whitewater pretty nicely and just threw it up for that one turn and hit the eject button. That was nice. And again,
Taj Stokes laying it on rail, and would love to have hung on to that one, but really kind of pushed it hard and lost control.
That would have been a keeper if he pulled off that last turn.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there. I think the quality surfer that he is, he should have finished that third turn. So, but he's back out there to try and get some more.
As we were saying yesterday, it's such a big playing field. You know, your second wave is a bit of a free swing if you've got a good one in already. And this looks like, was that Chris Bennett's from North End, having a look at the wider section. And from North Shore.
That's Al, isn't it?
This is Alistair Reginado. And he's another one of these guys who just steps up for his club. He's an insane surfer. And then when he puts the North Shore jersey on his back, he takes it to another level.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy with that wave. He's definitely going to go out for to try and get another one.
So a bit of a sleepy start. This one hasn't really exploded out of the gates. Just a string of 2s and 3s and 4s on the board so far, but still plenty of time to go. Reggae Ellis, Chris Binns, Chris Mader joining you today at the Hyundai Boardriders Battle presented by NRMA Insurance. And Chris, you guys have just got to be so proud of this event.
Yeah, it's an incredible event. It's got so many great features. It's got the Hyundai Hill. It's got the Gold Coast running track here. Obviously, the rocks to deal with getting in and out of the waves in huge activation zone with all our different partners.
It's like a festival out there.
It is like a festival. It is a festival out there. So.
If you're going hungry, just try and walk 100 metres here, and people will be giving you protein bars and free drinks and coffees. It's it's not bad.
Yeah, it's a ripper. And then, of course, at the top of the hill, oh wow, that's a good.
Oh, Shero, Andrew Sheridan from Margaret River.
Nice.
Another one of these guys who just lives for these kind of events. Remember, Shero got a cover of Surfing Life back at the box when he was a teenager 20-odd years ago, and he's kept going. His surfing career is incredible. He's coached Carissa Moore to a bunch of wins over there at Margaret River as well. And just the backbone of the team. And here goes Reggie for North Shore. It's a white watery froth monster he's got to deal with. He's done it pretty nicely.
Yeah, hasn't he? So he'll lock this one in.
Wrangles that one to the beach. And now is this Chris Bennett's Ibis opening the shoulders, releasing the tail, bit of flare there. And Ibis will make his way into the start of the Gold Coast Dash as well.
Oh. And out the back, Felice's Arch Whiteman for North Ave. So 2 good serious turns on the outside, just finishes that one off. And I'm pretty sure he'll bank that. We've got already 9 minutes has gone in this heat. The team's trying to manage that time pretty quickly. As Binzi said earlier, we haven't seen too many teams lose the 5 points by not getting back in within the allocated 70-minute time quota. But once things do tighten up in the back half of these heats, it is getting quite frantic. Time is getting pretty skinny for a few teams. Then we saw someone like Snapper back on the beach locked in with 16 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was that Snapper heat, quarterfinal 3. That was pretty much textbook of how to surf a Hyundai Australian Boardriders presented by NRMA Insurance heat, for sure.
Yeah, Merriweather did something similar in the very first heat of the day as well. And just looking at this, Margaret River and North Shore, they might be the 2 geographically furthest teams in this whole event. It'd be a good 3,000 or 4,000 kilometres between their 2 club rooms.
Yeah, maybe Noosa.
Is North Shore the furthest north of the Sunshine Coast teams?
I thought Noosa was, but maybe we should look that up.
Yeah, Rainbow would be maybe if they were here.
Well, a quick one there for Coolum. Get my stats going here.
I love just every time the surfer goes past. It's like you're in one of those apartments in London or New York or something, and the subway just rattles past your building. Athletes just thundering past on the Gold Coast Dash, getting to the Hyundai Hill, which takes you all the way up to the Oakley Exchange. Your sales team are on fire for this event, Chris.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, we sold everything.
Very true. So there's
So it looks like the wind's backed off a little bit. It was gusting. I was up the top of the hill about 15, 20 minutes ago, and it started picking up quite strongly, but it's looked like it's backed off again. That water looks quite smooth.
Yeah, definitely cleaned up from earlier on. We had a bit more east in it, so hopefully it glassed off yesterday afternoon too after that squall. So hopefully we'll see a similar thing today. We've got a bit more push in the swell today, and looks like surf for Coolum. That's
Jimmy Wallace. We've got some early scores in as well. Andrew Sheridan, the pick of the bunch, 5.63 from Margaret River's Master. Alistair Reginato, a 5.23 for North Shore. Here's how Shero went about it. Just laying it on rail, driving the blade through plenty of turns, just linking them all the way to the beach. And putting himself in prime position to hit the Gold Coast Dash running track. And then from Kawana, this was Taj Stokes. So 2 falls for Taj. Bit of uncharacteristic for the leadfoot from the Sunshine Coast. And this was Arch Whiteman. And then Chris Bennett. We're still waiting on this score to come in.
I like what he did with his tail on the end of that turn. It's quite a nice little style.
Chris is from Surf Lifesaving Royalty. His bloodline is very strong in the clubby scene, and so this event, he's built for it.
Yeah, right.
The run, swim, paddle, you name it, he'll just eat it up. He's also got one of the great shots you'll see of the rock break. An Andrew Shield gem from the water, thick, meaty. Surfing Australia wheel it out on their socials all the time. He's almost the poster boy for this event when it's run at Burleigh.
Yeah, well, it's this one's a bit of a, as you said, no one's sort of locked in a high scores yet, the 5.63.
for Shero, the highest one. We saw like Al Reginato with a similar score, 5-2-3.
5-1-5 coming in for Ibis. So 3 5s and 3 4s. The tail of the tape so far. A ton of time still remaining, 57.5 minutes to go. So you can almost say the teams are starting to feel their rhythm.
Okay, there he goes. Finish strong.
All right, third time lucky for Taj Stokes. Or was that his fourth wave?
His fourth wave, yeah. So his high score prior to that was his first wave, was 4.75. So we'll be hoping he has bettered that one at least. Otherwise, he's just wasted 12 minutes being out there. Because, yeah, he has really eaten into the time for Kawana. And looking at the replay here, just chucks it up into the lip. A lot of, yeah, difficult ones. Yeah, it may not actually better his first wave. Wait and see how that one pans out. But look, he'll be looking to get back in and so he can get Braxton Holmstrom out there as soon as possible.
You know, fair enough. Like, there's 6 waves that need to be caught. There's 70 minutes, so it's just over 10 minutes. And if you're the power surfer, general consensus would be you're the best surfer on the team.
Yeah.
Why not take that little bit more time to try and bank a few more points? Oh, Shero was trying to... Has he gone back out to try and beat his 5?
Was that Shero?
Oh, sorry.
That's surfer number 2, so that's Ben Spence.
Benny Spence. Both on the black surfboards.
Yeah, I see your point there, but I also definitely think when you're the first 6 surfers that go out. Oh, let's have a look at this replay.
So yeah, Ben Spence, big snap, and just falls on that one. So
no, that was.
Oh no, that wasn't Ben Spence.
Was that Chris Zaffis? I think that was the north end.
Yeah.
And then this was Benny Spence.
Similar situation. So that one just bottoming out, making things a bit tricky for our surfers. Tide running out.
Yeah, what I was saying before is, yeah, so all 6 of you go out and then your other 5 competitors all get their wave and they go in and you're out there by yourself and you start seeing second surfers join you in the lineup. You start to get a bit antsy, particularly after you've fallen 2 or 3 times. So the pressure just builds and builds and builds. But you're also right in the sense of having a bit more time and arguably your best surfer, you want to get a good score early.
Yeah, well, for Taj, it ended up just a 4.2 in that last wave. So his first wave, the 4.75, is the one that counts for Kawana. So their mid-range surfers, their 3rd and 4th surfers will need to pick up some time. But we've seen this quite a bit, like that last one in particular, like we saw both Bondi and, not Bondi, so Byron Bay and Napa pick up some big scores. Look at that, throwing it right out. Ooh, and that was nice.
Wow, Chris Zaffis has teed off on that one a couple of times. We can hear the north end team not too far behind us. They have gone bananas over that one. Expect a huge score to come. And expect a similarly rowdy response once that score does come in. Let's have a look at this replay. The first turn was big, released the tail, got plenty of drift out of it, and then crunched an incredibly chunky end section. So just the 2 turns, but 2 of the biggest turns we've seen today. And you could tell right here when Chris Zaffis rides out of it, gave himself a little clap just as a rev up. He was so pumped. It wasn't really a claim. It was just like, come on, we're on a roll here.
It's a psych up, full psych, ready to go. So yeah. And now, you see a bit of a squall coming through with the wind. That is for North Shore.
That was Sophie McCulloch.
Sophie, yeah.
That's their BC Protein Snacks female surfer.
Yeah, she's always on fire. Super reliable surfer.
Oh, this looks like a good wave. Look at this one. Oh, up and out. I thought that thing was going to wall up.
Yeah, it's sort of hard. I mean, we've seen some real punchy sections through this. There was a period there through the mid-tide where the waves were really offering something on the inside.
All right, here goes the movie star, Ben Spence, once again. Racing through the inside, big section here.
Yeah, that wave just never did anything, did it?
He was eyeing off a target, and then the last minute realised that the ramp wasn't there.
What do you call the movie star?
He was in Breath.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. Doesn't really get more West Australian, does it, than appearing in a Tim Winton...
No.
An adaptation of a Tim Winton novel, and he was one of the stars as well as alongside Samson Coulter in the Northern Beaches and Simon Baker, of course.
Queensland boy.
And I think Rick Rafisi was the DP on that.
Oh, of course he was. Anytime Hollywood comes to town, Hollywood Rick is there with his drastically inflated rate sheet.
Well, that makes sense, doesn't it?
It does. Oh, yeah.
Well, look at that. That was such a nice turn.
Yeah, Hollywood Rick has cornered the market. Anytime there's a water scene in any movie that's filmed in Australia,
he's there.
Call for Raffici. He was last seen filming Nick Cage in The Surfer.
Oh, okay.
He was shot in Yallingup and touches down in the movies in a month's time.
Well, Sophie McCulloch waiting for that score to come in. It's going to be a solid one. We're North Shore. And, at this stage... What do we got? We just got there. So there's the third surfer.
Chris Zaffis just getting a hero's welcome as he storms up. It's interesting there. We've seen a lot of teams, they put their their NRMA Insurance Power Surfer as their lead-off.
Yes.
It gives them a bit more of a break. Chris Zaffis going second there, so not quite as much time to recharge the batteries. I guess the argument would be, well, you stay warm and you don't get cold. And
yeah, as well.
Fraser DeVell, a bit of a movie star of his own, the Kamchatka film where he and Letty Mortensen went to...
that's right, when they went to...
the wilds of Russia.
Yeah.
That was an incredible piece of cinema. And here is Ben Spence. I think this is his third wave.
Good wave. He's locking that one in. So, yeah, we've got 20 minutes to pass in this heat, and most clubs have their third surfer out in the water, so time management's sitting pretty well. There's Sophie doing the Gold Coast dash into the Hyundai Hill. And there you go.
Into the Oakley Exchange.
The Oakley Exchange.
Soph doesn't even look puffed, does she?
tired.
She looks pretty...
She
Oh,
just
she even
not
says
even
it.
tired.
She's getting over an ankle injury too as well, isn't she?
That end section was so weird.
She really does. I mean, I've seen people like going to fall over with a heart attack, and she just looks like she ate that hill easily. So that's credit to her.
The defib was definitely on standby for a couple of surfers yesterday. Meanwhile, we are going to cross over to Stace Galbraith. Take it away, mate.
BC Protein female athletes. Graph, well done.
Cheers, Stace. Run's easy. Conditions are easy. Nothing's hard here.
Wow, you guys are running a pretty tight program up there, Al.
Yeah, no, we're keeping her in check. She's our team cheat, so we just got to keep her going all weekend, and we'll be right.
Looking pretty good so far. You've just sent Lando Smales out. What's the positioning like at the minute out there? Because that tide's really wreaking havoc.
It is. Scruff wave kind of went hell gurgly on the end, and I thought she was going to slap it, but it was like kind of hard to hit, but she managed it. So hopefully Lando finds one of Zaffis' waves and does what Zaffis did.
Fall's not in your vocabulary, is it?
Oh, it happens sometimes. Happens more than you know, probably. I was pretty happy not to fall then, though.
Well done, Soph.
Yeah, well, here's the replay of it. And I think Alistair Reginato meant that Soph was the team cheat code rather than just the team cheat.
That's what I thought. What's going on?
Throwing her under the bus there.
Yeah. But, yeah, great surfing there from Sophie McCulloch. But that last section really throwing out. And as Dave alluded to, this outgoing tide starting to make things a little bit tricky on that last section. Saw it eat a couple of surfers in that last heat. Just not completing the wave, and that can... cost you half a point and can cost you a move into the semi-finals. But at this stage, plenty of time to go. North Avalon, Coolum and Kawana with some work to do. Kawana, strangely, look at that, just a small score total there. So we need to get busy. So plenty of action to come. We are watching quarterfinal number 4 here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
Was in the spring,
Then spring became the summer. Would have believed you'd come along. Hands touching hands.
All right, here we are, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented by NRMA Insurance. Continuing here at Burleigh Heads, we're at a mid-tide. We've got 46 minutes remaining, and we're just going to cross down to Staith Galbraith. Who you got, Staith?
Thanks, Reggae. Chris Zaffis, well done. How good does that feel running up the Hyundai Hill after that?
Yeah, love it. Feels pretty good. Had a couple of shockers yesterday, so frothing to get a good one.
How's it sleeping after a couple of shockers?
Oh, a bit of head noise, really. Just wanted to actually do something good today over a rain or not. Just, yeah, so it's good.
Just a bit more than usual?
A little bit more than usual. Slightly.
You got a pretty ripper team. Who just ran out for you guys?
We just had our new girl out there, Coral. She's a powerhouse, as everyone knows.
Yeah, Bluff Boardriders.
North End. No, we're stoked to have her on board. She rips that hard. It's pretty funny. She's in the same heat as her boyfie, Alistair, right now, so I hope we get up on him.
And what are you riding, Frank Murphy?
Yeah, we're on the Frank Murphy. Frank's planks. This is my best mate down at home in Yamba, shaping a new board, so go sick. Cheers, Frank.
Didn't look like a plank. 863. Thanks for coming. Thanks, Reggae. On your Zaff.
Well, there you go. There's Chris' 8.63, and really committed to those two turns. Solid surfing, and well rewarded by the judges there. And yeah, well, North End, North Shore, and Margaret's our top three teams, and still in the first half of this heat, so plenty of time. And having said that, Kiwana, North Ave, and Coolum need to do some work.
Yeah, so Ben Spence dropped in a 5.75 for Margaret's second wave. Have a look at the two teams in the lead, though. North End a 5.15, and then Chris Zaffis's 8.63. North Shore, Reginaldo opened up with a 5.23, and then Soph McCulloch a 7.25. And we heard him call Soph the cheat code. Something you find that's consistent across all these powerhouse teams. They've always got a couple of those dependable roles. You look at Merriweather, like they just know that Philippa Anderson's going to hold it down, or Russ Maloney is the master for North Shelley.
Look at this. This is a serious wave as well. It happened during the break.
Yeah, this is Braxton Holstrom from Kiwana.
Wow, and that's their second surfer, so a really good wave.
But gee, time's not on their side.
No. He goes North Ave.
So Steve Lee Jones.
So she's finished it. She'll make her what?
Oh, maybe not. She's going to go, well, we don't know yet. She kicked out of that one. Is she going to chase the second? No, she's going to come in.
No, she's right behind us. She's super close in on the rocks. So an interesting call not to get down and guts that one in, but maybe she saw the
probably thought one's going to go up on those boulders.
The approaching basalt.
Yeah.
And Braxton got a 6.
With a ton of talent. Massive prospect. Here's Landon, and here's what he got up to. Oh, so he paddled into this one. Eyes would have lit up. Just the one turn, but it was a doozy.
Probably won't keep that.
Well, if it's up the top shop, he's not going to waste too much effort just taking him back to where he started from.
No, he's incredible. So he can do great airs, big turns. He rides a longboard as well.
Yep.
That was a great single turn on a pretty nice size wave, but I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to get back for a bigger one.
Yeah, well, you're just going to cross down to Stace Galbraith with Mikey Wright.
Plenty happening on the point, plenty of activations, none more popular than the Daiwa activation down here. Plenty of kids love their fishing, all the grommets are frothing, but none more frothing than the biggest grommet on planet Earth, Mikey Wright. Mikey?
There you go, mate.
Fantastic.
Yeah, are you going to get on the simulator or what?
I do need a lesson or two. Last time we did anything of this nature, I was absolutely horrendous, but I'll take any coaching I can get from you.
Yeah, I reckon, what was it last time, Taylor? We were catching, you getting a bit tired. Maybe we'll throw you on a GT, eh?
What have you been catching?
Oh, sweet nothing at the moment. But I did a trip at the end of last year and went up to the Barrier Reef, and obviously Dyer, the boys look after us pretty good, and yeah, sent us up there with, you know, some of the best gear, and yeah, had a hell time.
I think we'll look forward to seeing what you got done out of that. And yeah, look, I appreciate the coaching, but I think it would be better used on someone who actually goes fishing. I found the biggest guns on the beach, Morris and Massey. Moz, You want to flare one up or what?
Yeah.
What's the deal? Oh, sorry, mate. Could I just jump in? Yeah. Let's get you in there, Moz Doggy. Bit of live TV. Don't blow it.
Stretch you up. No, we'll put him on level 5 Benito, stretching him out. Start pulling, all right? You ready? You're on here.
Well, there we go. So what's the go? You go up there and you can choose what fish you're going to try and catch.
Yeah, it's a dive simulator. So what it does is it picks a fish that you're gonna have to heel in. So it could be a tuna or a marlin, and then.
So this grommet's going to Benito or something.
He could have something big on the line.
Yeah,
and then
serious.
Depending on the fish, it'll do the different drag.
So you're catching imaginary fish pretty much like every fishing story out there. Gotcha.
Well, now, Chris Martin, I know you're a keen fisherman.
I have my moments, yes.
Yeah. How'd you go last trip overseas? You were in an area renowned for its fish. Did you catch any here?
No, I didn't even put it right in the water. No.
There you go, getting too many barrels. As we see, surfer in blue from Coolum, nice turn off the top and looking to bring this one through.
No, I think that's Coral Durant from North End.
Coral it is too, the black and the
she's
blue.
from the northwest, but she's surfing for North End. And look at the scoreboard: North Shore, North Avalon, North End.
Yeah,
are all filling the
that's what
first
you need.
3 places. Cedarly Jones dropped a 5.35 for North Ave. Landon Smale's got a 5.8 for that one-hit wonder earlier, and then this is what Coral Durant has done for the 3rd wave for North End. They're currently sitting 3rd with just 2 waves in their scoreline, so they're going to jump right up when this one drops in.
So Chris, with that 5.8 for Landon, would you have come in? What do you think?
Well, here he goes. It's such a long point that it was just the one turn that doesn't really matter. He can just sort of get back out because he's going to have to cover that ground anyway. So
okay, so this is his second. This is the wave that he's going to replace it with.
Yeah, maybe? I feel like you've got a free swing basically. You've got 5 points in the bank. Plus you've got to get in here. You may as well catch a wave to do it. And if it walls up like that, you might just upgrade your score in the process.
And do you think he's done that?
It's going to go very close.
Yeah, I think maybe just a touch.
Over his 5.8, yeah, for sure.
Rich. Get you in the judging booth, mate.
Back in the day, I was. Then I realised.
So they're doing well North Shore with a 5, a 7, and a 5.8, and maybe even improving on that. That's the sort of, and managing the clock pretty well as well.
Yeah. Rule of thumb: if you're getting high, around the 5-point mark, at least 4 or 5 of your surfers, so you're sitting above 20 points, you're doing all right. And the idea of giving your power surfer, your NRMA Insurance power surfer, plenty of time. Someone like Dakota locks in a 9.1 as a power surfer, you're home and hose, but then you get someone like Hedgie and -5.
Yeah, it's funny. Yesterday, 4s and 5s, all your team in, you were progressing.
Yeah.
Today, you need those 4s and 5s to be 5s and 6s in the quarters.
Exactly.
And in the semis, that's going to be 6s and 7s. And in the final, you're just trying to come first. Oh,
that's right.
That was Willow Hardy going upside down on her backhand. Part of the legendary Hardy clan from Margaret River. And Willow's qualified for next year's Challenger Series.
Yeah,
we'll be seeing her in action.
Great surf.
On the 2nd highest tier of WSL action. And her younger sister Olive is not too far behind either. She just won a under-16, I think, national championship.
Okay.
There's Landon Smales putting in the big ones. I think we've still got a second score to come for him.
He did
6.33.
So he did improve it. There you go. That's half a point, can make a big difference.
It's a pretty handy 2-wave total if you're surfing a regular heat as well.
Yeah,
all right, we're going to cross down to Jesse Starling with the man himself, Landon Smales.
The team was a little bit nervous. You got a big score, a good score for the one turner, but you made up for it on that last one.
Oh yeah, I was just sitting out there after one turn, and time was ticking, but made it happen. It's all good.
Such a good team you guys have at North Shore. You want to go back to back. You're one of those teams that has the one title but wants the second. How cool would it be if you could be a part of that team?
Oh, it'd be amazing. We all want to do it, so everyone wants to do it, and that's why we're here, and just hopefully we can get it done.
We'll let him suck in the big ones, guys. He's a bit puffed. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jesse, and thanks to Landon Smales. You mentioned it earlier, Chris. He's an incredible surfer on both short and longboard. He's also the Australian Indigenous champion. Won the men's longboarding and the junior boys last year. So this is Coral Durant making her way through to the inside for North End. Has her score dropped?
Well, she had 3.85 on that previous one, so see that she's improved on that. We've got 35.5 minutes remaining, so hitting the halfway mark right now.
And Charlie Stokes dropped a 5.98 for Kawana. I'm not sure if we saw that. We might have been fishing with Mikey and Stace at the time, but that's a solid score as well. So things are really heating up on the leaders board. Coolum have some work to do, but then first to fifth is there's really not a whole lot in it.
Oh. That's a good turn for North Ave.
Oh, and how was that section? That's a Burleigh cement mixer. A big, thick, draining lump of Pacific Ocean, just unloading on Zaya Veliki's head there. And if you are enjoying the action from the semis onwards, you're going to have to tune into Fox Sports or Kayo Freebies. So don't stress if you are not a Kayo subscriber. You can go sign up to Kayo. It's not going to cost you anything, and you can watch it on their freebie. So get onto the website or get onto the app, and you'll be able to watch this for free. You just have to set yourself up with an account. And if you're watching from overseas, the surfingnetwork.com or the Surfing Network app, you'll be able to stream this event as well. If you're sitting overseas, green with envy, wishing that your country had Boardriders battles the way that the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented by NRMA Insurance, rolls out here down under every year as well. If you're sitting overseas, green with envy. It's Willow Hardy powering her way up to the finish line. And she's going to release Macklin Flynn, who's the junior from Margaret River. He's an incredible surfer, has a hell of a dig up north in the desert left.
Take off here for the blue, the Coolum.
So it's getting pretty sucky and quite steep in that end section now.
Yeah, that low tide's really drawing that water off it.
Absolutely, that makes it tricky.
And so Taylor Green for Coolum.
So you watch this one. So there's a nice first front side hat. Oh. And then you'll see this sort of, watch this suck up as she goes down the line. It'll be really fast on the back.
Yeah, just swatted it. Yeah, these waves, that last section, you said Chris shutting down pretty early.
This is Blake Wilson. Oh,
that was close.
No priority, just about turning it into a contact sport on the inside.
Who was that paddling out?
I think that was Taylor Green.
Yeah, it was. So yeah. So she just got smashed. And
so she just had her legs whipped out from under her by that dredging section, and then popped up, and Blake Wilson was flying down the line. First turn was good. Had to work for it. That was committed. And, right about now, he's like, oof. To avoid Taylor here.
Oh. He went out of his way to
yeah.
do that, didn't he?
Yeah, he could have gone around the bottom of it quite easily. 31 minutes.
And that's the crowd you see at the top of the hill. Now it's jam-packed with people up there. Obviously all the teams, all the supporters. It's a great place to watch a surf event. It's you can see absolutely everything from up there, and obviously mind surf and imagine what you can do.
It's the place to be on a Sunday afternoon. You know, most weeks of the year, but this one in particular. Are you kidding me? Have a look at that crowd. Pretty as a picture. That is as good as it gets. The Gold Coast turning it on this afternoon. Would appear that we're, touch wood, past the unforeseen squabbles of yesterday's weather.
Yeah, well, you know, we are on the Goldies, so you never know. We come flying over that hill. But yeah, it looks pretty nice out there. Big crowd enjoying some awesome surfing.
The pandanus just straight away tells you
that's
where you
right.
are, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Well, you know...
Oh, that was a nice turn.
All right, here goes Macklin Flynn. Oh, he would love to have hung on to that one. The first turn was good. Gave it the treatment on the end section, but just a little cartwheel and he's out of there. Speaking of out of there, goodbye Reggae Ellis and hello Vaughan Blakey.
Yeah, he's out of there and he's out there. Reggae Ellis. Jeez, he's good fun though. G'day, fellas.
Hello, mate.
Hey, Brian.
Oh, this is so sick. The vibe out there is just so charged up. The bar on the hill is pumping. And the clubs that have been knocked are bringing their best team energy to the top of the Hyundai Hill.
All right, this is Macklin Flynn from Margs. The first turn was good. He cracked it, released the tail, and unfortunately he just ran out of water and poked the nose, went down. He might have a second swing at that. And now North Ave. This is Shane Carroll on his backhand. Beg your pardon? Or is that Isaiah?
That's, yeah, Isaiah, mate.
You lived in North Ave for a little while?
I did. I actually lived in South Ave. Ronnie was up North Ave. And, yeah, great beach, epic surf community there, like heaps of little setups. You get a real different sort of whole bunch of variety in terms of waves. Everything from these little, like, off-rock mini point setups to big sort of slabs out the back. You've got a wave there called Avrix, which is, like, way out to sea and only breaks once in a blue moon that Carl Atkins almost single-handedly just owns by himself.
Are you allowed to talk about this wave?
Yeah, well, I mean, no one likes surfing it. It's so hectic. And then, of course, there's that secret little right-hand reef that shall not be named.
I don't know how secret it is in Sydney.
But, yeah, we love Ave, mate. And NASA's been one of those clubs that really deserves to do better in this event.
Oh,
they're going all right now.
This is Macklin Flynn.
Oh, that was good surfing.
That was the finish he didn't get on his last wave. Stands tall behind him. Blake Wilson is teeing off. He's a big, rangy guy.
Love him.
Just laying it on rail. Yeah, he's got a Vaughan Blakey physique to him.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, head.
Athletic.
Fold me up like a pretzel. Probably got the same amount of shine coming off the dome.
I think that might be it.
But I do love, you know, a big body extending the drive. You know, I think of Parko, Geordie Smith, just using that last night for his first win in a few years. And
yeah,
something about that extension, just the extra sort of torque can deliver really good rail surfing out the back. Oh, surf's cooking, fellas.
Sure is.
Oh, that's a good finish. Look at this wave after wave.
That was Dane Bird for Quana. I think that might have been Ryder Lucy for North End. I'm just looking at Blake Wilson and yourself, Vaughan. Obviously, we've got the two men. We've got the BC Protein Snacks female. We've got the master and the junior. Can we introduce a few more categories, like the bald man?
For sure.
I'd like to see the master be 40 or 45 or even 50.
Wow, that was so sick.
Yeah, so that was a replay of Macklin Flynn from Margaret River. And we're still waiting on that score to come in. It's going to be a good one.
And needed too.
Hasn't he dropped some clips?
And needed. Oh, he's running
in the
fast.
last little bit.
That's a good running technique.
Yeah, what's the record at the moment? I think it's about
can he get Blake Wilson? Look at this. This is the Grom. He's literally beaten him by the length of the straight, and he started from behind him. That's insane.
That's good running. That's you're burning right now. The lactic acid in those legs.
All right, on the screen right now, as we see Macklin releasing Oakey Fraser, the live heats loop.
These are the quickest, like up the Gold Coast Dash and then all the way up the chute, Hyundai Hill into the Oakley Exchange. So from top to bottom, that's our fastest runners, right?
They're doing it quicker than we can say with all the sponsors involved in the different legs what it's actually called.
True that.
So it's what was 51 seconds? Was that the fastest time?
I think so.
Xavier, I saw there number 2 in 52 seconds. So
imagine this.
He played AFL. He's a very good athlete.
He is.
Yeah.
Mate, oh, little replay, swooping up under the lip here, Violecki. And some nice lead surfing. Crack! That was a big turn on the inside and gets a little finish bounce.
Can he hold on?
He won't hold on, but all the work was done.
The little, yeah, you just want that little speed nudge to the beach, however. I would also like to see, as well as the live heats loop, I'd love to know the fastest lap time, because I think Cooper Davies earlier, as the NRMA Insurance power surfer, he had to get a score and he had to get back. He honestly did it inside 2.5 minutes. He missed out by about 10 seconds from getting home.
Yeah.
Which would have been heroic, but that was unbelievable.
So from Oakley Exchange
to Oakley
Exchange with a wave include a good scoring wave
via
included.
Gold Coast Dash Hyundai Hill.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah, that would be a good tactic to know. Or sorry, a good stat to know. And this contest makes you work for it sometimes. You think the hill's heartbreaking enough. When there's no waves breaking through that inside section, you've got to start putting the paddle to work.
Scores just dropped in. Macklin Flynn's last wave was a 6.78 plus he flew past Blake Wilson. That should be some kind of bonus point as well if you overtake the guy on the Gold Coast Dash. And we've seen Isaiah Veliki just got a 6.2. He's labouring behind us. We're not labouring. This is the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle presented by NRMA Insurance. We're going to take a quick little breather. Don't go anywhere. More action after this quick break.
Swipe, stream, share. Boost Mobile works in more places. Now on 5G. No lock-in contracts. Bring your own number. On the full coverage of the Telstra mobile network. Switch today at boost.com.au. Boost Mobile.
Welcome back to the Hyundai ABB, the Australian Boardriders Battle, presented by NRMA Insurance for 2025. We've got 22 minutes remaining in quarterfinal number 4. North Shore in the lead from Kawana, Margaret River, North Ave, North
they're frothing. They're frothing, mate. A 6.2 from Isaiah. That's a good score, and he's set up a good tail end of this heat for NASA. And North Shore again.
So this was during the break.
Nice.
I think that's Ryder Lucy. So I think that was a 3.5 for North End. And here goes Oki Fraser. He's current WA Open state champion. He's won 2 rounds and the state title. He did it before the summer holidays were over. He also won the under-18s at Tarja's Small Fries this year. He hadn't lost the heat in, I don't know if he's lost the heat in Western Australia all year. And he just got a 3rd at Parko's Grom Comp last weekend, which might be his worst result for the year. He is a man on fire.
Yeah, I remember every now and again a Grom will just go on some hectic roll. I remember Lowy, I think in his cadet year, didn't lose a comp at all. Could be tripping on that, but I'm
Owen
pretty sure.
Wright.
Owen Wright.
He used to do that. I remember him winning the Hurley Burleigh out here behind us, and just he had one heat where he had like, if it was out of 60, he had like a 55.
Yeah, amazing. Chris Marta, CEO of Surfing Australia. How frothing are you, man?
Oh, very.
This event is just such a bell ringer. You've done it again, brother. You and the team. It's a great event, obviously, with your partners, Hyundai, NRMA Insurance. Is everyone just flying around here, just feathers up, tail swinging? There must be.
Yeah, everyone's happy. And I've got to give a shout out to the Surfing Australia team. It's a lot of work that goes into putting this all together, and fantastic job, and it's a big team effort. So And as you'll see, there's a huge infrastructure here. It's probably the most infrastructure in any event, surfing event in the world. Here we go.
All right, this is Oakey Fraser playing it on rail. Not much so far, but a big finish. Oh, stands tall out of that. He's a lump of a lad. And Margaret River is roaring as Oakey rides out of that one.
How was that? The glide at the start, like, it's pretty impressive. Like, there's not too much of a wave there, and look at the glide, and then into this huge turn. I didn't think he was going to make this.
It was a great read, wasn't it? Just stomped the tail and a little stand tall.
Yeah, accelerating into a section like that is one of the great looks in surfing. You just punch that lip, fly out, and that is just really cool stuff. Oakey, he's managing the clock well too.
So, Chris, last week they just announced the new sports that are being added to the LA Olympics, and it's things like ping pong's had an upgrade. They now have mixed table tennis. How do we get a tag team event in the Olympics? It's like the relays in swimming. We need this.
Yeah, I mean, it was disappointing. Like, we were trying to get longboarding. That was the principal thing, and not to have longboarding was disappointing. So, yeah, we look forward now to 2032, but we would love to see longboarding in the Olympics. We'd love to see a teams event. And very importantly, on the para side, we'd love to see parasurfing.
100%.
It was, it's a growing part of our sport, and we'd really love to see it in the Paralympics as well.
Brisbane for sure. Has to happen.
It has to happen. I agree. It has to happen.
I mean, our Irukandji adaptive surfers are the best in the world. The results over the past few years have been insane. Looking here, Coolum trying to fight their way back into this one. And that's a nice little finish.
All right, last wave for Oakey. Fraser came in from Margaret River. It's a 5.4. That puts them up into second. And that will release Ben Spencer's power surfer. So North Shore and Margaret River have both got their NRMA Insurance power surfers ready to hit the water with a ton of time. So those guys can almost be a little bit selective. We're going to cross down to Stace for a pre-heat interview. I love these with Ben Spence from Margaret River.
Benny Spence, how you feeling, champ?
Yeah, good, mate. I've just got my runner coming now, but I'd love to chat later.
Hopefully it's a positive one. Oakey, well done, bro.
Thank you.
What do you think you got?
I got no clue.
Do we know what he got? Someone tell me.
5.4.
Sweet. Happy.
Happy?
Yeah.
What about when you're racing in a section like that?
Oh, that thing was looking at me. Didn't look nice, so I just had to hit it, try and make it.
You did a great job hitting that end section, mate, and you got a good time out now for Benny. You guys are looking good.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Well done, mate. He's not even gassed. He's fine. These grommets are fine.
Speaking of looking good, that transition from Ben Spence to Oakey Fraser.
Seamless.
Stace Galbraith. Use your favourite word here, a doff.
Oh, yeah,
We're
let's doff.
one each, Smithy.
Big doff. Okay, wow, 16 and a half minutes remaining. It looks like a lot of these teams have really learned their lessons from, those clubs that just missed out, not managed their time. The 5-point penalty has just ended it cold for so many teams in this event. And that is on the back of zero time management. So what we're seeing now is at this stage in the quarterfinals, only, 3 spots left into the semis. And I believe that, every team is going, okay, let's add that 5 points to our end score for sure, because we just don't want to be hanging out there and then having it ripped out of our hands.
That's right. But I think, obviously when they're all managing the clock better, that power surfer, that last surfer, that score, and actually all the scores become even more critical, because you can't have a soft score in there or you're going to feel it at the end. So I think the last few minutes here are going to be pretty interesting for sure.
Something you can't underestimate about this event, yes, everyone are fantastic surfers, but these guys, this surfing IQ that is around this event site, like these are stalwarts. Everyone here has surfed thousands of heats in their lifetime. These are the biggest surf nerds on the planet, and if they can figure out the rules, they are going to. And we see that straight away, how quickly teams adjust on the fly, because there are guys there with clipboards who are trying to figure it all out, and they do.
Yeah, that's bang on, Binsy. You're not going to make the same mistake twice. I mean, you can't afford to. You make a mistake at this level, you're going home. We saw with, North Narrabeen, not even here on finals day. That was huge.
Well, Tane Hogg's been going to be thinking about that for the next 364 days. So.
I bet he was doing bed karate all night long. Oh, dear. Yeah, but I mean, that's how elite this comp is. You make one mistake, even a club as powerful and as strong and with huge scores on the board, and every other club will just pounce.
Yeah.
Big reminder too that
got to cover.
It's true.
On your way back in.
Well, you want to have around about 12 minutes for your power surfer. That seems to be the comfortable time. We heard Huey Vaughan from North Shelley coaching the Grom going, just give me 12 minutes, Grom. If you get to 12 minutes, it's time to just pack it in. And it was good advice. That seems to be a very comfortable number. You can get a couple of waves if you need it and still get in on time. Whoa!
So that was Luke Brumbury, and that was clutch because he
Have a look at this paddle battle.
He was holding a 3.
Yeah, this is going to turn into a Gold Coast dash for the ages.
Yes, the local rivalry coming into play off the bottom deep. This is Shaney Carroll.
Oh, this one's going to run for him as well. Big turn, big craft as well, throwing plenty of spray.
Really important wave here for North Ave as North End start hunting them down. Kawana's right in the mix here. Even Coolum can reach him. So Shaney getting his wave, and he will unleash the power surfer for NASA, which will be Fraser DeVille, the big unit. Former Aussie champ. He'll be looking to add some muscle to this scoreline of North Ave.
Oh, they are digging deep right now on the Gold Coast dash. This is the tricky bit where there's a little bit of civilian interaction. I'd like to see lollipop men next year in uniform for that. And that was Louis Hind, I think, on his backhand.
Yeah, North End haven't got huge scores on the board except for Chris Zaffis, who punched an 8.63 for the Bush Turkeys. Finally got it right. Finally learned last night at the Surfing Australia Mascot Challenge. It's a Bush Turkey for the mighty North End Boardriders.
All right. This is Alistair Regginato, making his way into Gelagal, Australia's smallest national park.
So what I was saying before with Luke Brumby, he got a 7.3 off that, and you got Al coming in as your power surfer. They're looking pretty strong in the first position right now.
Yeah, Al would have been cheering, seeing that wave, a huge score, and he's going to have time on the clock. Just under the 12 minutes, that seems to be the comfort zone. Louis Hind put in the hard yards.
All right, here is the replay of Louis Hind.
It's cool, wasn't it?
Oh, he's such a stylish surfer. Just effortless.
11 minutes. And this is where the team captains start to really bite their nails. As we see here, Coolum. Oh! Hayden just mistiming that closeout. Copping a fair beating too.
The inside Burleigh dredge.
Shane Carroll will do the crossover. 10.5 minutes left for Fraze to get it done. Avalon starting to feel the energy here. They have slipped down into 4th. So Fraze has some work to do. They're not needing anything. This is such a tight heat. I love this. Why don't we throw it down to Stace Galbraith, who's with Chris Zappis. Punched in a huge score for his first ride.
What's the verdict, Sammy?
We're going to need a quick 5, hopefully.
Do you think you can get it done, Zaff?
Yeah, fucking no, if I can.
Let's see it, boy. Louis Hind coming in. This is going to be great.
Yeah, Louis.
Hello, mate. How'd you go?
A bit lost at sea.
You got it done, though. You gave him a bit of time.
Yeah, ended up surfing the beachy. But, yeah, just wanted to get with 10 minutes for Zaff. Oh, hopefully got a 4 or something.
Pretty crazy lineup. Power serves hitting the water right now. Everyone's in a chance for this. How do you watch it play out? Solo, or you go and find yourself a dark corner, or you go and join the team?
Oh, join the team. We got Zaff. he set up his houses to get a 6, so all the pressure's on him.
Doing well, Louis. Not even sucking in the big ones. Good on you, mate. Thanks, boys.
Cheers, Stace. Louis Hine from North End. He's in better shape than he was yesterday this time after the Hyundai Hill.
Training done for you.
9 minutes. 9 minutes remain. This heat has just chopped and changed all over the shop. We've seen all the clubs at some point getting into that progressing situation, other than Coolum, who just need to get Hayden in. Down the line, speed to burn.
Spenny Spence, NRMA Insurance Power Surfer from Margaret River. Cracks it, releases the tail.
Good stuff. That was the turn that Margaret River were looking for, and he's going to come in with plenty of time.
It is so tight between 1st and 5th right now that doing that as your NRMA Insurance Power Surfer is huge. And they're going to steer well clear of the 5-point penalty as well. Took us through the replay.
Yeah, well, I mean, this was just down the line. He was just waiting for the section that would offer the maximum points. Couple little foam climbs, but this is where all the meat is, and cracks, chews every last bit of it, sucks the marrow out of the bone.
It's going to be really tight, I think. I mean, they've got to...
Okay, we're going to cut to a quick break. Don't forget, you can watch us on Fox Sports, Kayo Freebies. We'll be back in just a minute, and the Surf Network if you're watching from overseas. We'll be back in just a minute with plenty more from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Finals, presented by NRMA Insurance. Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented by NRMA Insurance. It's finals day, folks, and we have got a ripper on our hands right now.
Have a look at Benny Spence.
Benny Spence is just cruising.
This is the Gold Coast Dawdle.
Job done for Margaret River, though. All their surfers in. They're holding down the #1 spot. It's up to everyone else to meet this challenge and deal with the pressure because it is tight.
5.5 minutes. He might not make it at this pace.
Yeah, right. What is it? It's all right. I think the fastest dash is maybe 50 seconds.
51.
51. You've got to be a little bit careful.
All right, here goes Chris Zaffis.
Big moment here.
We heard Louis Hine say, 6, he's got that all day long. Oh. And if you listen to the North End rabble on the rocks behind us, there's that little clap again. He did it after his last wave.
The 6 is what he needs, or a high 5, I think, to get him across.
Job done.
It is so tight right now. Margaret River, they've finished on 31.37. North Shore, they've got 30.24 with Alistair Regginato still to drop a score. North Avalon, they've got 25, so they've got some work to do with the score still to come. North End, they only need a little bit to move up to 3rd. They've done that comfortably. They could be looking at the lead
This is a big score. I mean, he just zips and zaps and kapows and just goes mad on that thing. It was a busy wave. There's no question for me.
Frank's Planks, where does one order one of these crafts from? That's what Zaffis is writing. It's mate Frank.
You know what? Zaff paddled out knowing full well he was going to get it done. He was so confident. And he's done the right thing by the time as well, and that's going to put...
Still hanging on to the lead. North Shore really don't need much from Reggie. And Fraser DeBell as well. So this one's
this encounter between North Shore and North Avalon is interesting. Reggie, we only caught sort of the tail end of his wave. I'll be so curious to see what he got up to, because Frey's first turn for North Ave was meat and potatoes.
Yeah, Margaret River would not
It was a feast.
Not be resting easily right now. We're going to cross to Stace Galbraith for a quick update.
Thanks, Chris Binns. Ben Spence, you're free to chat now, mate.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, got time now.
How good did that feel?
That felt good, yeah. It was a little bit sketchy. I felt a bit nervous on the wave. Did a weird foam climb, but I think we might have done enough to get across the line. So.
Yeah, you're in first. Hey, put that thing down, mate. That's for the finals and for winners, but you're heading that way, Macklin. How's it feeling?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Hopefully Ben did enough to get through, so should be good.
Yeah, you guys are in first. North End are in. I'd say you're looking pretty good. How's it feel? You had a great run here last year. Repeating the performance this year must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I went for the fastest run then, so hopefully got it.
No one in this team got fastest run just then. This one's a saunter. Save some legs for the final, champ. Semi-finals. Well done. Thanks, Binzy.
You beauty. Thanks, Stace. I don't know if Margaret River are 100% safe just yet, although they have finished in front of Kawana. North Shore have now leapt into the lead. That last wave from Alistair Reginato, a 3.18. That was all it needed to get them up into first. Margaret River second. We're waiting. Well, is that score in? So North End have gone down to fourth.
This is amazing. This heat is so tight. Let's have a look at Reginato. He needed something that's just a one turn and up and over. And by his standards, not what he was looking for. Meanwhile, out the back, just heave-ho. Pull the rope. And this is just a monster wave in the context of this heat for Fraser. He didn't get the finish. I don't think he'll get penalised too much for it, because all the scores in the first bit. Jimmy Wallace trying to get Coolin back in the combo. Upside down, and it was somehow right out. The crowd still loving every second of this. Hold on to your hats, folks.
Somewhere along the way, Taj Stokes has dropped a 6.58 for Kawana. That's put them into third.
Wow.
Stace, talk to us.
Taj, walk us through it. There was so much going on that we didn't even see it.
I've got no idea what's happening.
Tell us it was a 9.
I wish it was, but I'm looking at the scores up there, and if that's a final result, I'm happy. I hope we got there, because, yeah, we gave it out all that heat, and so we get a result.
What do you reckon, Birdman? Oh, controversy!
The score just got adjusted. Are you kidding me? The score was locked and it just got adjusted. That's the biggest reward I've ever seen. We've been getting rewarded the whole time. That's another reward.
What just
happened?
happened?
North End think of that?
That's absolute reward. Controversy.
Where's Glenn Elliott?
This is an absolute reward.
30 seconds
Drama,
to go.
high drama down here.
Cheers,
Let me
Stace.
find someone from the Bush Chooks. What do you reckon, Bush Chooks? I don't care. Zaffis. Neither do you, bruv. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
Well, maybe. I'm not announcing anything here.
It says it on the board. We're through.
Yeah, that board says a lot of things. 15 seconds left. No one's coming up the hill. What did you do? Tell us how you went. You went fast.
Yeah, I got fast. Didn't leave me too much time. That's all right. We're a bit speedy around here in the North End, trying to get back out all the time. I think we're sweet. It looks sweet to me. It's job done. That's Huda in third. Oh, that much tension up here. What's going on?
Wow. Back to you.
All right, cheers, Stace. We're not quite too sure what just happened between North End and Kawana, because Taj Stokes dropped a 6.58. That put them into third. North End had all their surfers and all their scores locked away. They were sitting fourth. And now we've seen a little bit of a shuffle on the leaderboard. North Shore have taken the win. Margaret River in second. Provisionally third is North End.
Oh man, this is how we roll. It's just like everything is so tense. You've got the whole team there. You've got everyone on a knife's edge. It's so close. Of course you're going to feel cooked if you miss it by that much. Of course you're going to celebrate if you just scrape in. It's just the nature of the game. And wow, North Ave. I thought Fraser was going to get a little more, but it wasn't enough anyway. So North Avalon finishing at fifth. And Coolum losing the 5 points, not getting back up into the Oakley Exchange in time. But what a heat. I mean, that's why we're here. Keep it close, watch them battle it out. That's the good stuff. Scores are locked. It's official. North Shore
Margaret River and North End are into the semis.
And if you want to watch the semis, make sure you get on Kayo Freebies or Fox. Go download the Kayo app, and
that's it.
You can watch all of this for free. You just need to have the app. If you're overseas, the Surfing Network or the surfnetwork.com or their app, the Surf Network.
Yeah, and you don't want to miss these semi-finals.
Nah.
I mean, look how tense it is down here already. It's starting to get to business time. Oh, man. Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, finals day, presented by NRMA Insurance. This is where you want to be. Let's switch over to Kayo Freebies right now.
Ever been hooked from the first wave? Or given a pathway to shine? Have you ever found your tribe amongst the noise? Or sacrificed to stand out amongst your peers? Ever felt support that gives you the strength to keep going? Or paddled into the unimaginable? Ever met a generation that knows no bounds? Now you can.
A help company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.